good job there. Not only to rotate, but make sure they're fighting and contesting those things that are coming up to make this a difficult break now for Complexity.
See what they can do. Spartan's finishing has been unbelievable. He's 19-9 here, and as you can tell by the assist category, he's had a lot of help on the way. However, it's an unbelievable stat line regardless, but take a look. FaZe now, 75% of the way done on this hill. See if they can close this out. So far, they have not been challenged points-wise.
1:37 left on the clock, and I mentioned how it was a little bit, maybe a slower game. Well, the speed of this hill is making it a little bit different from what we just saw a few moments ago when it comes to that picture of the speed of the game. 1:30 left on the clock. FaZe still inside of that hill, but now with a few kills going against them, and Complexity finally managing to break through towards the driveway hill and get their toes inside of it themselves. FaZe have to answer the question they struggled with before. A stick comes in, which is going to keep the numbers a little bit more even, as Frosty now tries to move in to make those numbers heavily in the favor of FaZe. It's Huss who's last alive. Frosty recognizes that. No, the challenge is coming in.
Holy shit.
But knowing it's coming and dealing with it is another thing altogether.
Well, unbelievable from Huss. He probably gets taken down here. A little bit of extra damage, but what a double back to go from light rifle tunnel there with the confidence to fly out against a player like Royal 2. That's not easily done. 2v2 on the map still.
Starting to get a little bit scrappy here. You can see that Renegade is trying to hunt down Ryanoob as well. But Spartan's there to keep, I would say, one of the most dysfunctional duos alive in Halo Esports history. But alive, Ryanoob does not stay, but they get that kill and they get the numbers in and around the hill. This is such a fiercely contested hill here, and usually you're looking for loop control. Yep. Nobody's really held it for any period of time.
Not at all. 1 minute remaining there. Complexity trying to get the points on the board. They're down a man for just a second. Spartan needs to hold.
Double push comes in from FaZe though, and it's an aggressive one. He can't get the trade in that situation, and Frosty has that camouflage, and now he has the opportunity to maybe make this a bit more comfortable, but if you're talking about a player who makes things uncomfortable,
I'm not even gonna lie.
Royal 2 flies in now. Another trade.
I was infinitely more checked by the noise that Bravo made than the play itself.
Frosty gets taken down with the camo. What a double back there from Ryanoob, and things will stay interesting. 37 seconds left on the clock. Here comes the push.
And now it's just becoming a race. Frosty just taking his time, showing a little bit of experience here, waiting for his teammates. Even though he cleans this kill up, recognizes that now is not the time for hill time. They need a few more kills first before they can solidify this.
Look at this. Stays alive with 2 dead. They should be able to step in. They haven't done it yet, though. And now they should be able to finish with it out.
Oh, but there's the kill. There's the kill. Complexity still find themselves 2 dead, but another double kill here from Snakebite should calm things down for just a few seconds. The race looks like it might be run by Royal 2, but it's another trade in and around that hill. This is carnage, and nobody looks like they want to lock this one down.
Senate knows he needs to stay alive, but he has to challenge this kill. See if he can get this.
Oh, it's huge.
A big win for Renegade there.
Renegade with that win might have just won this hill as well. Ryanoob is the closest player to that hill, and he won't be able to step in. So with just 5 seconds left on that game clock, FaZe will tie this one up at 2-2, and next hill's going to win it.
Down to the absolute wire, but cool, calm, and composed once again is FaZe Clan. They tie the game 2-2, and now with 2 minutes left, the next point in the game will win.
Look at that pressure that was coming in. No easy shots there to hit with that shock rifle. As Huss goes in as well, and FaZe find themselves forward. And I mentioned how Frosty was getting loud. Well, let me tell you,
is screaming.
On the other side of the stage, we are hearing some of the Complexity players start to chirp up as well.
This could be devastating. How does Descendant play this camo? If they can get another 4 dead, this really could be the entire hill. They're already halfway done.
FaZe just trying to take their time to pick apart the setup here. You can see they're not worried about the hill. The hill is the last objective, the last player to take down.
I actually like the smaller stages like this.
However, he's going to chase down this kill!
Oh, no.
The Descendant doesn't get that kill! And FaZe have picked apart Complexity one by one here. And now
I actually like the smaller stages like this. They might not be as nice as the big ones, but
from top tower, that was the kill he
I like the shit talk and the energy on these.
He doesn't get it, and it's devastating. Like we
wonder if
said.
they'll play on the
They
setup
fell
all
2
weekend.
dead,
Like
they
if this
fell
is
3
the
dead.
actual
Now
main stage
FaZe
all weekend.
scoring once again.
And
assume it
Complexity are
is.
going to be thinking, we were so close. We were so close. But close isn't good enough. FaZe are the team who played to that last second better than anyone in the Halo Championship Series, and they're showing it again here.
Just about tied here. FaZe will now inch into the lead here. Moments away. Final push from Complexity.
Royal 2 gets that first kill though, and that means that it's going to be a desperate push, and Renegade is just thinking it's time to pad some stats. A double kill for him. Complexity 4
GG.
dead, and FaZe go 1-up in this series.
What a game 1 though in that series. In the end, FaZe will outslay 87-68. So you have to wonder with the final scoreline on the board, is it a case still of FaZe maybe just a little bit inefficient in the objective department while they outslay heavily? We'll have to see more games to see if that's the case. However, Complexity, you have to wonder. The first question that I'm asking, and I think a lot of people in the room are asking as well, do you really put Descendant there with the camo in the hill on that hold? As you can tell, Descendant was not able to use the camo at all as an effective piece of equipment in that final push. Instead, he sat hill while 2 players died around him. He goes top tower, he drops to try to finish the kill in desperation. They can't even finish that one. You have to wonder in the comms, was there no way to get someone else in the hill to make sure the Descendant can go top mid for free, pick up a few kills, get another 4 dead? I think if they're able to do that, they had a chance of taking the hill in 1 Slay rotation. They don't do it in the end. FaZe comes back not only to win the game in OT, but also to fight back to force OT. They take game number 1.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point.
What's up, Kenny?
There, and you're talking about power-ups.
How's it going, brother?
What do power-ups allow you to do?
How you doing this morning?
Be dynamic on the map, right? You don't want to be static, because if you're fighting against the players who don't have the power-ups, it's like, okay,
how you doing this morning, brother?
One by one. We can look for our kills, and then we know the camo guy is in and around the hill because it's lighting up. It's giving us the information. And
Doing all right. Glad to hear it, bro.
Played it perfectly. Don't get me wrong. They got players back on the map.
I'm ready to watch some fucking Halo this weekend. How about you, brother?
But Descendant being in that position might seem great.
I am excited for this
I
weekend.
think you're right. The communication has to be there for, hey, you need to step out. Someone needs to take this responsibility. You know, to go and find a kill without getting traded.
Yeah, you could even make the argument, maybe he even steps out and just goes tower 3, right? And they don't milk that time for a second just to make sure that they're getting numbers. 3-2 is your final score. FaZe takes game number 1. Taking a look at some stats.
Yeah, I've been kind of lurking a little bit. I know they had some like stream issues earlier this morning, and I know they like took a long time for them to get the first match going, which I think was what it was like Shopify and
it's fascinating that we're looking at Slayers
ITB.
in such depth as well, right? Because I think a lot of the conversation coming into this event is how Slayers win you.
I'm only just now live for this match.
There's 2 of them in every single series.
But I just got back home with some breakfast. I just got some breakfast from the Chick-fil-A, and I got back in time for this series, so we just watched the game 1.
Have had series, big series. Halo World
And,
Championship series where
yeah.
they've won both Slayers.
I'm excited to watch today. It's gonna be fun.
You look at SSG, how they.
Like I said, I got some
carved
Chick-fil-A
that path to
breakfast. I got
success.
some
For a lot
Pine
of it,
Park.
It was based around those Slayers. So for
I'm
FaZe,
vibing.
those stats look good, but for Complexity, now it's a chance for you to get.
It's
back
gonna be
in
a
the
good
series
day.
with the Slayer win, knowing you might have an advantage come at game 5 if you match up again.
Right, and if you're a Complexity fan, you're just.
I'm hoping to hear a lot of
deaths
this weekend. It'll be great.
We are right here neck and neck with the world champions in terms of moment-to-moment gameplay. Let's bounce back here, and they're going to try to tie this series up 1-1. Looks like we'll have a quick restart here based on a few AFK players. We'll get into this game once it's started properly.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a restart, or it's just an elaborate starting strategy, which I don't think is going to be the case here. But, I mean, we need to talk about FaZe, right? And one thing that's always fascinating for me is their ability to time to the last second a push on an objective. We saw it in those Hill games, right? I kind of give them the credit to being the team who plays to the last second more often and better than anyone.
Yeah.
And you can see it in that game, right? So many players, so many teams that have gone, I need to make a play. I need to make a play here to get this hill, to just get those last few
Yeah,
seconds.
I see
The domino effect that can
this
happen.
isn't like the nicest stage or anything, but I like when it's just a setup like this, bro. This is just like the old school
But FaZe just have this composure, which I think
shit
is
talking.
a combination of experience.
Definitely interesting how they got the crowd set up, though.
Trust, but I think it's
I wonder
also
what
an
the
intangible that sometimes you can't quite
I wonder what the pros think about it.
understand why it happens.
Yeah.
They're just so good at it.
I bet a lot of the players
Subscribers,
aren't.
I think you and I were thinking the same thing. Guess who you had pushing yard?
Maybe
there
aren't
at
the
end of
most
Renegade,
impressed
right?
with it.
You and I have talked about this a lot. When you have there's a short list
What's up,
of
Jetica?
players who you put in a 1v1 and you
Yeah,
put
hopefully
really
Frosty
strong
goes to
odds
Hex to find.
on them. When you have a player like Renegade who needs to make the play, I agree. There's a certain intangible there. There's a confidence that not only
I
the
like
players
Frosty
have,
when he
but I
plays
think
Halo,
also
I'm not gonna lie.
viewers and casters. When
Yo,
we know a player like that,
speaking
when
of
he's
though,
down the wire, he's gonna make
it's gonna
the
be
right
curious to
decisions, and that
see
game
because
was
I
an
am
example of that.
certain
He's
X
very skilled
Defiant
as well, right?
is
You put Renegade in that situation, he's not
gonna
gonna
have
be under
a
trade in this situation. He's not
competitive
gonna be one-for-one
scene,
is good enough. He's trying to
just
win
based
it
on all the
without
announcements
being
in the
traded
leaks
out
recently,
that
like talking
level,
about all the
which
game
again is an
modes
intangible
and
that
the
only
different
certain
shit, and they've
players, I
already
think,
got like
back themselves to do.
I think they've
in
already
those
got like
situations,
competitive
because
stuff
you get the
going on.
first three,
Frosty
see a
is the
player
only
maybe
reason to
moving
follow
towards you,
Halo.
they think, "No, let's get
Ah,
a
that's
trade. I'm
just
happy, I haven't
I
jumped
just flat
this
out disagree with
opportunity
that shit.
Whereas some people are thinking, I'm going to 5 you and not give you that opportunity. Buy my teammates time.
Frosty
Stay
is
alive on
one of
that
the
and maybe
goats.
be the last
Don't get it
presence to come
twisted.
back and have an impact on that hill. And I think, again,
I mean,
we'll talk
come
about
on,
that
bro.
small group of players a little bit more because there's going to be plenty more to talk about as we get through the weekend. But Renegade, you look at FaZe,
And
he's
bro,
probably
I
that
say this
guy.
all the time, like
Especially on a
Halo
game
Infinite
like King, right? Like you said,
specifically might not be the greatest
in
game
those
ever,
types of game
but
type
Halo
moments,
as a
you're forcing
game and as a sport
kill
and as a
positioning, and now your team
whatever
is just
else,
going with you, loop and yard and LR.
like Halo is
Now
so
you're
much
able
more
to
than just
grab
Halo
that, right? I
Infinite.
think
You know what I'm
it's
saying?
identifying those key moments is so important.
Halo is
Take a
the
look here, Ryan,
community
you look side by
and
side, back over to the FaZe side with Snake
the
Bites, get ready to lock in.
personalities
Number 12.
and
Was
the
gonna recharge
lore
Slayer as your game
and
number 2, so Camo is going to be a
the whole
point
shit.
contestant once again, and we saw a little bit earlier in the ITB series, you know, how much of a difference maker it can be if if you pick it up and you have the opportunity to make a play,
That's my takeaway.
don't make the right play. So those swings need to be made, need to be dynamic, and we'll have to see if one of the players who picks up that camo can
Like, bro, I
be
don't
dynamic enough to
necessarily
start the
love
swing of
Halo
kills for their
Infinite,
side,
but I
on the
love
red page, it's
Halo,
gonna be 1-1,
which is
and
why
that
I
battle
still
for camo
watch
is
and
the
play
surprise gonna be the battle that we're gonna be keeping our eyes on.
and do all the stuff.
Now still up. Should be a Spartan grab. Frosty's going to try
Good
to
Halo
challenge.
is
He
still
does
good
have
Halo.
help, so they will nuke it. We'll have to see if it actually got popped off screen. It could still be down bottom middle.
I think Royal 2 might have got away with that shock rifle in the meantime as well, or certainly one of the
What's
weapons.
up,
Ease?
Ease?
Look down bottom middle.
Watching
Looks like
CCS because
good
Society
play.
needs it
Takes away
back.
the game.
We were actually, no
Who
bullshit,
did that shot
Ease, we were
rifle,
just
so
talking about it.
over to him, and, well, that's what you
I was
expect
talking
to
about it
see
with
in Renegade
Cole
PvP.
yesterday.
Rifle, Ryan Oob gets taught yet another
Because I was
valuable
talking to him for a second. We were saying, like, low key, we should bring it back for the next COD. Because we were talking about how, like,
Don't think we saw a camo grab. In the end, it will look like it was a burn from Spartan.
I'll start again.
Well, looks like we had player
Oh, yeah, we
so
lost
get this
somebody.
one restarted as quickly as possible. And I was kind of just enjoying Renegade getting warmed up there. It looked like he was about to do some
Maybe not X Defiant. I don't think we have enough people that are into X Defiant.
Last game, good start.
But certainly the next COD. Because one, it's another COD. We already did it on COD. It'll be easy. But also two, like, that shit's gonna be on Game Pass from day one. Yo, Optic and Center in a Game 5? Oh, hold up. Let me pull up LVT, by the way. I'm sure they're probably broadcasting this.
Here we are, Game 5 though, and it's quite a lead for Optic Gaming, 41-27.
So this is a map mode that they've won championships.
Yes, they are.
This is
They
a
are.
map
They are.
mode They won a Halo World Championship on, if I'm not mistaken. So not surprised to see them excelling on a game type they've had so much success in the past. And a 42-20.
Actually, in the Slay department at least, I believe he was 0-5-5, so he was contributing via assist, but now we're seeing the formal we're used to seeing. 12-7-7 now as he leads Optic.
I wonder if they're just broadcasting remotely. There's kind of no reason to watch that broadcast over this one.
Be against them, as they would need 16 kills just to tie the match here. 5 to go for Optic to close out the series.
And formal with a shock rifle. Looking to put some Slay up.
So no, but also yes. They basically won.
This game out, but we mentioned how formal was a little bit quiet in the
Whee!
last, I would say, end of Arlington.
Yeah, it'll be.
Starting to make a little bit of noise here on day one.
It'll be dope to.
Shock rifle, but
like I said, we'll probably try to do some CCS stuff on the next COD. It's a Treyarch game. It'll be fun, hopefully.
That will be the game. That will be the series. Optic will close out game number 5 convincingly, 50-30.
Yeah, the strafe is pretty cheese in this game.
I will say maybe a little bit of a more difficult.
That's definitely one of the main issues right now.
Looking very, very strong, and it gives a little opportunity while we're waiting for the main stage to get back underway, just to touch upon Optic, right? Because we were doing a lot of kind of watching back games, kind of looking at statistics and thinking, you know, what's next for Optic, right? They get to the grand final, Dead Zone proving, I think, with just getting to a grand final, put them back in that position that he is the pickup they were looking for. But
I'm hitting the Pine Park and eating my breakfast, but I'll
maybe didn't look as comfortable.
I'll probably turn the cam on here in a minute.
Right, when you add a new teammate, new dynamic, you've got to find that comfort level, and I'm really excited to see what Formal and Trippy can do this event, because I think that I almost feel like a lot of some of the responsibilities they had previously, Dead Zone helps with, and they're like, oh, okay, now I can do something else, and it's just finding where that something else is to really elevate them even more.
Yeah, it's more freedom, it's more movement on the map, it's more ability to make plays and not necessarily need to make plays as fast as they used to have to in terms of the way that that team is playing. So really, really excited to see what they can do. It does feel for both Formal and Trippy that in the end of that grand final, we didn't get 110% out of them. So I think it's a really good bounce back opportunity for all of Optic Gaming, of course. Let's not forget just how close their series were with SSG, but especially for Formal and Trippy. It feels like those players, as we talk about, have such a high ceiling, and we might be able to see them
also, yo,
even higher height for this.
chat, can you guys see the drops? Are the drops working?
The stats those two have been putting up, it looks like the trajectory is going in the right direction for those two. So keep your eyes on Formal and Trippy. They might be the two players to take over here in London for Optic Gaming. But back to our main stage and back to the conversation that we started before we had the little break there. Complexity versus FaZe, a very close game number 1. I mean, it's almost as if we're talking about this being a runaway for FaZe after the way that they closed that game number 1 out. But it was really back and forth. Complexity gave as good as they got.
They really did. And to be honest, you know, if a few
drops are working, thank you.
We said went a bit differently at Driveway and Yard, we could have very easily have seen a regulation Complexity win in that game number 1. And I'm not going to lie, that would have really changed the layout in terms of the landscape of the FaZe tournament, right? To drop a game number 1 to a team that is significantly lower seeded is not how you want to start, so FaZe will be able to keep their head held high as we take a look at some keys to win for these two teams.
Yeah, some of the key storylines, I think, for both teams, right? CTF being key for FaZe, which is somewhat of a surprise. I felt that was one of their strongest game types, right? Because CTF, traditionally, you're going to have power weapons, right? You're going to have snipers, you're going to have whatever it might be to try and control a map. And you look back to their history on Aquarius, right? How many incredible performances we've seen from them on Aquarius capture the flag. It's almost as if it was their kind of tempo game type, right? The one that you would guarantee that they would win every single time that you saw it. And 3-2 somewhat surprising for them, but also shows that
Okay, and it's continuation with the continuation rule.
They can add back to their bow.
Look, they just start the game.
Grand final. But game is back underway, and you can see the FaZe have already had a great start here. 7-2 is the score.
Yeah, 7-2, of course, now able to restart matches with.
Yeah, they started a minute in and with the 6-1 lead already.
We'll be playing to 50 years,
That's
so
dope.
none of the old math that we used to have to do with FaZe playing to 44. We will play this game to 50, and we will be able to resume the score at its exact score line. And from there, we will now see FaZe in the lead 10-4.
I feel like the engineering team was like, we cannot let Onset have to keep doing math. It's getting
I will say, yeah, our terrible math probably led to this feature. So
you're welcome, everyone.
Yeah, we're quite
Oh
proud
no!
of that.
Oh no!
However, Complexity not too proud of that push, as FaZe will manage to take down 3 players, as Royal 2 will stay alive at the back of the blue silo here. Will get the trade, surprise, surprise. Another player who is just so good at getting trades in situations that you feel like you shouldn't. And at 14-7,
yeah, I mean,
doubling up at the moment here.
That is something I'm definitely glad to have, though.
Happen, and might have just created a little bit of an opening here, but Snakebite does have that shot and still has 3 shots to play with.
Esport somehow just outside the blast radius of that grenade, somehow stays alive from Tower 1, ekes another kill out. As you say, 15-9 now. Snakebite with the very, very dangerous boomstick in hand. We'll see what he can do with the shock. All 8 players alive on the map, waiting for the push.
One thing I love about how FaZe play this game type, when they have the shock rifle, they know that Complexity have to push to get information, right? And that means they're going to peek. And if you peek, in the words of Wes Price, usually these FaZe players will teach. 16-10 is the score, but the pressure is starting to come in, and Complexity doing a really good job of just jiggle peeking around a few angles there, making sure that they weren't going to be easy kills. And now the collapse is starting to come in, but Royal 2 and Renegade picks up the kills, which kind of throw the timing of this flank off for Ryan Noob. He's not able to get there to collapse on that damage.
In addition to that, nice little burn of the shock as well, coming in from Snakebite to burn that last shot. As a result here, 22-11, all eyes on bottom middle.
Camo coming up again, like you say. And Frosty, with the kills going in the favor of FaZe, just in the build-up to this little passage of play.
Knowing that one IW map by the Octane camo fumble,
wander in as well with that camo, and
I don't even know what we're talking about.
Now is the opportunity to make the play and be dynamic. Here is one. Snakebite picks up another. Ryan Noob sees the camo and decides, I do not.
Are you talking about the one on the bridge map where you can fall into the water? Or are you talking about the one on the lava map? Or the fire map?
However, he might get
You're talking about the one on Retaliation? That's the one with the wall run. You can fall off the map into the water and shit.
They're up by 11.
And now they can just wait to play around the next one if they want to. This kill lead is so advantageous for them. It's such a strong position on the map, and especially with Renegade just holding down this shot.
I think I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
That FaZe have a lot of freedom
in the
to play.
graveyard.
Can't quite connect with the headshot there. Even though the body shot was good, FaZe weren't in a position to actually clean that up, and Frosty now finds himself as last player alive, and Descendant wants him dead.
That was a pretty good map, if I remember.
Nice job from Descendant, and somehow
and he's out.
Both grapples to get in and get out. Very well done. However, it's a long road for Complexity. They still trail by 10.
However, starting to make this comeback. Frosty's going to be challenging. And these are the kind of moments where you need to hit the big shot. It has to be a headshot. You cannot let Frosty get away with this kill, because otherwise that's going to happen. It turns into 2. And Descendant.
Yeah, maps might have been the best thing about that game, honestly.
Just take control over again.
It does.
Or the one map that was like the baseball stadium was so fire, dude. That might, like, that map might deadass be fucking top 10. It might be top 5.
It's a trade, but I think it's actually a team kill based on the numbers. No, excuse me. Frosty does spawn. He does fly out along, and they will get that kill as well. So now FaZe in a very, very comfortable position where they can just continue to trade.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was going to say. I think they've done the heavy lifting in this game to establish this lead, and now it's difficult enough to go 1-for-1 with FaZe when the score is tight, right? When they're just in a position where they know they need to trade the game out, they're going to double up, they're going to make sure that no kill gets away without being traded out.
Yeah, throwback was fire, bro.
Going to be exchanged between the players. A few sticks, I'm sure, will come in from FaZe, because they know they don't have to make too many plays now. It's up to Complexity to get them 3 dead, to get them 4 dead, and when Renegade's already picked up the next power-up in this camo, it's going to become a tougher and tougher task to do.
Yeah, this is a terrifying cushion here. Might even pick up another one. He does. Another double kill.
Renegade's just eating ass.
39-27. And to be honest,
He's just slapping. He's just slapping the shit out of them.
Running back Hydro kills everything that happened to pass through that zone. Now they're up 41-28.
We didn't have a listen in for that little bit there around back silo with Renegade, but I can tell you exactly what the side of Complexity would have been saying. It's Renegade's back silo, back blue. Okay,
Still
Renegade's still there.
Still back.
I'm looking for Renegade. Renegade's still there, everyone. See you on respawn. Renegade managed to pick up 3 there with the camo. It's exactly what you want to be doing. And now with that grapple, one thing I love about Renegade is he plays off damage so quickly with it. And if there's no damage, well, he'll 5 you.
This one looks a little bit too easy for them. Game number 1 was a lot closer if you're just joining us here. Now a 13-kill lead for FaZe in this game number 2. Let's not forget, as we said, the last time these two teams met each other in Arlington, it was a 3-0. FaZe is looking to set up the series in a similar way.
5 to go. Royal 2 is going to be able to lock down all of the pipes with this shock rifle as well. This is fresh off the rack, so a lot of ammo to play with.
Yeah, it was fucking Malice at the Palace back blue there, bro.
Within 4 kills now of closing things out. Spartan gets his ankles clipped.
Meta World Peace in there swanging.
Rhino, though, might not suffer the same fate here.
Good awareness here from Royal 2. The comms coming in from FaZe, knowing that that E1 spawn was going to come in as well. 3 to go now, 47-34.
Frosty goes in to get the 48th kill on the board here now. It's just 2 more. Camo's coming up as well, but you feel like that's going to be somewhat of an irrelevance and maybe just a distraction that FaZe need to close this out, because Complexity know that they can't let it go into the hand of FaZe. Last kill is going to be going over to the hands of Snakebite, as Royal 2 doesn't even have to engage after picking up that camo. FaZe is going to be 2 up in the series, and that was a dominant performance.
Very, very dominant. To be honest, it really changes the conversation in this series, because coming off of game number 1, I think everyone was really impressed with what we saw from Complexity. I think Complexity players and fans themselves.
Yo, Ease, have you been watching already this morning?
Thought, okay, our team
or did you just check in?
And great series hopes. That game number 2 changes the conversation a bit. FaZe is now looking to make very quick work of their opponents if they can.
Yeah, that was a very, very impressive performance, and certainly an impressive, I would say, first third of the game for FaZe. That's where that kill lead was established. It was almost off the rip, right? It's that constant roll. If you're going to write down the perfect way to play a Slayer, it's get the initial power up, win that.
What do we
fight
think
off
about
the
the
back
stage
of
and
it,
the setup and all that?
Then put them to use, and that's exactly what they did. You can see it here, just at the start of the game, right? Even before we had that restart, is they got the first camo.
I don't mind it.
They didn't get traded out. Then they get the shock, and then
I wonder how the crowd setup is. Like, I wonder.
Never really looked like it was getting out of hand. And
I wonder how the crowd setup actually is. Like, if you're sitting in the crowd.
Doing at the back here. He's just a
like I don't know. That might be ass.
It's so tough. As we said, it's one thing to play against Renegade. It's another to play against Renegade with camo.
I was just saying, like, I don't mind setups like this. I don't mind the sort of local land shit talking setup where they just have both the teams sitting right across from each other.
We've seen some fast ones, and FaZe is thinking, might be time for dinner.
Well, hopefully they get.
Oh, I was more just commenting on the fact that, like, it's kind of just like a smaller stage, and they're not even really on a stage. They're just kind of in the middle of like a ballroom, as opposed to like up on a giant stage with like a bunch of crowd seating. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're in a ballroom as opposed to like a stadium setup.
But like you said, quite rightly, if that goes the other way, if FaZe get everything off the rip, it's not just one cap you've got to start to worry about with a team that's that efficient. It could become 2.
Really could. CTF versus Complexity in Arlington. Let's take a look here at some numbers. KD across the board. Royal 2.
No, yeah, and that is another thing. Like, it's entirely possible on like Saturday and Sunday the main stage might look different, or they might even be playing on an entirely different stage. That's happened at some events.
Some ink on display as well.
But
flavor to that. Maybe that's the new.
I don't know. The reason I bring that up is because, like, I feel like people see a setup like this or like a venue like this, and like the instant reaction from a lot of like Twitch chat is like, oh, like, it's what a shit venue, and like, oh, it's so small, and like all this shit.
Even more, I'd say, ridiculous.
Like, I don't know.
Put it in the context of when we were looking at this.
I always enjoy events like this. We just had an event like this in Orlando. You remember like the Vegas events in Halo 5 that were always in like the theater setups.
Kills per minute, 4.5 for Royal 2, 3 kills per minute for Frosty. It just means they're constantly engaging.
They just kind of sitting right there, right across from each other, bro. There's a lot of shit talking. There's a lot more yelling than usual.
Per minute. It means you're not just winning your 1v1s. It's what you do off the back of it. What you react to first from the communication coming in from your teammates, and that shows a well-oiled machine.
And really, also, how important is that on a
But I mean, they're just kind of like down in the shit, bro.
You need to always be thinking
teams are sitting right next to each other.
on this.
Crowd
game
is just
type.
right
we
there.
Talk about kills per minute. It could never be more important. Guess what? When you get a kill on Sword, congratulations. Now you need to push Courtyard. You got a kill there, awesome. You better lift, and there's more kills to be
Fantastic,
done. Right?
wonderful.
Yeah, exactly.
Truly
We're
super.
so happy you're
I like
here.
the
Make
setup.
sure you
That's
get a
all
few
I'm
kills
thinking.
on the flag while you're here, and as you start to run the flag, you're going to need to do that twice more, by the way. So these teams and these players need to be thinking one step ahead every single time, if not 2 or 3 steps ahead, as they look to run these flags. And as you saw by the numbers, FaZe is a team that is going to be well equipped.
What are you talking about, Ease?
It's going to be a lot of fun as well. We've seen some real highlight clips. From
Yeah,
a
that's
lot of
kind of what I'm
this
getting
late
at,
stage when
Kenny.
It comes to create those openings with the sniper rifle in and around Sword or whatever.
Especially,
it might
I think
be.
I saw
Yeah,
some
a
pros
little bit of
tweeting
space
yesterday.
on
They were
the
like,
map
"What the
that
fuck
you
is
need.
this?"
I think one thing that we've seen on Imperium CTF is with the movement and the difference in movement with the G slides being able to get across the map very quickly. It's no longer just a long haul green dominated run. You can run it across the plat to green. You can get under bridge if you hit that G slide very, very quickly. And you can get across the map. The reason it was run traditionally down green and long is because it was the quickest route to go, right? But instead now with the G slides and the ability to move so quickly, you can get across the snipe side very, very quickly. And if you've got someone in Sword who's good enough to kill those spawners in the courtyard, it's a free run.
It really is, and I think you bring up a great point, because due to the speed of Halo Infinite, you can make decisions that Halo 3 and even Reach would have never afforded you, right, in terms of this game type. You can instead hit the right slides, hit the right movement, where you can get back over to plat, get back over to green, and start to kill people spawning in the walls, people spawning on the first BR. As you say, you can get a little more creative if you can hit the movement tech that you need to in order to get the kills
F1 car
across
is
the map.
cool.
So it's going to be a real treat here, of course, because we have some Halo 3 veterans on the stage. You think of players like Ryan Noob and Spartan, right, going up against these FaZe players, of course, veterans across the board. Be exciting to see what this map and game type brings us here.
And you see that beautiful F1 car behind us as well. You can see adorned with some of the team logos that we have here at the London Major as well. Shout out to Quadrant, of course, for looking after us so beautifully so far this weekend. But enough of the niceties. It's time to throw some hands again, Andy. We're going back into the series now. CTF is going to be your game type. Capture that flag. 3 to win here on Imperium.
Oh, hang on, I'll be right back.
To get into this, as we said, a legendary game type with a very, very long history, of course. First played all the way back from the debut of Halo 3 in 2008, and now somehow we still get to see this game type played in all its glory, of course, in Halo Infinite's suite of game types. A little bit of different geometry, as you just saw that overshield. You see that repulse under bridge as well, and we'll see which team can do it. The question is, can FaZe close it out here, or will Complexity keep the series alive?
If you're wondering why I'm laughing, the last thing you want to happen if you go down 2 in a series against FaZe is to get blamed immediately by Royal 2, because it's just like the deepest breath you can imagine. You're just like, Matt's hitting shots. And there it is. Renegade now gets that first overshield off the back of it. Descendant's trying to do what he can to just stay alive, but Royal 2, I love the point of view of Renegade right now, but Royal 2 ain't missing. And he misses. My bad.
Hadn't missed up until that point. Descendant actually manages to body the overshield off the Renegade, which was a big deal to keep things alive, but Royal 2 now sniping from low.
Sorry everyone, by the way, he hasn't hit a shot since we've gone over to him, but I can promise his POV probably looked pretty good from the shots that he was hitting.
Before that, you can imagine. Everyone just kind of imagine what it might have looked like before then.
0 for 3.
Sorry, Mark.
Well, Renegade's got a sniper rifle as well. Maybe I should never question. Yeah, never question the Observer again as he goes on a killing spree that we missed thanks to me as well. Royal 2 misses yet another shot.
As Royal 2 now just decide to rotate. He has 1 shot left, Mark. We'll see what he can do. Maybe?
I'm going to lock back in here. Let's pretend nothing ever happened. Anyway, FaZe at the moment 2 dead, so Royal 2 is having to play a little bit slow on the green box at the moment. Like you say, only has the 1 bullet to work with, but
optimistic.
How we started the game.
Well, that was your only opportunity this weekend to decide which POV we are watching. Finally, Royal 2 gets another one here. And he's going to stay alive at Sword. Ooh, Descendant, though, is going to pop right back in there with the Bulldog. He'll pick that one up. So that will keep numbers at 2-2. Let's not forget, though, it was a great opening for FaZe. They had 3 dead, but they couldn't convert. And it has to be said, Descendant bodying that overshield kept their base safe at home, and we will still be tied 0-0 after 2 minutes of play.
It's interesting you say, like, keep your base safe, because what Renegade just did as the last player alive to get the kill, not be traded, but turn it into a double kill. It did exactly the same to FaZe, because it was a situation momentarily there. It was a 3v1 for Complexity when the numbers are on the map, and yeah, it might have been not 3 players chasing down Renegade all at the same time, but just allowing your teammates to get back on the map is important as Renegade wins another 1v1 there. As unfortunately for Ryan, who the Bulldog didn't quite bite as much as it needed to.
Let's see. Spartan now no damage. That was still 2 dead. This should be safe. We'll see where the pressure is going to come from. Huss is on plat. Ryan Noob on plat as well. Based on the pressure, this one should go.
One thing I do love is how they're Sherpa in this back, though. Descendant sees the overextension on the tower. Spartan gets the rockets. It's great prioritization. They will get the touch on this one to take it back home, but they also need to get the re. They do exactly that, and there is life here for Complexity.
Really good composure. Renegade is 9-4, and somehow against that, Complexity still gets the first flag in. And even though, as you said, they absolutely get ripped and blamed off the opening, it looked like it could have been a fast one. Instead, Complexity plays the next 3 minutes very, very well, picking up even more kills. I like this play from Spartan. Grab the kill, go ahead and double back. Free rocket out of Snipe as well. Gets some great comms to make sure that their Snipe stays at home. Renegade in the end wins that one, but it was good shots from Spartan. And now, after 4 minutes of play, just about, they will lead 1-0.
It was interesting, wasn't it? Because FaZe were trying to play for the Complexity sniper, and Complexity were playing for the FaZe sniper. That's why you see Ryanoob in this position now, and I think he's just going to try and waste this one out. And
Man,
this is because of how Royal 2 started the game, by the way. He doesn't want to give this weapon back. He wants to keep weapon advantages to Complexity. As Frosty now only has 2 bullets to play with, that could be the difference.
What a sound to hear as well, right? Some medieval warfare tactics. You hear someone at the top of your tower just burning all your snipe ammo one shot at a time. It's quite a psychological bit of warfare as well. 8:16 left in the game. Frosty top tower with snipe.
Waiting for some openings as well. You can see Frosty's recognizing that his teammates aren't in positions to watch his side of the map, so he's got to do it himself. Huss is going to challenge aggressively. Royal 2 did get that Complexity sniper though, so Frosty now has a little bit of a free reign to move around, but Descendant shuts it down. Now Frosty's got to be careful and watch his back.
2v2 on the map, and this is an interesting battle there. Bulldog Repulse up against the snipe, and somehow Frosty, in the end, comes out on top, also steals away both.
All right, chat, I returned.
Doing everything he can to stay alive here, picks up
and I just got something so fucking sick in the mail. I gotta show you guys as soon as this game ends.
But all of the toys are there. So
What did I miss?
Playing Firefight in Sword is different ways of opponents are coming in, and to be honest,
Complexity has a flag.
FaZe has been doing for most of the game. Feels like playing Firefight in Sword, looking to lock down that part of the map. They still trail here, 1-0.
Running with the double kill on the feed means that Frosty's going to have to just try and pressure and maybe retreat back to his side. And it's understandable why there is this battle for Sword, right? The Bulldog is such an easy kill in and around this area, and if you have a secondary like that sniper rifle, you open up so much of your opponent's side of the map. That's why you're seeing it being fought tooth and nail over at the moment for both of these teams.
Is that sarcasm, or did he actually shoot the sickest rocket?
Given here by Descendant for the push, because he knows Frosty has that Bulldog in his hand, and they also know the overshield's coming up. So Royal 2 is going to grab that one. This is an opportunity as Complexity find themselves 3 dead. FaZe have the goodies to work with.
As we said, FaZe always playing the full game clock. 6:44. Oh boy, that's a prayer of a rocket. Neither one.
That first rocket was not the best rocket.
That would have been something else. In the end, what looked like it was going to be a momentary piece of a FaZe advantage.
But Sparty really shot a sick-ass rocket?
Shots. You saw that Royal 2 had that overshield. He's trying to get into Sword. Descendant stays alive in Sword, and even when he went under bridge, the spawners took that overshield off. Regardless, though, despite being 2 dead earlier, Frosty's going to start a run.
Yeah, Frosty's starting this run because he knows he's the only player on the Complexity side of the map. His teammates are kind of being farmed a little bit on his side, so
I'm sure I'll see it in the replays.
An opportunity to maybe work with Snakebite, who's going to overextend, just to force this flag back and maybe force Complexity to turn around and make some decisions.
Ooh, did not know someone was long haul. The flag, though, will stay. 2v2 on the map.
Well, it's 2 dead at the moment, and you can see FaZe, they're trying to push up on the high
Then
side.
that would have been sick.
Touch on the other side of the map, though, Complexity are thinking about playing for that sniper rifle to try and shut it down. Now, can anyone get a touch? The answer is no, but Frosty did enough by just getting that flag out to force Complexity to make a decision. They couldn't all in on a FaZe flag themselves. They had to make sure that one went
Did he
home.
blink as he was shooting?
I was watching Snipe 1, however, he will rotate.
Bro, Renegade did one of them hard-ass blinks like his eyes were dry as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're trying to when your shit be hurting.
Just before you get in.
He did one of those.
That would have gone a little bit further if that battle in long haul was delayed.
Whoa. I think he might have thrown it back on, yeah.
Spartan grabs the snipe before it falls off.
He looked back towards the map and he threw it back on.
In the hands of Complexity on the push.
It also means that it could be 2 headshots because 2 players are coming off of spawn now. And if he can line up these shots,
I mean, shit, you ain't got to tell me twiceies.
Make sure that
shit.
That's not going to be the case.
Hitting the Benjamin. Oh wait, where is it?
His side of the map, almost by himself, and now he's looking to line one up on Ryanoob, but Ryanoob is of all
greatest player in Halo history, Ryan hiding, bro. What a fucking hater.
For the OV, but Says I'll take someone else down.
All right, I'm in the fine part.
Been there way too many times before. Sparty is 1 hit on the cuts. We'll see if Frosty can claim this one up. Should be able to do so. It's a good battle though. coming out of Spartan to make sure that Frosty, the flag runner, is no shields, but not enough, as the flag carrier will have his shields returned. Now a second chance at this.
See, that's the difference between me and Ryan, bro. I'm jumping out for that. I'm challenging that shit.
Three dead there. Yep. Snakebite is now the last alive on their side of the map. Royal 2's trying to support from in and around the sword himself, but Snakebite's just trying to buy time.
I'm chowing out for that, bro, because either I'm going down swinging, or I'm winning a piv and you ain't getting your fucking clip.
He gets the rockets and shuts it down.
Look
you know what I'm saying?
Counter. That's the second time we've seen a phase overshield grab that for a moment looked like it was going to be pretty promising. Second time in a row, it's shut down. 3 dead though for Complexity. Descendant is your first player alive. He's dead as well.
My secret, Cap. I always chow.
On rotation here. What can they do?
So what do we think about this DMR? I can't figure out if I like it or not. Flatline looking ass shit.
Hoping for a squad spawn where they could take advantage, flood in, but
oh, he hit the wiggles on his ass.
Those hips did things that are illegal in many places.
Wow. My God,
he said those hips don't lie, brother.
Spartan stays alive back tower. Huss hits shots he should never hit against Frosty on the first BR. And just like that, Complexity will stay in the lead. 3:30 left on the clock.
It was interesting. I think the FaZe were trying to squad spawn him, but they just got splits and they weren't able to capitalize on it. And Complexity won those important 1v1s.
Bro, speaking of the Shakira Spartan, bro, that's the whole reason I ran the female model in Reach.
And tries to force.
She was curvy, bro. Them hips did things.
But again, they hold, and now they've got to be careful here because FaZe are all trapped inside of their flag.
3 dead momentarily. Descendant fighting from short. I like this, though. He's playing it very kind of conservative, right? No need to take extra damage. You've got 3 minutes left of potential kind of mid-map play or defense to win this game and keep the series alive. Also, Bulldog still in hand as well. It barks, and it bites. He'll pick up another one here. 2 dead for FaZe.
Frosty trying to clean that up. Should be able to. That grenade should do the work, but no, it doesn't quite get the kill. But Renegade is the player to watch as far as the flag moving, as Frosty can't quite.
I don't know, bro. We should be asking the important questions, like, why was the Reach Spartan so bad?
With that sniper rifle in their hand so far, that creates those openings that you need.
Bodies, I believe, Renegade, your flag runner. However, the flag was grabbed quick. Let's see if there's 2 players over there. All 8 players alive as the flag gets pulled. Kills will be traded out 2v2 on the map.
Flag should be dead hit. Us is going to be able to secure it and send it back home. You can see it is on the needles on the picture-in-picture, but I think for Complexity, they're thinking right now, keep the sniper rifle in the hands of Ryan, but think about this next set of power-up and power weapons. Rockets are coming up in just under 10 seconds. Overshield as well. If you win that with 2 minutes left on the game clock, you control this game.
Been a really interesting layout to this entire game. Here comes the FaZe push. Rockets in hand as well, 2 for Snakebite.
Something just hit my window. That shit was loud as hell.
3 dead. Ryan Noob's your only player alive.
And Snakebite does not need to be asked to go forward. Flies in already to the flag, but gets spotted out with those rockets. Now he needs a little bit of support, but FaZe are very heavy at the moment on the sword side, so running this flag's not going to be easy to do. He needs to do a lot of work with these rockets.
Needs to stay alive. No, Descendant does not trade out. Instead, he picks up the kill. Huge credit to Huss
good,
fighting
but this
from the walls to make sure that he brought Snakebite to low shields there, to flashing shields.
Right, it was like a, I don't know, it was like a bug or a bird or, I don't know, like a branch or something just hit the side of my window.
Because time is now the enemy.
What the fuck?
Here for FaZe. 1 minute 15 left on that clock. Like you say, both players from FaZe do fall, but Renegade's trying to make a play. If he can get this kill onto Ryan, then maybe he has an opportunity to get that flag boom in, but no, it's going to be another important kind of sneaky intelligence battle that gets won this time by Ryan.
I was going to say, you put Ryan Noob at Snipe 1, it's going to be a squirrely battle, and as soon as I saw that third-person camera, and I said, I take Ryan Noob in this battle every time. He's going to crouch behind a corner and catch Renegade off guard. That's exactly what he does. Right now, FaZe has been outslaying 74-68. However, Complexity still leading 1-0 with 45 seconds left.
I mean, the worry for me here for FaZe is they couldn't get it done with the overshield and the rockets, right? And now you're finding you've got to go through Complexity without the power-ups, and they are struggling to do so. Big
Great Spartan Hill history, Ryan Noob.
From Ryan Noob on the sword side.
I've always said it.
Down Frosty, and you have to say for FaZe, it's now or never.
Just like that, Complexity
Descendant's
has
yelling.
now come back from a 10-kill deficit with a huge swing of kills. 24 seconds
I'm hitting
left.
bans in the chat. I'm piving.
Ryan Noob is just putting shots onto respawners, and that means every single shot that goes in is another second. You're going to have to wait for those shields. FaZe,
that's such an
their
obnoxious
late
death.
game is pretty damn impressive, but it's going to have to be perfect now. The question is, can they get across the map? 9
I'm dying
seconds
there. I'm
to
tight.
touch that
4 dead, 4
flag.
dead.
Complexity are 4 dead.
Oh my God.
The flag is moving.
We
Oh,
talked about
actually,
the
no, it's
perfect
not.
timing from this team. They are a 9th inning team, and they're looking to do it
I'd like
here.
to imagine
Right chart is
Sparty
active.
and Ryan
3
meet
players
each
on
other
the
in
flag.
Discord or TeamSpeak.
Overshield has just been picked up though. You can
Yeah,
see
they're
that
literally
they
just
pretty much
co-workers.
all complexity
Oh my
moving,
God.
and now the squad floods through to try and send that flag.
Yeah, they're
back
literally
up.
just
Versus
co-workers, bro.
Renegade.
They do
Renegade will
not
win
fuck
it,
with each
but
other.
The second player and the third
Ah.
player are too much.
Wow.
FaZe will fall.
That'd be funny.
Complexity will win
I'm not gonna
CTF
lie,
Imperium by
it's
just
so
1
weird to see
point.
them teaming
What
again.
game. Undoubtedly the best game of the
Huh.
series so far, as we saw just things
Okay,
down
but
to the wire
I was gonna show you
the
guys
entire
this.
game.
I just got
One
this
thing I'm
in the mail.
excited
This is
about
cool as
the
fuck.
entire game, Mark, we haven't even had a breath to be able to do so. However, in the end, it's FaZe
I'm gonna
outplayed 81 to
not full
78,
screen it
but if we were to look
in case
at
it goes to the
possession
replay,
numbers,
because I
back
did want to see the
possession,
replay.
right? Yes, that's
But
only a 3-kill slaying difference overall, but how much of that game was played in the complexity base?
I'm trying not
It
to fuck
felt
this
like
up.
we never
Let's
saw,
watch the
except
replays
for
real
the
quick,
one flag,
and then
but
I'll show
we
you guys.
never saw complexity in their opponent's base. We barely even saw them holding their sword or never their green. It's pretty wild and very rare to see a game like that that only ends 1-0, where a team is outslated just by 3, yet the flag was all,
I'm gonna assume that was the
entire
Rocket, too.
game of flag was completely on the other team's base.
Yeah, I just feel like
We
FaZe were
just
like
saw a minute ago.
overloading one side of the map, but never the long haul side. The one that stands out to me is this play
Okay.
around the first BR here with the rockets in the hands of Snakebite, right? It's like, okay, you expect someone to be moving through the pit, moving through long haul to help.
Okay. Yo, check this shit out. So, everybody is always giving me shit about it looks like a social studies classroom in this bitch. So, I had a bunch of, I did not know what to do on the walls in terms of artwork and stuff. I'm gonna try to show you guys this without like fucking everything up. So I had 6 20 by 30 posters made of some of the best shots from our Halo events last year. I don't know if you can see that one, but that's the one from our outro. That's me and SJ. But I have a bunch of these fire-ass pictures from all the different events last year turned into the posters. Let me see if I can grab this without fucking these up, because I don't have the frames yet, so I don't want to like... I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, but I don't want to fuck these up. So then... Here, can y'all see that shit? That's actually, you can't really tell, but that's me dapping up Cole. We had Cole coaching for that event. This is Fort Worth, I think. Yeah, bunch of pictures like that from all the different lands and stuff. And so, like I said, I've got 6 of these. So I'm gonna go pick up some frames for these, and the whole background is gonna be like a Halo thing. So I'll have all these posters. I'll probably have a thing with my event passes. I'll probably have like a jersey or 2 hung up, and we'll have like a whole just like dope ass wall like Halo shit for our background. I think that'll be pretty cool.
From the FaZe side saying we have to run this now. However, they were not able to
Yeah.
get the time.
What do we think? What's the out of 10?
On the board, they are back to life and only 1 game away from time.
Fire
And let me tell you, the next
or
game is
what?
live by Oddball, and Oddball in general not been a happy hunting ground for FaZe in recent tournaments and recent times. We know it's one that they can slip up from time to time. They can do a little bit too much. So Complexity are going to be more than aware of that themselves, and they're probably thinking, hey, we get round 1 on the board here. The pressure is all onto FaZe. We could be looking at game 5.
That's exactly it. See what they can do here.
10 out of 10? Hell yeah.
Certainly heated up.
Hell yeah.
Start things off.
What's up, Dying Prodigy?
They trail now only by 1 game.
Finally graduating high school, bro. Yeah, I finally don't need these to study anymore. So I can get rid of them and put some like actual things on the wall. Holy shit, I'm dropping shit.
Oh, this is going to be an opportunity now where they have so much confidence.
All right.
Don't have to worry about that objective too
Let me
much.
set this over here before I fuck anything else up.
Then FaZe are going to start to feel a little bit more nervous than they were. However, Royal 2's going to get that first camo. You can see Renegade has the snipe off the rip as well.
They're gonna wait. They're gonna drop.
Okay.
They're gonna shoot together here.
Yeah. I ordered those a little less than a week ago, but I was very, very excited about that, and I wanted to show you guys. I'll have to do an update I'll have to do an update whenever I actually get all the stuff set up.
However, he's got to worry about what happened to Royal 2 because his
Brother's
teammates
beaming.
not only he's gonna be taken
Sorry, let me turn this back up.
clean up the damage, and now he finds himself a snipe.
Yeah, nicely
Let's
done there.
lock
Maybe could've
in.
kept one more
Chillin'
kill
watching
on the board,
HCS?
but
Well, hell yeah.
better together at back tower. However, the
Hope
more
you've been
important
enjoying the
thing is
matches
that
so far, brother.
that camo
Appreciate you
and
chilling
now
watching with us.
shots left in the snipe as well.
Finally finished AP
So far,
US
making them
history.
count
Bro, what makes you think I
damage.
was in AP
Most
US
importantly
history?
for FaZe, they're up 28-0 here.
Senna could be challenging.
What makes you think I was
Now
taking
he can challenge a
AP
little bit more,
classes?
'cause elsewhere on the map, his teammates have won that fight, and that's gonna be
Oh,
FaZe
and
finding
Ryanoob
themselves
is
fourth there.
yelling.
Really strong push there from Complexity. And it's their
No, you know what actually
opportunity now
happened
to
when I was in high
answer
school
back. 28
is
points early for FaZe here.
I got
That's
put
the
in
early
all the AP
psychological
classes at
advantage,
first
but how strong
because I was smart,
Complex EP.
Look at the wrap here
but
from
I
Ryan. He's not
flunked
afraid
all
of
of
it.
them
Everyone's thinking the same thing.
because
He's
I was
not afraid
lazy.
to wrap around and just absolutely start ripping the opponents apart. It's 3 dead again. Royal 2 is your last player alive. They're going to make sure that Royal 2 does not force the play ball.
Ryanoob is finding all sorts of ledges to mantle on him.
So technically, I did
For the
take
Exodus
some
one, top
AP
tower as well.
classes,
Did he get the contact?
and I
Got
flunked.
some.
I
Senna's gonna be
flunked
there
them
to
very
finish off
fast.
that fight. Now, you're gonna see
I
Complexity
took
with that push with
a
the 4 dead. They're gonna go into a lead here, so
like
a
English
great
lit
little bit of
class
early
my junior
resilience,
year.
mental fortitude shown
I
here by
took
Complexity in this first round to take back control.
We hope you've all
I think it was my
enjoyed
junior year
Ryan's
as well,
scenic
but it was
tour around
like-
the map. He's shown you every single corner of this map with perfectly timed spawn rotations.
Oh, it
You
was
can
like
tell by the
calculus
way
or something.
that he
I don't know.
engaged coming through green, that he's able to really
But I
catch FaZe off guard. They were not
literally
expecting
could not have
to
been more
push.
unlocked,
Nice
bro.
pulse here from Spartan, though. Not only plays the ball, but keeps himself alive.
Barely went to high school when I was in and out
Was 2
nonstop.
dead
Yeah,
almost
same.
against Frosty. Frosty, though, wise to that one. However, as you
My
say, it's
attendance was pretty
uncontested
spotty, especially the last couple of years.
Complexity.
Start talking about Ryanoob.
Plus, bro, the last couple of years, like especially my senior year, bro, my senior year was bad. I didn't give a fuck.
Definitely
Plus,
moving toward
my senior year is when I started going to Halo tournaments. I was like traveling a bunch and doing a bunch of bullshit. And
Tower here to see if nobody's going to be flanking. As FaZe do have momentary control of the off-ball again. A little bit transitional the setup, but it's enough to get them back into that lead. But Snakebite last alive. With a sniper
yeah, that's
coming
when I
up top
remember the
middle.
most people
Descendant
talking about is.
cutting off the rotate as well for the play ball. It's a perfect setup here in Spartan. They line them up and knock them down.
Poor dead Spartan knows they're spawning green. He's going to wrap all the way back, and it's really
Yeah,
good
same, but I
movement,
had
really good
senioritis
closure
for
and
like
angle
all of high
that are
school,
coming
dude.
in from Complexity in this round. They now lead by over 10.
Opportunity to hit this shot, can't quite connect though.
Like growing up, I was always like a nerd, like the smart
Got it all
kid,
the way back
like
to the tower and
getting
into a
good
position
grades,
for
all
an
that shit.
easy play ball.
And then once I got to
Shouldn't
high
be
school,
needed. It will be. They
I
do play that ball off the
like
back.
a switch flipped, and all of a sudden I
66,
just could not have
20
given less of a
advantage
shit
now,
about school.
and FaZe under a little bit of pressure here.
Ryanoob was a priority kill. They did
I had
very
always
well to
been
make sure
I had
they
always
take
been
down
like a
Ryanoob
huge
before
gamer,
they
but
did grab
like
that ball.
that's when I
Stayed
really got
alive
into like
there on
competitive
scoreboard.
gaming
Key door, that could have
and
been a
shit.
real pain in their backside here. Snakebite stays alive.
And like I don't know, that was
Everything
just
you can do against scoreboard and
that
players
became
because
my
3 dead,
interest.
though. Royal 2 is your last player alive on sandbags.
Royal 2 kind of evens things up. It's a 1v1 now. Huss versus Royal 2.
And it still is.
And Huss is going to
still largely doing a lot of the same things. Have a lot of the same interests.
Repulse is going to be picked up as well, too, to
Which
play
I guess
with
just
here
means
for
I
Royal
kind of
2.
settled
That's
into
why
my
you see it
thing.
getting a little bit aggressive because he knows if anyone tries to melee, if anyone tries to cause problems, he's
Yo, that
gonna
was
escape
rogue as
through.
shit.
Ryanoob, he knows his angles.
Yeah, really good angle there. Renegade is your last player alive. They know they need to push out. Renegade trying to
Only
get
reason
some
I went
sort
to
of
school
play
was
ball
to talk to a
going here.
girl. I
However,
never
the
asked
pressure
her
is
out.
very good from Ryan coming in. He had a little bit of help as well with those grenades, and he's going to try to stay alive on the dummy cut push.
Respawn's coming in from FaZe
Fucked.
back tower. They're trying to flood through here. A lot of damage being done by Frosty. The question is, will it be cleaned up?
That's
Will
why you gotta
those
just shoot the shot, bro.
bits of
You miss
damage from
100% of the
grenade
shots
be
you don't
enough
take.
to turn them into kills? And the answer is yes, momentarily.
But also,
Complexity, they're making
maybe
it
that was an
so
important
scrappy.
learning situation. See,
Snakebite just
I
decides, hey, we
am
need to
always
get this
have
off
always
the
been a very
Send
firm
the last player
believer.
alive
One of
wins that
my
round very nicely.
greatest
However, as you
philosophies,
said, FaZe's rotation is very nice, and
closest
just like
philosophies,
that,
I would
after
say,
the tosses conclude,
is that
they should go into a momentary lead.
Should. However, they've got to
is
get
that
that
everything happens for a
work
reason.
for it, and they will
It's
go
all
into
gonna
that
work out
lead.
eventually, man.
QT's
Even if
picked
something
up
is
by
shitty in
Renegade
the
as well,
moment,
so now he's got the
it's probably
opportunity
and
just
it's
to
nothing
push a
that
little
deep.
bit
It's
more.
not like there's
one
some
kill.
greater plan or
Doesn't get traded
where
out himself, and
it-
it gives
whatever. Like
information to his teammates that he's done damage
you're welcome to
the
believe
center
whatever
as
you
well.
want.
Now turns his attention
But
back to that off
I've always thought
FaZe
that everything
are
happens for a
closing
reason, bro.
in on a first round win here, but they're
So,
gonna be forced to play ball.
maybe you're
Force
supposed to
play
have
ball,
that
never keeps
experience
back. You have to think
so
Ness
that
probably
you
would have been
don't fuck
clear
it
in
up
that
and you
scenario.
do
Ness
shoot your shot
boxes
next
are
time.
At least worth a shot on the QT. He plays it and is not
Maybe
gonna
she wasn't
execute
the
there.
one.
Was for dead momentarily. Renegade your first spawner along
But
with
now that you
Frosty.
learned, whenever the one
Scoreboard
comes
and
along,
power up, but they're going
you will have that
taken
knowledge and that
down
confidence,
right
you know what I'm
away.
saying?
It's still 3 dead for FaZe.
Now, where are the spawns? That's the question. It looks like back tower is the answer. FaZe now trying to get get 4 players back onto
Am I
the
spitting
map,
or is it
but
just a Pine
Complexity
Park?
will
Let me
not
know.
have a better chance this game, having put FaZe on onto a staggered spawn to turn this into a round victory. 2 minutes 11 left on the game clock, but most importantly,
Only tried in school
have turned
in the
this
fall to
game
play.
in
Yeah,
their
just so
favor.
you were eligible and shit.
The fight not going to be easy here. It's a 2v1 push. Trade comes in. Descendant's going to be very happy with that. It keeps things numbers in favor of Complexity. Snakebite knows he needs to stay alive here and fight from window.
Snakebite needs to trade in this situation at least. Huss is trying to hunt him down, and Huss will win that fight. Royal 2 elsewhere gets a kill. It's 3v3 on the map, but look at where
Hey,
things
and you
are
know,
in
Kenny, I hate that
comparison
for you.
to this oddball. This
And
is the last
I don't
push.
say that to like discount it or anything, but like,
Starts to rotate play ball because the pressure was coming here from Royal 2. Wins it though. You have to think maybe he should have kept that ball in window if he's going to win 1v1s like that. 3 dead.
like I don't know.
regardless.
Like I said, I'm just a believer that everything works out in the
Maybe
end.
thinking about grabbing that oddball for these last few seconds. It's going to be 10 points until they win this first round.
All part of the
Clock is
plan.
ticking in their favor. FaZe,
Shapes you
where
into the
are
person you're gonna
Are you
be.
close enough to get this oddball out of the hands of Ryan?
That being said,
the answer is no. And
if you're having some
will
bullshit
put that
happen or
first
if you're having a
round on
rough
the board.
time,
Wow,
I'm sorry that's
remarkable
going on.
Objective management coming in from Complexity, and Spartan there just really just checking every single box. As I said, if you're going to win 1v1s like that, you could probably keep the ball in window, but I love the safety play. The fact that he
I got the
plays
little
that
picture-in-picture. I
into
think
scoreboard
my,
just in case he lost that
my
1v1.
camera's
Guess
blocking
what?
it.
His teammates all won their 1v1s.
Greatest player in Halo history, Ryan.
Like that, plays like that.
Yo,
They're going
Dying
to
Prodigy,
close
I
out
also
the
see you
round,
got the
and you
sub
have to
badge
do
back,
that.
so
By the way, Complexity for the
I didn't get
first
an
time
alert,
this
but if you
series have
resubbed,
slayed FaZe.
thank you, I see you.
46-41 in that
Much
first
love,
round.
brother.
FaZe find themselves 3 down to the rip again. Make that 4, as all 4 players will fall from FaZe, and Huss now has
Shit ain't for me.
and boy does he!
What?
Changes Frosty. Little bit of doctor work.
Oh my God.
As well, and now Royal 2, well, he's feeling brave.
He done almost hit that shit.
My word. I think broke the frame rate of the
He done
entire
almost
game.
hit that shit.
Celebration as well. Killing spree, making it
This
look
guy's
way too
going
easy. Picks up
insane.
another one, 3 dead.
What the fuck was that?
As well, and Descendant's gonna grab that oddball.
Complexity is absolutely cooking their shit now. Oh my god, I thought he was gonna hit it.
Does he have another nade? Yes, he does, to force the play back. Renegade is trying to force Huss into a situation.
Social anxiety sucks ass and people don't know how to react to it, but it's all good, kinda.
From him in this round. Absolutely unbelievable.
I feel that.
Just like that, it's 56-45
I absolutely
in the slate
feel that.
across both rounds.
Jesus, bro, motherfuckers are
Trade as
swanging.
Characteristic to see Frosty trade in that situation where a beatdown is whiffed.
Greatest player in Halo history, Huss?
Huss trying to continue his momentum. But even after the carnage at the start of this game and a little bit of the
Yeah,
micro
hope everything's
takeover,
cool, Kenny.
it's just 22
It's all
points
love,
on the
brother.
board here for Complexity. It's good, but it's not
It's all
gonna be
love over
series
here.
defining.
What a difference this series has now become in terms of the
Social
way
anxiety,
Team
gang.
Complexity bounce back. 22-0 here in this round as well. Let's get into a listening.
Most
with
relatable
Complexity
shit.
Gaming.
Are they actually gonna do the listening this time, or is it just the coach?
Us is behind ball. Yeah, there is.
It's just the coach again. We're just listening. It's just an Ashes listening. It's just an Ashes listening. No one else. When does he talk again? Ashes, call something.
Oh, good. Cam on 15. Yep, cam on 15.
Yeah, 115. There it is.
Cam on 5. Camo. Cuts. He's cuts. He is cuts.
He said, "You're fucking ass."
Camo slap, guys.
Well, you didn't really need a listening to hear that from Spartan. Just a
The listening's not even working. You can still hear him perfectly. That's actually so funny.
At this point, it looks like FaZe are on the ropes.
He just beat his ass with the ball.
If there's any pro
Yeah,
Primal,
that's actually
when
fucking hilarious.
he starts
Hang
to
on.
heat up, he's
Hey, give me just a
absolutely
second.
done it. And guess what now? The combination here, snipe and camo. Can he continue this run? Almost a fade away. Gets caught up on the bags.
Yeah, that could be a really, really important kill from Snakebite as well. Making sure that Spartan doesn't get away just over that lip with the camo and the sniper rifle. That could be the difference between trades coming in the next few moments or Spartan starting to take your team apart. 55-20 is the score. FaZe find themselves 2 dead, but again, it's a scrappy battle.
Yo, why is Complexity... Bro, Complexity got absolutely dicked on the first 2 games of the series, and then they just flipped the switch, and now they're final.
We know just how talented he is, but he has been absolutely popping off. 21-17 at the
I know, this show's actually so funny. Did anybody clip that?
Pressure on Huss to hit more shots, but not going to be able to do so.
I know, bro,
Minus
Dying
he
Prodigy,
takes
aren't you
the
excited to
ball
watch a bunch of
over.
kick-ass
Might turn
Halo
that
this
sniper
weekend?
rifle back
Isn't it going to be
over
so
as well.
fucking
Now,
great?
FaZe, what have you got in this situation? Complexity are 3
I'm so excited, man.
Last player alive is going to be spawning his teammates in and around green, and this is the opportunity to put time on that board. Royal 2 also has that sniper rifle, and it looks like FaZe are starting to find
Yeah, let's
just
go
a little
optic,
bit of forward.
right?
Again, Huss just being a nuisance.
Very good play there, as you say, from FaZe. Huss is able to get
How come you say it like that? Are you not confident they're gonna win, or
How things can change so quickly. It's just a moment of control.
does your
This is why
allegiance
FaZe
lie
is so good.
elsewhere?
If you give them one opportunity, they majority of the time will turn it into a win condition for an entire map.
Oh my god, he said the thing! Everybody took it!
And that's what they're doing right now. Complexity have got the ball back in their hands for a moment, and Royal 2, well,
Royal
he
2 just
ninja
ninjas
Spartan by the
Spartan.
looks of things. We'll have to check that one in the kill feed, but maybe that's a little momentum shift.
It definitely feels like anyone could win. I'd say like SSG.
Managed to somehow just pull off a Karma-esque
SSG is my prediction.
Great listening to those comps.
Yeah, 420 for the win
Picks
condition.
up another one, still 3 dead, but Ryan, who was your last player
SSG
alive,
definitely
not
seems
bottom
like the best, but yeah, like any of the teams in the best
Time is
three
gonna be
or
won by
the big
FaZe.
three,
Snake
excuse
Bite
me.
was trying to buy time, trying to make sure that he
Optic
was just
and
looking
FaZe
around that
obviously
corner to
still
buy the
look
time for his
final.
teammates to clean up the damage bottom mid.
You got this
And
new
from that
Complexity
now,
team,
you
you got
can
this new
see
Sentinels
FaZe
team,
go
new Native
into a
team,
lead in round number 2 here.
ITB,
I think
Quadrant,
a lot of people are thinking back to that moment, right, Spark? with Camo and Snipe.
Proton.
It's a very different universe, wherever that parallel
So many
universe
good
is.
teams, dude.
It's a very different one, we can presume here, but instead it's FaZe now leading by more than 10 points.
3 dead for Complexity again. And you wonder if the battle cry from Spartan just woke FaZe up a little bit. Maybe they were feeling a little bit half awake, a little bit half asleep, whatever side of it you want to look at. But now they certainly have got those eyes wide open. FaZe looking strong in the end here. This has been such a strong run, almost uncontested.
It really has been. Great angles here once again from Frosty. Good shots as well on Huss. One fall from each side, however, momentary advantage here for Complexity. At the moment, they stop the run, but it's 81 to 58. Really only one more FaZe hold required to tie the game in rounds.
It looks like FaZe are just valuing their lives a little bit more here. They're trying not to get dragged into that trade game. The Complexity have been playing so well. Sniper rifle did fall down bottom middle, but it looks things all no. Frosty actually finds it top middle and stays alive with it most importantly. 85 to 58. Like you say, only 15 points needed here for FaZe to close this round out and send us to a final round, but that's looking like hard work to do still.
Descendant just takes all the way to sandbags.
Yo, my bad, Dark Prodigy.
A little bit of a mess here back at house. These next kills will determine where this hold goes.
Ryan's got a QT and he's causing so many problems because they can't quite finish him. Finally, Royal 2 is gonna find the kill.
I'd be
onto
getting
Ryan.
excited and shit, you know
Boys
me.
down in house, and FaZe are just playing keep ball at the moment, keep away. As Frosty will clean up the kill onto Huss. Knowing he's got that sniper rifle, he knows he can hold down a lane. And FaZe are kind of toying with
Yeah, Kenny, I wouldn't say I really have an allegiance to any team.
This is their normal form here. 3 were dead. Ryan Noob was your last player.
I definitely, growing up,
He
was a big Optic fan, which is a large part of why Formal is my favorite player.
Huss is going to poke
But
bottom middle. Shields are going to go
I like a lot of players, I like a lot of teams.
Renegade goes in for that trade as well. Renegade.
I still definitely like
Really
Optic.
solid
Like
game at the moment, 26 and 23.
it's not like I stopped being an Optic fan and I like dislike Optic. Like I still love Optic, don't get it twisted. I'm happy when they win tournaments. But like,
just shows you kind of exactly how they're.
I used to be the kind of Optic fan in that like I would get nervous for close games and I wanted them to win every single tournament and wanted them to win in the finals 4-0 and all this shit. And nowadays, it's like I enjoy a lot of teams, I enjoy a lot of players. I enjoy watching different teams win different events and having there be like variety and stuff.
We're going to a deciding round 3.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Guess what? These two teams.
Like I said, I don't like dislike Optic or anything. I would say I just like.
After 2 rounds, this series has proved to be a fantastic one already.
I just like Halo as a sport.
To our round number 3. Next round,
I'm just a fan of the
will
game.
win the game. Of course, if it's FaZe, that will be the end of the series. If it's Complexity, we will force a game number 5.
I gotta say, in that last round, it really felt like FaZe finally found the pace. And not only of the they wanted to play, but also the pace that Complexity were trying to play. They have adjusted so well in that second round, and that's why you saw so much more control.
Wild series of events here at Top Tower. Huss was your last player alive.
I'm definitely a Dynasty enjoyer.
Enjoyer,
excuse me.
For the side of
I don't know what an enjoyer is.
Stay alive on C-Box. However,
stay alive!
Very nice nade. Let's see what
I don't know who that was.
With the camo snipe.
Oh!
Hey, that's what the man can do.
There's your answer, and this is what the difference could have been. Right?
But yeah,
Snake
it's
Bite was
like
the player who took down Spartan with
even
that
at this
camo
point,
snipe in the last
like
round. And that was
They're
what
just,
gave
I think there
FaZe
just
that
becomes a
advantage,
point
'cause
where like
this
after you
is
watch
what
for
can
so many
happen.
years that you just kind of know everybody, and like at this point also like FaZe, you would say FaZe is like Optic's most hated rival.
Boys down bottom middle. Spartan.
But like this FaZe team used to be Optic. This FaZe team won a world championship for Optic.
Rhino going to be challenging top middle as well. Does have a repulse still to
SSG, their other biggest rival, Stellar, played for Optic.
Is winning everything. Finally, Huss will slow down this run as he sits at 25 and 23 Snakebite after the end of that life. Renegade now gets that ball out back towards his teammates, and with 2 dead
So,
for
like,
Complexity here, you would expect a little bit more of a lead
Even
to
if you're like a
establish in
diehard
FaZe.
loyal
Yeah,
fan,
even
it's
though
hard to
only
like
a
dislike any of
13-point
these
lead or so
players.
on the board, those kills are big momentum boost. Snakebite is doing it all on his side of the map. Just like that, they will now start to outslay 104 to 100 overall across the game. But you gotta feel like kills like that are big momentum boosts for.
But also, I know there's a lot of people that haven't really been watching that long.
And after that run as well,
Like I know there's a lot of people that watch an Infinite that did not watch an
you would
Halo
expect
5.
more than double.
Or even
Next
before
teammate on
then.
FaZe as far as objective time as well. So we say it a lot, but he's still doing it all at this point as Huss finally breaks this tower side setup for FaZe, and it's been strong for them so far. Complexity now need to take advantage of this. Need to get the numbers back on their side, and Huss is trying to do exactly that.
It really is a great call out. I mean, how much respect can you give to Snakebite? You look across his numbers, they look great. And as you said, you look at the objective category, and it's absolutely insane. 114 points of ball time on top of the stats that you see on your screen. We'll see what Huss can do here from dummies.
You can see Huss is kind of stuck between making a decision here, right? He wants to play for that camo that's coming up, but he also wants to be in a position where he can help his teammates out. If the play does become forced,
Oh my god.
and I'm pretty sure that Snakebite had that camo, but he doesn't anymore.
No, I think Oversoul is going to be down there. We'll have to see exactly how it's going to be played. Unbelievable. We'll see if it's still going to be available. It looks like the power-up might have just fallen, so we'll keep a very close eye on that. But Huss with unbelievable timing between the drop slide and the repulse and the spike. We'll keep a very close eye on what happens at dummies from this descendant push, but back now to Nest, 31-7.
And it's the FaZe setup around the tower again that's proving successful for them, right? We've got the sniper rifle back again, and this is where the time has come from. Being able to set up on that island, up on the tower with the most impactful weapon that you have on the map just allows you to lock down so many lines, and with the talent that you have on this team in any of these players' hands, you expect to see kills pop up, but it's Huss again with a strong challenge, an aggressive challenge, and maybe that's what's needed at this point to
And,
try and
you know,
stem
that's
the
what I mean,
flames that are
is-
starting to pick up for FaZe.
Oh my, is he going to do this?
That was gross.
God.
Drop down on Royal 2, an unbelievable 1v1.
But, like, I also
against
get it,
Spartan.
like,
It's a
as a
highlight
fan of
replay,
one team,
grabs the sniper,
you're definitely allowed to be
somehow
like,
quickscopes Spartan off a C-plat and hits the
like, bro, we
no-scope.
don't fuck
Excuse
with
me,
you
the
anymore
final
because
shot
you
to
were over
not
here and now you're
get
over there.
the trade. And at a moment like
Like,
that,
I get
you
it.
felt like Complexity was about to start to bounce back. It was 3 dead for
I'm
FaZe.
just saying, like,
What a play
a large part of
from
what
Royal 2 to
shaped
keep this a 40-point lead.
like me as a
50
fan
points
and turned me
now
into
on
like
the
less
board
of
in
a
this
fan of one
final round
team
of oddball here for FaZe.
and more of like a fan of everybody
On the dummy side, but Royal
is just
2
like that
gets
fact.
yet
Like
another
everybody's
block
been
shot.
on so many teams, everybody's
Running the
bounced
next one,
around,
though, as Rhino will
everybody's
take
had
him down.
beef
He's
and
gonna be the
then
Renegade
played with
here,
each
trying to
other
be
and made
aggressive,
up
trying to push
and then
up
had
onto the
beef
net,
again and then
space.
sketched on each other and gone
the
back
oddball
and like
is still in the hands of FaZe. Complexity are
everybody's
struggling
just been in this
to
shit
get
for so many
within
years at this
striking
point
distance
that
to
like
force a play ball
I
at the
just
moment. FaZe are running
just a fan of
away with
everybody.
this.
No additional QT coming in from Renegade just yet. Does have the option to go back to Nest if he wants to here, but going to opt to hold back green.
Rotates coming towards Garage as well. Renegade going to be aggressive with the
I mean, yeah,
last
I don't think they had
try
like
and get that
serious
kill, get that
beef,
trade.
but they definitely were like
Finally,
shit talking a little bit back
it
and
looks like
forth.
FaZe will fall, and
Especially at
Complexity
the beginning
will
of
be in a
at the
position
beginning
to
of the
maybe
game, I
collect that
remember.
oddball, but it's all been about the tower setup. FaZe have looked
There was,
so good
there
that
was
they've
some
had
drama.
that sniper rifle in their hand and the oddball. It's been difficult for Complexity to deal with.
By the way, both teams now tied once again at 121
Fighting
to
words.
121 in total slays. However, the score
Yeah, like
is
the
a
Frosty
very,
the
very
Frosty Lucid
short
thing was never
phase still
anywhere
being
half as
here
serious
by
as the
50
like
points.
Ryan Noob Sparty
Renegade
thing
Royal
though.
2 get kills, and not only is that important,
And even
the
they made up,
context of
and
the game
they're
fight,
playing on the same fucking team
context
right
of
now.
getting that oddball out of the hands of
By the way,
FaZe
what's
here.
good, Versetti?
The camo is coming up
How's it
as
going,
well,
my
so
brother?
Huss is going to have a lot of work to do, and I'm not sure where that camo did go, and this time it's Frosty
I mean, yeah,
who
fair enough,
wins
he's
the 1v1 against Huss. As Royal
definitely fair
2
enough.
emerges from the battle around the power-up with the power-up itself, and even though Complexity have that ball in the back of green, you expect the kills to go in the favor of FaZe here.
Here comes the push. It's immediate
I'm gonna
play
finish
ball as
this
well.
map,
2 dead
and
for both
then
sides.
I'm
Royal
gonna
2
go
gonna
put the rest of this food in the
opt
fridge.
wisely to get the ball. Instead, he's going to look for a kill here at C.
Spotted out. Stays alive smartly though. Make sure you're making the most of this camo. One kill, one trade, not worth it in that situation as Huss.
It's good to see you, Versetti.
Complexity trying to scrap this ball out again, but I think they've recognized they need more kills before
Coming
they
in
do
with the
so.
good
It's not
vibes.
just
I like
75
that.
to 9. So Complexity has done well to bring this game
You
back
chilling,
within
bro.
reason. However,
Excited
as
to be
you said
watching
earlier,
some
there's
Halo.
still
I'm
a
looking
lot
forward to the
of work to be
weekend.
done.
It'll be a great
They
time.
forgot
Taking down Royal 2 yet.
Thought he had another nade.
Too, and I mean, they just managed to walk in, get one trade, and now there's space for the rest of FaZe to do work. Descendant will slide out as last alive.
Play ball maybe?
But even though the play ball might come in this situation, and they try and force it, Renegade has a snipe. So another snipe. That's 3 in a row now. Have gone to the hands of FaZe.
Ooh, goes for the Ninja as well. Almost gets the timing there on dummy door. A lot of pressure coming in. Somehow comes away with half shield. That's a miracle. Kills traded out 1-to-1. Most importantly, though, 1 minute remaining. We need to see some pretty long and consistent holds here, and it's 3 dead for the side of FaZe. Frosty is your last player
Sure, I
alive.
can see
As
that.
you can see, he making a cut push here, and now a 1v1 with Descendant, who needs to win this one. He does! And now this game just got a lot more interesting. We are less than 25-point gap between the two.
I was going to say, the one slight issue, even though things are looking good for Complexity, is the power weapon is
It really has been such a long time, bro.
Rifle, which means he can't be as effective on doing damage as he wants to.
Gas between events these days are criminal.
To make sure he's using that sniper rifle. But he's doing it pretty well at the moment. Royal 2 picks up one though. Renegade trying to flush him out.
Yeah, that's
Renegade wins
fire.
the 1v1. That's Ryan who cannot.
Like I said, I'm looking forward to this weekend.
With that headshot.
2v2 for just
It's
a
gonna
second.
be
Renegade with shields
great.
Up again, that's bad news for Complexity fans. 2 dead still on each side. See if this ball gets played here by Spartan. Probably going to be a safe play ball. No, he doesn't. He prepares to play ball, but he manages to hold. We are tied at 75.
Oh my god.
And Complexity will go into a
Oh my
lead.
god, and he's
Like
still
this
alive.
was all FaZe. It looked like there was no way back into this round for Complexity. But they have shown they are made of sterner stuff here with just 33 seconds. And falling
My
after
god.
that game clock, there is an opportunity for Complexity to maybe send us to game 5.
Oh boy, look at this. The first pick went to Complexity. However, now Camo in Royal 2's hands. Game in his hands. What play does he make here?
Well, one thing he can do and guarantee that he can do is get that play ball. But do FaZe want to do that? Do they want to force the ball back to bottom middle? Or do they want to pick up the kills around the ball and see if they can keep it on? Instead, they play for the kills. They get the 4 dead. The ball is reset, but FaZe have the ball back, and Complexity will have to break.
Yeah, facts. They gotta unmute each other for a second. They gotta lock
10
in.
seconds left on the game clock. 5 seconds separating the two. Here comes the push.
I don't. There's a lot of damage without Royal 2 getting shot at all. FaZe is gonna win this, bro.
But for what side is the answer? Royal 2 is trying to flank at the moment. Frosty is running away with that ball. Ryan have got the kill onto Frosty.
They do force the play ball.
Will be played bottom middle. It's a
FaZe by
2-second
2.
advantage here. And it looks like they will be
And
able to protect
GG.
that ball phase.
Wow.
They leave it late. They cut it close. But FaZe will win the series.
All y'all motherfuckers do is talk, bro.
Coming in at the end, the double spike with 3 seconds left on bottom middle to ensure any ball carrier would be eviscerated by those 2 grenades. Really well done there in the end on the side of FaZe. Out slaying in the end 146 to 141 across what has already been a historic game of live fire ball. FaZe in the end will close out the series 3-1, but you feel like that doesn't tell the full kind of story of what we just saw.
Yeah, late game composure, put it on a t-shirt, sell it because you should buy it. It's just the FaZe mantra at this point, right? They leave it late, but the late game decision making and the
Oh, is Ryan Badford shitting?
of how much time they have to make plays is so good in those moments. And
Is he going
even
apeshit?
though it was an amazing comeback in that round number 3 from
So how many
Complexity,
teams are at this
just
event?
wasn't enough. And as you look at your series score right now, you can see that FaZe, they will claim it at 3-1, but some of those games were incredibly close.
They absolutely were, and this was a series to remember, to be honest. We were excited to see what FaZe is going to bring, and I think this was really for both sides. For FaZe, I think fans on that side are going to be really optimistic about the rest of this tournament. I think Complexity, a lot to be proud of from that series, and a lot more tournament play, undoubtedly, to look forward to.
Yeah, a lot of work for Complexity to do, of course, moving forward, but like you quite rightly say, very good signs for them. Very close games outside of that game number 2, of course, which was heavily in the favor of FaZe. But Complexity, we always talk about them being a team who can go on a run, who could cause some upsets. Well, they've just shown the type of gameplay that would prove that once again. But the question still remains for them, Andy. How do they get over the hump of beating one of these big 3?
That really is the question for them, and a lot more tournament play luckily to come. I think this was really for us, not only on the first series of the main stage, but just for everyone here in the room as well. A great way to kick off this event, and just a reminder that things in Halo Infinite have really never been closer.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And you're looking at FaZe here, you're looking at the answer to the question that we were trying to make, and Are they going to look a little bit flat? Are they going to look like a championship winning team? Well, they're showing those championship winning moments in those final few games that we saw. So FaZe looking very strong, and FaZe looking like the team to beat.
They certainly are. Hello, Mark.
Hello. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
You're not Andy.
No, actually, we just evolved.
It's good to have you lot. How are you?
I'm very well.
How did you find that series? It was stressful, to say the least, to commentate.
It was stressful, but I do think just nice to see some signs of life from Complexity. Although screaming across the stage didn't quite have the desired effect, I feel like, for the series and how they meant to go on in that oddball, unfortunately, especially in that second round here. But yeah, it was a nail-biter at certain moments and aspects, and I'm excited to see what Complexity kind of do with the rest of their tournament run here. As I say goodbye to Onset and Bravo, thank you so much for that wonderful commentary here. We're looking back at some of the highlights now, and of course FaZe just really doing FaZe things. Take a little bit of time to wake up sometimes. Alarm clocks are a little late, often at some of these.
Little data have crashed. Not now, bruh.
It is the place
Not
that
now,
you want
bruh.
to see, and they always somehow get it done.
Not when we
They
need
have
you
it
more
up
than
their sleeve,
ever.
and as we say hi to Clutch and Tony back on the
What's
deck
up,
today.
THPJ?
Great
What's
series,
good,
I
brother?
think, for so many different reasons, but it
What are we
was
doing
nice
today?
to see, I think, a different page out of FaZe's book, especially in an oddball, because oddball recently for them hasn't been their strongest suit. Were you happy with what you saw from the FaZe board?
We got next.
Honestly, no. I think they should have been a little bit more efficient, but they still got the job done. Complexity was actually a very surprising
Yo, why is
feat
Clutch's
throughout the
mic
series. I think that
so
they played
much
better
quieter?
than I expected, especially against the likes of FaZe. They gave themselves a lot of opportunity in this series. They're going to be kicking themselves.
Damn,
for not being
THPJ.
able to
That
push
sucks.
it to a game 5. That all-ball game was as close as it could have been, especially after the lead that FaZe blew open.
Hey,
the
it should
door
still
with
be a
in
good
round 3.
weekend
But game
watching
1
the
was another
tournament.
winnable game for Complexity. I felt that they let slip through their hands.
But that sucks.
It was a 3-1. The score
Going to
was
events
a
in
little
person is always a
misleading
great
with
time.
The graphic there,
A
but
great time.
Complexity should have probably forced that to a
Get
game
Renegade,
5.
bro.
FaZe started a little bit slower than what I would have liked.
Yeah, they certainly did indeed, and obviously warming up as they go along.
Look at Renegade.
Yeah, 3-1 is
Most
the
kills,
final
most
score there
damage.
for folks at home. The graphic isn't quite accurate,
Second
but
best KD.
Felt
No.
like a 3-2.
it did. It almost at times definitely did feel like a 3-2. What did you pick upon,
Bro,
Tony,
if
especially
you
maybe in
went
that
with a
oddball
big
game,
suitcase
because
of
they
deodorant
started
to
to
hand
really
out for
run
free
away
at
with things
events,
in
you'd
that
actually
second
be the
round, especially at the
MVP.
beginning. There
No
seemed to
bullshit.
be a lot of power in their hands, not just the weapons, but just in terms of the control and presence on the map, but not a lot of time ticking, I think, with some of the
You
slates
would
coming forward.
you would actually be an
that was a
MVP.
really fun oddball round to watch.
It would
Really
give
fun
you a
oddball
regular
game
season
to
award for all
watch,
that.
total, but I
I'll be going to Utah. Yes, I will. I will be at Atlanta. I will be at Salt Lake City, and I will also be at Worlds. I already have my travel and accommodation booked for Salt Lake City and for Worlds.
Yeah.
I don't think I have anything booked for Atlanta yet,
But then going into game
but
2, it was a lot different.
I got a lot of homies there, and
it's
it's only like a 4-hour drive.
That ain't
So
gonna be enough in the Slayer, and if they maybe got a little bit more of that game 1 energy, maybe they come out on top and maybe we're talking something different.
Yeah, for Spartan to have the tournament that he had at Arlington with the difficulties that he was facing,
I'm
and then to
finna be
come
there.
out and play in the first game like he did, I was like, Spartan the dog is back, baby.
He's back.
29. That was everything.
Oh, yeah,
he
hang on.
must
I'm
have
gonna
needed,
go-
and if he can bring that fire
I'm gonna
power
go
to
put
Complexity,
the
he
rest
will
of this
be
food in
able
the
to
fridge real
replace
quick. I
Precision.
will be right
And they
back.
can
Give
have
me just a second,
similar
y'all.
success to what they expected with Precision. But like you said, if you looked at the stats that we were just taking a look at on the graphic, Spartan only ended up with near everybody else's kills when he blew the door wide open in game 1. That tells you that the rest of the series, he kind of started to falter. He started to fall back. We need to see a high level of consistent Spartan the dog in order for Complexity to win a series of this magnitude. I don't think we saw that, and we ended with FaZe having the better of Complexity once again because of it.
Now, one that was a nail biter was that map 1, and Tony, I know that you pointed out a kind of stemmed from the busyness stemmed from Descendant right at the end there, and how FaZe managed to kind of rip that one away from Complexity. Talk to me about that moment as we look upon the clip.
Yeah, we're taking a look here. About a minute and 53 seconds on the clock. Is it really when? Oh, actually, we're a little bit actually further back than I thought we were. But eventually, it's Descendant that gets this camouflage. We're looking at the slays here. Roll 2 up high. Couple slays go in favor of FaZe, but eventually, it's Descendant that grabs that camouflage. They hop in towards that that hill, and everything looks good right there. Bravo and Onset talked about the fact that should we have the camouflage in the hill? I was like, you know what, that's a good question. Then eventually, FaZe come out with the first 2 slays. Descendant gets out of the hill to stay alive to go up S4, plays his life really well, but then chases down like a one-shot kill towards bottom mid, and that was the issue right there with it. As soon as he chases them down bottom mid, I'm like, that's the turning point right there, because then he dies. If he stays alive, maybe he buys enough time for his teammates to come off of spawn, but the moment he died with that camouflage, the moment he missed that opportunity to get that kill, and more importantly,
all right, we have
to take
returned.
away timing from FaZe,
We have returned.
FaZe took over, the game was over.
It really is. It is very small decisions that often are the difference between winning and losing, especially the ones at the end. But I've got to say, FaZe looking fantastic. They're going to be happy with that one. Definitely things to talk about for sure to clean up on as they go forward in their pool. And of course, we were looking at Pool C there. It was FaZe versus Complexity. FaZe will go at 1-0 in their pool. They have yet to play Cloud9. And we do have some scores coming through as well from Pool D. We have ITB Esports. They managed to get the one over on Native Gaming. We were kind of talking about that one earlier.
I think they beat Native in
really,
Game
that's
5.
Exactly what we were
I think that's what I saw from Twitter.
The ITB that we saw earlier.
Yeah, it looks like ITB were able to find some momentum from that Shopify Rebellion, finished business against Native Gaming roster, a team with stacked veterans with so many accolades like we said. I said if ITB can play consistently at the level that they just did, they'll beat Native Gaming. It looks like that was the case off stream.
It certainly does indeed. I've got to say for the other pools, Pool B, we've seen already Optic, you know, we've seen what they bring to the table. They managed to go to a game 5 with Sentinels and they did edge that one away. And this is some of the replays that we actually had with ITB and Native Gaming on a different stream here. And as we're looking at this is the Slayer to send it all the way for ITB to take that series in a game 5. And gosh, from what it seems right now, it was pretty damn close.
Something about ITB, they find themselves in a lot of game 5s. They had a lot of success in those game 5s in Arlington. Already losing one today, they found themselves in another one with Native and apparently coming out on top. Well done by ITB to show some resilience and some ice that they once had in Arlington, and we know what that means. That could be in store for them. If they're beating teams like Native, even if it goes to distance, that can start the momentum to another tournament run.
It certainly can indeed. I've got to say they're looking definitely like one of the Europeans' finest currently. I think the fight that they've had already from day one is something that is so typical, and I'm really excited about their championship bracket play and how they're going to fare there, because they need to be really impressed with themselves. I think they've had, you know, they had quite an easy run in Arlington, I think, for their placement. They're probably kicking themselves at a couple of their results, and they could have gone a little bit further and maybe been tested a bit earlier on. But right now, they're going up against teams that are bringing the heat, they're bringing the fire against them, and so far they're holding their own. So really impressed with ITB, and can't wait to see what happens for them in the championship bracket as well. But coming up next, we do have Quadrant versus Sentinels. Our home team, they're going to be in this very room, on this very stage, and hopefully going to be putting on one hell of a performance for all of the fans that have come from all over the world to come and see them as well. Folks, we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we will have that one set up for you guys. We'll talk about it on the desk, and we'll see you right after this.
The HCS London Major is presented by AMD and by Streamlabs.
Badger's team just beat Bittersweet? I thought they were Bittersweet. I'm probably faded. Mild language.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of
Oh,
autonomous
dope
driving.
piece.
Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course.
Yeah, there was a little bit of RNG for your AI to like actually swear.
Anytime, anywhere. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors. But only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Welcome to the stream, where our passions rule.
And communities get hyped. We don't just create, we create a scene.
Because when we go live, it matters. It defines culture.
We're not just changing the game. We're building a whole new arena.
We demand.
Yeah, when I go live, it matters, right, guys?
That keep our creativity streaming, vibes flowing, communities growing. Because in the stream,
every view, like,
follow,
chat,
sub
counts. Streamlabs, unleash your live.
I'm just fucking around.
Well, I'm here, a blast from the past. It's been, actually has been quite a while, actually, to be fair. At least, well, I think the last time I saw you was...
Look at this man.
About, like 7-8 years ago, something like that, like back in towards the end of the Halo 5 era. But I have Buck 20 with me, and yeah, apart from matchmaking for the last like few weeks, consistently round the block on the few mats and stuff. How you been, and how's your bracket going so far?
Yeah, it's been good. I think I started playing about 5-6 weeks ago. Six weeks ago. Really good though. Good practice. We got a
sub
in JC.
Easy with the zoom in on this, brother.
Lose a bracket round 3.
You ain't gotta go that tight.
Arch rival Nemesis Baxter, old teammate, old rival. So looking forward to playing him next in lose bracket round 3.
Fun enough, you guys did team each other at one point on Power for a significant amount of time. But how do you feel that's going to go?
It's going to be a good series. I'm sure we'll be getting fairly loud. Lots of
dude, relax.
It'll be a good series. We're looking forward to play against them, and we're just going to give it all and see what we do.
So when you say loud, you mean Jack's going to shout and scream and you'll just ignore it and just crack on?
Pretty much, yeah. We'll see how it goes. We'll see what the score is like. But yeah, I think Baxter's going to be loud regardless of the score. So it'll be a good series. Should be some entertainment.
Well, you've got King of JC. He's a guy who played like 20,000 matchmaking games in Halo 3. That's one stat I'll always remember and never forget. And also, he's another guy who you've been consistently playing with the entire time. But let's be real here.
Yeah, just chill. Just sit right here. Cameraman, just chill. Just don't move. Just sit right here.
Halo 3 as well. Surely you'll be having a crack at that.
Yeah, we've got a team for Halo 3 already. So my brother's coming tomorrow, so it'll be the Buck Twins back, and then JC and also Slink, so level 50. So I think we'll have a good team. Should be fun. Hopefully we get there in time to sign up and get
Stop.
to that after today.
And final question, because I know you've got a match coming up straight away against Baxter, which is actually quite funny considering you both used to team to each other, and now like 15 years later, you're now back at it once again. How do you feel you're going to do in the Halo 3 side tournament, and is there any competition you're slightly worried about? If you are worried, obviously.
I don't know what the other rosters are at the moment, but I think there's a few decent teams playing, a few kind of pick-up teams or people that have played Halo 3 a lot. So it'll be fun. End of the day, there's probably a lot of pressure for me to do well, given I'm a Halo 3 champion, but it'll be a good laugh. We came here to have a good day and a good weekend, so I'm looking forward to it regardless of the result.
Humble as always. I'm sure Baxter won't be, but but we'll see how that goes anyway. But anyways, thanks for your time. I'll let you crack on with your match, and yeah, catch you very soon.
Yo, he probably like the man in that venue, right?
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS London Major presented by Quadrant. Of course, we're in the UK. Look at these visuals, folks, of London. What a stunning city it is. But I got to say, the fans in here are far more beautiful than that city landscape because they have been getting quite rowdy. Now we've had things on the main stage. We're hearing them cheering. I'm feeling the love in the room for all of our different teams who have come out and traveled near and far to be here. On the desk, I have Tony and Harry.
What's up, Saniza?
How did you manage to be at this, 2 places at once? That's
Was this the Bourne movies? You talking about the picture? My picture is that's Justin Hammer from Iron Man 2.
Abundance of talent.
Man of many talents.
You really are. How has it been in the open
Sam
market?
Rockwell.
How's it been feeling? How are people doing? And kind of what's the vibe?
Very busy, but very rowdy.
Is it?
The crowd has been pretty ridiculous, and it's been really good at the same time. Some incredible matches, a few game threes here and there, and honestly, it's just spectacular to watch. And if anyone's not seen the pit or anything like that, or what's been going on, honestly, check it out.
Amazing stuff. I can't wait. I'll have to go and have a little pop in later on and check it out for sure. We need to talk about the next match that's coming our way though, and of course,
who is
our
next?
home Town team, Quadrant.
Quadrant.
Quadrant
Send. This is going to be a good series.
This is going to be a nail biter, folks. This match, there is so much
I mean,
on the line already in day
Body
one
just said
of
it.
pool play, because really,
Yeah,
now,
this match should
Quadrant
be
are technically
fire.
underdogs going up against the 3rd seed in their pool, even though
Yeah.
they're the 2nd seed. So Sentinels
Yeah,
are looking
guys.
absolutely amazing currently, especially going up against Optic. They really had the fight in them, but Quadrant, they have some serious fight in themselves, and they're going to really have to dig deep to do this.
Chat, what are predictions for this
you,
one?
Tony, with what you've seen from Quadrant so far this year, do they have you convinced that they could take this series?
I think they do, absolutely. I mean, obviously.
Whoa, Tony is mad quiet.
They probably wanted to. However, I never really.
I was gonna say, turn my brother up.
And I talked about this earlier in the top of the show, where I got the chance to sit down and talk with SLG. And I love talking. He's always had such great insight.
Yeah, I think I'd probably go send 3-1 or 3-2.
The fact that when Quadrant lost Legend, a lot of people were saying, well, how are they going to replace Legend? How are they going to replace that? How do you replace one of the best players in Europe and best players in the world? And they said, well, hold on.
I'm going to go send 3-1.
We're not trying to replace Legend. We have a new team. We're trying to replace the playbook. And the way that we go about the game is not the same that when we had Legend on the roster. We're now playing to our strengths. We're now playing to our weaknesses. And I just thought, when he said that, it just really resonated with me, because I just thought for a young player to have that type of veteran mindset, it's just, it was great. It was just really great to sit down and talk with them.
I love that. And Lethal, you know, Quadrant, they've taken a little bit of time to establish themselves after so many different changes. You know, it's been really hard. Legend going, getting rid of Chick and rewriting things, so to speak. What does the journey look like for this Quadrant roster leading up to this event?
Quadrant is half French.
They're gonna really turn up here?
SLG and Seeker are both French, I think.
I wasn't convinced at all in the slightest. There was way too many errors from online and a few major mistakes, and I think they were well aware of.
And then English and Irish, I believe.
So one of the main things they had to do between the first 2 EU Cups and the last 2, because you can see the massive difference, because the first 2, they lost them both. They were quite close margins.
Yeah, bro, I found out the hard way that apparently SLG was like a fucking... He was like a Clan Wars kid or some shit. He was like a big team guy or some shit, bro. I found that shit out the hard way. Brother came at me with the Ghost and the Camo Rockets and shit. I was like, what the fuck?
See a lot more of that against Sentinels, because this is a very strong Sentinels roster.
It certainly is indeed. And speaking of Sentinels, why not move on to these guys right now? Because they're not going to be very happy with the outcome of their Optic series. They were so unbelievably close with taking that one from Optic and really causing the upset to take that #1 potential spot in their pool.
I don't know that he's
Sentinels,
lost
though,
the
Tony,
fire.
Do they hold weight for you in this series, do you think?
Because he's never necessarily been that kind of like...
They have a lot of pressure on their shoulders. They made a change.
I mean, obviously, every competitor is, but he's never been one of them.
How much weight do you think this series truly holds for them?
I don't know.
I mean, all the way to the world.
You just vibing, going through the motions, playing the game and shit.
Arlington run, but I keep saying
Well, like, I don't claim to know anything about his personal life or how he feels. But I will say he's still playing well. Yeah, he was playing well earlier.
Still starting off great. If you think about it like this,
and Sentinels, this version of Sentinels is probably the best that they've looked.
One of them being Shopify Rebellion.
I mean, since the end of last season.
Being Sentinel. They had themselves in prime position all year long, so why can't you get back on?
So yeah, I mean, I would say
spotlight is on you.
Lixtal is definitely past his prime. Like his prime years were certainly probably those Tox years.
Have a lot of respect, and the players you're joining have a lot of
However, I don't think the
How
tank's
do you feel
empty.
like
I think he's still got some more to give.
Precision he made it like as though he's at home. Honestly, he's adapted so well.
I think he's still good.
He seems ready. Precision is an outstanding
Plus, this is a great team.
Great damage dealt, great
I mean, this is a great roster.
Extremely proactive. But the funny thing is, this Precision player, I feel like he could join any top roster and just take it to the next level.
Put the trigger away for 2 seconds to do his media day. But that's okay, because when
Okay,
you're
we're
locked
back.
in, you're locked in, and they need to be. You know, I think at this point in time,
OBS
this is their
disconnected
debut
again.
LAN after, like, you know, we're going to talk about this till the cows come home, right? Arlington was not the result that they wanted. None of those guys, especially
OBS
not
disconnected
Spartan, I know
again.
that
We
that's
should be
also
good now.
weighing on his shoulders alongside Complexity there. You know, he's having to bounce back too, but so are all of those Sentinels boys as well. And the Precision having the pressure to really perform. You know, all eyes are on him. All eyes are on them. They're looking to make that run. They're also looking to kind of edge out Shopify Rebellion as well. Like, we've got 2 dark horses in the competition, and it's about trying to edge one another out. this would be a very good start. Doing this with Quadrant right now and putting a kind of stamp on things for Sentinels would be huge. And likewise with Quadrant.
No ice in 2024. That is a crazy
major.
headline.
This is their event. If they could upset right now and upset Sentinels, this would be huge. Tony, how are you feeling about the Quadrant guys, especially when we're looking at the keys to victory here? What do you see that is a must for Quadrant going forward?
You got to fix some things here. I mean, I'm seeing 1 and 3 in capture the flags. You can't have a gaping hole within your repertoire like that, especially capture the flag being such an important game type that we have here in Halo Infinite. So that's one thing that I do want to see, but also one thing that I do know is that, man, these guys, when they get hot, man, like Snipe Drone, when he's playing so consistent, and sometimes he looks like the baddest man in the EU.
Yeah.
When you look at just the way that he moves around the map, he is confident. He can outgun anybody. I love watching him. Oddball, obviously, pretty darn good. So there are some good things I'm seeing on this graphic, but that 1 and 3 in capture the flag, we got to fix that. We really do.
Yeah, it definitely needs to be fixed for sure. And honestly, for me, I think the keys to victory for Sentinels here, they're almost becoming irrelevant. I think after seeing that Optic series, for me, I look at the no ice and the only up from here, and although those are correct, I understand that, they are correct from Arlington, I just feel like we're dealing with a whole different level of roster now. I think bringing precision on, and it's nothing to do with Spawn, it's more to do about the cadence and the chemistry this team seems to have. And that's already been tested against the likes of Optic Gaming, and they performed so well. So if anything, for me, the keys to victory here, although accurate, I just think that they need to keep finding their rhythm. They need to keep pushing that experience under their belt, and I think they're probably ready for Quadrant, Harry.
They certainly are. And sorry, just to butt in, I was with the top 16 finish. It's a kick in the teeth, but it's also a kick in the backside to say, right, we need to sort our lives out here and actually get things going. The fact that they were challenging for top 4 potentially, putting Optic Gaming in that limelight where they took it so close and almost taking the series off them, that's a statement in itself. And it makes you wonder, what more can they do? There's plenty more. It's only day 1, and we've only seen a couple of indicators here and there, but they need to keep rolling here. They need to try.
Interesting that it wasn't more common than that.
Make sure they solidify that spot in the upper bracket. They start in lowers. Yes, sure, they'll be demoralized a little bit, but they'll always remember that event at Arlington with what happened, and then of course they do not want another repeat of that again.
They certainly do not, indeed. I mean, that is really quite a head turner in the wrong way, for sure. Here's the series layout for this Quadrant versus Sentinels matchup. And Tony, you know I'm coming to you, mate, always. You have the stats, you've always analyzed everything before it happens. How are you feeling about this layout for either or teams? You know, if you're looking upon this Strongholds live fire to begin, and Sentinels, they're going to be looking to really make a statement here. So if I was Quadrant, I'd be trying to win the first couple. That kind of King of the Hill recharge makes me a little bit nervous because Sentinels look pretty good on that too.
Yeah, I feel like Sentinels are definitely a really good Strongholds team, but I feel like when we're talking about Strongholds and Quadrant, how can we not talk about the fact that at one point in time, Quadrant were the greatest Strongholds team that we have ever seen? And I'm not just being like what do they call it, hyperbolic? I don't know. Oh my gosh.
But the average pro player,
I'm being real.
In all seriousness, the average pro player probably just drinks a metric fuck ton of water.
In Halo Infinite, so I will say, Quadrant,
on game days.
Game number 1.
You'll probably see some smoothies, you'll probably see some coffee, you'll probably see some like energy drinks like some Monsters and Red Bulls and stuff.
Strongholds, excuse the puns. But Lethal, they're not the same roster anymore. They're not the same team. They haven't quite got that same dynamic. They don't have Legend, they don't have Chick. There was something about them that was almost mechanical, like a machine on Strongholds, and it was so hard to go up against. I worry about that. I do feel like when you do lose a half of your team, are the same strengths here? Or are we looking at something completely different?
It is a big question mark, yes, and some people may debate whether Strongholds is still one of their best game modes. I still think it is. I think this map and this game mode in particular is one of the best starts to get out the gate strong against Sentinels as well. And you've got players like Glory, like he tweets an overkill on live fire every week, I feel like literally could have his own top 10 in 2 months. And I think this is the perfect way to start things off against Sentinels, the perfect way to at least continue into the pool play aggressively and to make sure to get to the upper bracket as well. I think that's the perfect way to start. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about for Quadrant is the
good shit, Duke.
It's a little bit more structured and less chaotic in this way to coordinate.
How's it feel, brother?
Around these kind of setups, all these
how does it feel?
Aggressive maneuvers they make. this is where Quadrant may struggle a little bit here and there, especially on the size of a map like Argyle. So I reckon this could go all the way.
Oh.
I'm going to add on there, and I'm going to say that there's no way that Quadrant beats Sentinels on CTF Argyle. With their CTF struggles, on top of the fact that Sentinels are an amazing Argyle team and it really plays toward their playstyle, I'm going to agree with you.
I'm telling
100%.
you that.
I don't think there's a way that
That feeling of finally being free, bro.
Other maps, different story.
One of the best feelings. One of the best feelings I've experienced in my life.
That's it. We're done. That's it. Did we just leak the script? We're gonna get in trouble.
That's fine.
Uh-oh, folks. If you see either of them being dragged away, you know what happened.
Oh, believe me, I understand,
yeah,
Duke.
I do see this
I
actually
fucking
being
hated
a really, really
school.
good series, and hopefully it does go the distance because we like to see the
Fucking
competition
hated it.
get fierce and get feisty. So that would be absolutely amazing. Yeah, really excited about this. Our first look, honestly, at our hometown team. I know that they have been, you know, doing things in the background and we haven't got to see them yet on the main stage, but I'm really excited about how this one's going to turn out. If you guys have predictions, who do you see taking this? Go on, Tony. Go on. Just go for it. What's your gut telling you?
Treat yourself. Go on.
All right. I'm going to run away after I say
Uh-oh.
Sentinels.
Oh.
Sorry. I got
Right.
Sentinels winning it, and I'm going to say... you know, why not say 3-2? Let's go all the way down to a game 5, but I might get run out of here.
Oh, we're getting some claps.
Why'd you do this to me? I'm
going to say exactly the same, but because we're on home soil, let's go for Quadrant.
You're going to go for Quadrant. I like. Oh, wait, hold on. But that was a little bit of a cop-out, folks. Did you hear that? Just because we're on home soil. That's not a good enough reason. You need to give the fans some belief.
I'm allowed to be a little bit biased.
That is true. But no, for real though, Harry, obviously you wouldn't have said that if that was out of the realm of possibility. So you do see Quadrant being able to take this from Sentinels.
I think the possibility's there. Like, in terms of the probability, Sentinels probably will go in that direction, which is understandable. But it really does depend on the first and fourth game, and even if you get that far, and depending on how position plays as well. If he plays how he does in the scrim, then yeah, 3-2 all the way.
All right, well, listen, folks, we're about to get into this main stage matchup. I don't care where you're from, but especially if you're from the UK, I need you to make some noise because our hometown team are coming out. Let's meet Quadrant.
Yo, what the hell?
Welcome to Quadrant. More than a name, it's a beacon for the elite, where the relentless pursuit of excellence knows no bounds.
What the fuck? This is sick.
From the revving engines of motorsport to the daring tricks on ramps, our athletes consistently perform at the highest level. Now, this spirit transcends to the arenas of Halo, where esports athletes gear up, not just to compete, but to conquer. They are strategists, warriors, and champions. They are athletes. Join us as worlds collide, where the physical meets the digital, where legends rise and heroes are forged under the banner of Quadrant.
Glory taken down. 2 dead here for Na'Vi.
The fuck? This is sick.
Witness the fusion of top-tier entertainment and cutting-edge competition. Witness history.
SLG finds 2. Rockets are up. Legend wants to make a play. SLG pushing up with the stalker. He's feeling confident, and that's gonna be it.
Oh my God, Quadrant! They create history!
Halo. Welcome to Europe.
You doing?
What the fuck?
I
That
am
was so
excited
sick.
to get this next series started. Are you ready for this? Make some noise for yourselves. We are in the Iron Fortress in our first ever HCS
Yo, see,
event. And it's time
I don't know. I
to make some
kind of rock with this setup. It's a little goofy, but I kind of rock with it. They just kind of all in the pit. They just all in the fucking pit together, man. Fucking shit, dude. Okay, what this brother doing, bro?
Give it up for Sika! SLG!
All right, well, that would have been sick if they didn't fuck up the walkout.
Glory coming to the main stage to join their coach Kronos to defend the Iron Fortress with their fans behind them. Let's go, get ready and get into this matchup. One more time, are you ready, London, to get this series started? Jersey, Gaskin, let's go.
Yo, Sentinels is sitting over there like so checked. Like, what the fuck was that?
Thanks so much, guys. It's the hometown heavyweights up against the US invasion. Can Quadrant get the job done here and now?
I mean, I'm sure the crowd are certainly hoping it's going to be that way. That was one of the coolest moments so far this tournament, but a lot of pressure.
Zeke always got some shit up his sleeve, Rossetti. He always got some.
They would have enjoyed that moment of being able to celebrate, but now you need to give the fans a real reason to celebrate, and Sentinels is going to be a very difficult task.
And you mentioned the pressures of being the hometown team. We've seen Optic Gaming in the past struggle with that. SSG, the only one to actually defend their hometown. And is that a pressure you're looking to deal with?
I think that these guys know how to deal with said pressure. Had this been, years ago, I may have been saying, this is maybe a far-fetched idea, but the Quadrant boys are the real deal now. And Sentinels will know that the crowd's going to be on the side of Quadrant, and that's another thing we need to mention. They're very close. It's a very intimate place. It's a very intimate arena that they're in, and they're going to hear, potentially, that crowd and how much they're going to favor Quadrant here. It's really going to be like a home and away match when you're watching football.
I mean, speaking of, home and away match, what an away dressing room, an away coach would say is, let's silence the crowd, give them nothing at the start, make sure it's almost as quiet as a, I don't know, some sort of fortress.
It needs to be. And map 1 is going to be so important. The live fire strongholds, even though we've known that Quadrant are a side that dominated strongholds for quite some time, and even with the changes, they still find so much success when it comes to it. If Sentinels can find a victory there, it would silence this room. It would give the fans a reason to be like, okay, maybe Quadrant can't quite do it. But then again, it's up to the fans to just try and get behind Quadrant to ensure that they can be that 5th man.
And Quadrant, of course, coming off the back of a top 8 finish, which they would have been pretty disappointed with. They've done as well as they possibly could, but Sentinels on the other side of things, Dan, a top 16 finish. We know the troubles that they had. Things have got to get better, and they should do.
Yeah, changes for the Sentinels side, of course, seeing a different fielded roster because of, you'd imagine, the poor performance that we saw in Arlington. But we look at this roster and what they're capable of and what they did during the online section of leading up to this tournament. They look like a completely different side who are ready to prove that they should be towards the top end of the tournament, not down in the top 16.
Looking at the series layout, Dan, you're the stats man. You've always got something to share. What have you got for me?
Well, Quadrant actually undefeated on live fire strongholds throughout the online portion leading up to the tournament, and did find a victory on it during Arlington. So they carry on their fine form that what we saw in the 22-23 season, and now we're starting to see them find that form once again. So it is a perfect start here for Quadrant in one of their best game types, with a chance to show what they're made of.
Live fire strongholds on the horizon. Quadrant looking to defend Europe, defend the honor. Still struggling with life after Legend, but maybe they can right some wrongs here and now. Sentinels here to upset the party.
All right, let's go unlocked.
This one's going to be huge, Dan.
A massive game and a lot of pressure, as we said, as we are underway then between Quadrant and Sentinels. And Richie, it wouldn't feel right if you didn't say it.
Shields up, weapons hot, we're underway.
We're underway.
Yeah.
We need to see Sentinels start strong, start hot here, to not allow Quadrant to get into their same sort of routine. Get that trip cap, get people on split spawns, consistently push them, make sure it can't happen.
Camo about the pop. A double cap for Sen, and a decent start. Precision's going to use that Quantum, just disappear and get behind Seeker here. Desperately tries to get away. SLG, excuse me. And again, continues to Quantum, continues to change trajectory and get away. Seeker looking to contest the camouflage, but will fall. Falcate drops down towards scoreboard, and Snipe Drone will close the distance here. Going to be a straight 1v1, but it ultimately ends in a trade.
Of course, not as much statistics to back Sentinels with the recent team change, but they have yet to find a victory during any of their online games as a full roster in HCS tournaments. So we'll have to see if they can find a victory on this map, of course, is what I was stating. And a nice early lead for them, 38 points already on the board, but now Quadrant with that camouflage, a real chance to turn the tide here.
Now Quadrant's going to score.
And
Trip
there
cap
is
cheese,
that
perhaps?
trip cap that Quadrant know they're capable of, and it gives the crowd finally something to scream about.
They're blooming good. Stronghold stuff. 3 dead for Sentinels.
That was clean as fuck.
Close the distance on those fresh spawners now. Glory hunting, maybe getting information as a player down bottom middle. You can see he's aware of it. Helping his teammate over towards green. Killing spree locked in for the Irishman. Looking towards A. Turns his attentions now. Precision trying to stay alive desperately.
Yo, how's the sound, by the way? Is the sound okay, y'all?
And that should allow them
Is the
to
stream
at
loud
least
enough?
get B. Lethal will be able to turn that in their favor. Snipe Drone can't quite lock anything down. I think that he was just trying
Sounds
to
good.
rescue
All right,
at least
bet.
a kill to trade out with.
Good looks, good
You
looks.
can see the difference with Quadrant getting that trip cap and being aggressive on top of it. 57 points they put on the squad, and Sentinels, they're going to be a little bit more.
Yo, Duke, I know you say you were done with school. Did you graduate already?
Try and push the trip cap as often as Quadrant, but if we do see Sentinels get a trip cap, that's when we would need to see a response from Quadrant. How good are they at breaking a setup?
Or is that like
So
tomorrow
used
or
to doing
something?
themselves.
Sentinels will try and play a little bit more cautious. Happy to slow the game down when they need to. For Quadrant, it's rock and roll. They want triple caps. They want as many points as they possibly can get. Precision gets one on the
Oh,
board,
word.
but not
It
before
works
gets
a little
stuck.
differently.
Let's talk about Precision, Dan. What a player he is. What a difference he can make to this team.
Yeah, what an addition it has been for Sentinels. I think having that Slayer power, that firepower that can be the clutch factor for them, it's just sent them with a new kind of a breath of life, I think, to this roster that so desperately needed it after the Arlington performance that we saw. And he can be that difference maker, someone to change things when you are struggling a little bit. And he might not be the biggest voice on the team, but sometimes you can say a lot more with your actions rather than words.
Glory gets 3 shots.
Oh, that's cool,
back,
Duke.
backs away. Boo has the snipe.
That's cool, bro.
Face to face with Snipe Drone. Puts him away. You spoke about Sentinels trying to get a triple cap, and they're threatening to do so here and now. And they will lock it in. Do Quadrant have an answer?
Yeah, this is going to be now the biggest moment of the game for Quadrant. How do they break this setup? The fact they've been able to shut down the sniper rifle, huge there. If we saw a connection with headshots, it would have been a very different game, but the Quadrant boys all pushing together. Yes, they get Boo Boo down, but notice how Sentinels very quickly at Boo Boo Doo-Boo's feet to make sure that that sniper rifle doesn't go into someone else's hands. You don't want to give it to the likes of Snipe Drone, the likes of SLG, who can do big, big things with it.
C secure. A and B, though. They're in Sentinel's control. Quadrant have managed to step out for a moment. Glory has a sniper rifle and he can be lethal with it. Lines up Precision, does he? Yes, body shot connects. Precision
Whoa.
backs away, takes the challenge, and the Irishman comes up big.
That's an important one as well, just for confidence to be getting these individual pivs and making sure that you just let Sentinels know you're here to play and you're not going to be faded by the occasion. And
What's
now
up, No Lattice?
AB
How's it going, bro?
C lockdown for Quadrant. Sentinels spawn over towards C, so a collapse is possible, but they try and go for
bet,
it.
Duke. That's
Good
dope.
from Glory, though, to listen to Seeker's call out to make sure they actually mop up that.
Oh!
Damn it. Glory starting to pop off.
Where's your head at? For Glory, it's inside A. Thinking of nothing but the win.
Oh my god,
They
that brother
didn't clear
snapped
that play,
ankles.
That could be a massive blunder. How did he get away?
Yeah, I think we were able to see it just because of the outlines, but sadly, they didn't quite catch it. But it doesn't look like it matters too much. Sentinel's still with 3 dead, and look at how Quadrant are rotating around the map together. Very aware of where their teammates are, just staying within a certain distance. Are going to see Camo spawn, and it is going to be just popped into the chest of Boo Boo. And now this is going to be Sentinel's opportunity to try and break this setup that Quadrant have held now for a good lead. I mean, a 50-point lead they're close to.
Glory down shots, Lethal's there to help Boo Boo out. SLG feints to go one way, comes back for the fight, but Boo Boo shuts him down. 3 dead now for Quadrant. They still have the control of A and B, but B is under threat now as Sentinels close in.
Yeah, temporarily they were still scoring as they spawned over towards A, but they knew they couldn't commit to B instantly. It would have been a very dangerous fight to take. The angles that could have been taken by Sentinels, but now they've dealt with the camouflage, they can start to be a little bit more aggressive with their pushes. Don't have to worry about someone hiding around the corner. And you saw Snipe Drone, he saw that sniper rifle was coming up, but he said, actually, I need to go and help the rest of the team. But Lethal is taking that angle that I was talking of. You really need to just cover that big door. Don't
Good event
allow
so
them
far?
to
Yeah,
push
it's been
out.
cool. Nothing too exciting or notable just yet. Still just pool play. It's still early.
It's a melee fest. Snipe Drone places an elbow to the
I will say the
spine,
FaZe
gets a
Complexity
double
series
kill,
was pretty good.
pushes forward, drives
It was a
forward,
3-1 for
Precision
FaZe, but Complexity
almost
definitely
got
made it
put in the dirt.
close.
It was Falcade, excuse
Games
me.
3 and 4 were very exciting.
Now he has control of the sniper rifle, looking towards Sandbags, just reloaded as that Sentinels player showed his pixels.
This series should be a good one.
Elliot is trained on the big door.
This is only the second full series I've watched today, though.
Stranger at the front door and back
Or
away.
is it the
I do love it when you
third?
show me your pixels, but now Snipe Drone just making sure he's staying far enough away so he doesn't get caught out here.
Optic went to game
Take
5
angles.
earlier with
Gets overconfident, but I think that's because he knew he had the rest of the team there to support. 2 have gone down, but it
Somebody-
is another trip cap, but only temporarily.
I
C
can't
spawns
remember.
for Sentinels.
It was like Native or
This is always
somebody.
one of the better positions
I don't
to
think it
take
was
when there
Native.
is C spawns. You can just shoot players as they drop down and usually unaware to your presence.
I think it was Sen,
Just
actually.
yet
I think
see a
Optic
lot
beat
of
Sen in
damage.
game 5.
Does he know? He doesn't know, and that's a
Yeah, there
shame
you go.
for him.
Okay, thank you.
There's just been a couple of those so far. 3 dead for Quadrant. And a chance now for Precision to continue to jiggle peek against
Yeah.
SLG.
I haven't watched too much yet, so.
Managed to stay alive for now, and that could be big, waiting for his teammates to get back on the respawn. Falcated in the 1v1s, SLG backs him down as well. This is very good from the Frenchman as he continues to fire
Time
off the
zones are
back
going to be
foot and
fun
keeps
for this tournament.
himself alive.
Because I didn't really worry about getting up
Would've
too
been a
early
long
today,
Precision,
because it's
20
just pool play and
kills at
stuff.
the moment, and I really think that's
And I
the
think there
main
even
threat to
actually,
Quadrant
I
in
think
this game,
there
is
turned
they
out
have
to be like some
aware that
delays
Precision
and
is
like I think
having
there
one
was
of
some
those
like
games
tech
and you
issues
just
with the
shut him
stream
down,
and
don't
stuff
give him the chance to get a
before I
sniper
got
rifle
on.
again. Glory's got camouflage and
So,
has the opportunity here to do something a little bit
but
different.
the only day I'm
I do
going to
think it's
worry
important
about
if your teammate has
getting up
camouflage,
super
you've gotta be
early, I
aware
think
of
it's
it,
probably going to be
because you've
Sunday.
got to mop that up. You don't want to get them into a beatdown trade.
'Cause I don't
and
wanna
then
miss
just
any of
throw away
Sunday.
the camouflage, which is so valuable.
Glory gonna
Damn,
drop
no,
middle, 3
that
dead,
sucks.
lethal. Last man alive. Fresh spawners from Sentinels over towards.
Yeah, I had to regain. I felt like ass, bro. I am not a morning
Uber goes
person.
down, Falcated joins him.
I had to regain. I felt like such
Quadrant
ass. I had to
very
go
close.
get myself some
It's that
Chick-fil-A breakfast, bro.
250 point threshold they need to secure game 1. Still a lot of work to be done, but so
I
far,
had to
so good.
motherfucking regain.
About to get locked in, and it's now a 70-point lead on average. Quadrant win their Strongholds games by 70 points, so they're already in the driving seat, and they're looking to just
his brother
push
Precision is
themselves over the
gross.
finish
Someone
line now,
help.
But we know Sentinels are a team that could come back into things right at the very death here. But Quadrant, they're locking in. They're watching Big Door. One last push here for Set.
How many
How
times
loud
have we
this
seen
crowd finna get?
a team get stopped here and lose the game? They cannot do it. They cannot afford to.
Oh,
Two go down
GG.
for Sentinels, and that's enough for Quadrant to claim game 1.
Wrong team. Nice. Yeah, look at that crowd.
A lot of noise here in Twickenham. And Sentinels, I'm sure they would have heard it as well. Such an important win for Quadrant. And it will just calm those nerves, calm those jitters.
Yeah,
that
no
we're
lettuce, did you
talking about.
go?
The Icelandic clap at start. The crowd getting behind the team, quite literally.
I love it.
Those girls can probably smell Snipe Drone from there.
The great smelling player, I will say. Snipe Drone always makes sure he's got the deodorant on and the most fancy bit of perfume. But if we look back at the highlights of the first game, it was a little bit dicey to begin with for Quadrant. As we mentioned, maybe the nerves
Yeah,
just on the side of them, but
I
boy,
feel
when
like
they started to
I
lock
feel like
in
I knew
that
that. I
triple
feel like
gap,
we've
it
talked
became
about
too
it.
difficult for Sentinels. A few camo grabs that were very important as well. I will say there was a few snipes that probably made the difference from Glory.
Oh yeah.
When we talked about the series layout before this game started, you did say you expected to see Quadrant win the game, and with good reason. And as we look at the highlights and some of the...
Well, I hope the event was dope, bro.
Solitude Slayer is now on the horizon.
It's funny.
Did you see that one
It's
though?
funny. I was seeing a lot of brothers that I knew from Halo events as well at the CDL major, because obviously it's esports engine that works on both Halo and COD. So I recognize like a lot of the like some of the brothers that were working on main stage were the same dudes that like were helping us out in the streaming booth at some of the events last year.
Favored a team like Quadrant. They just love the way the map works and how they can move around it, take some of those off angles and manipulate it to force the other team into these difficult spots where they are in those split spawns, and then you can take advantage with constant push after constant push and just throttle them. That being said, Sentinels also know very much how to play a Solitude map. I mean,
Sit
we
down,
always
shut
say,
up,
you
start
know,
the
whoever
map.
played Halo 5 knows how to play Solitude, yada, yada, yada. But this is going to be an interesting one and a very important one. If we see Sentinels go 2-0 down, that's when I think the belief maybe starts to dissipate.
Do you have to give warnings for shit talk anymore?
They had at Arlington of,
They kind of
is it
just
gonna happen
in COD
again,
they just kind of
right?
let them.
Is this
They
gonna be
just kind of let
another
them go
tournament
now.
where we just fall flat. We had such an impressive start when we were looking at our online performances, but now we're at LAN. Now we're against Quadrant. Should we be beating these guys? Is this a team we should be able to take down?
Not many
That is
warnings.
something that
Yeah.
Before Arlington coming
Bro,
into
we
the
used to get
fall,
warned at Halo
everybody
events
suggested that Sentinels
all
would be
the
before, that's the way
fucking
the predictions were
time.
going to be, and
Like, bro, back in like
fall short,
2016 and
fall short pretty
17,
significantly as well.
if you yelled "Oh my
Making
god"
decision to be the difference,
or
make the impact
"Holy
on the
shit"
team.
or something like that,
And
not
with
even
Slayer
if
on Solitude, it's
you.
a bit faster paced. You want to try and spawn trap players. And
Oh, you meant
it's
no
very
many
easily done and
warnings.
very hard to
Okay, I
break
see.
here on the other side
I was
of
gonna
it.
say.
Are Sentinels
That being
capable of
said,
playing that fast
COD
like
kids
Halo?
do
I think
say
that's a good
some
point. I
crazy
think that
shit.
one of the detriments of Sentinels
But
is
like,
they do
bro,
slow
we
things
used to get
down.
warnings for
They
like the
have
most
players who
tame
have
shit
always
ever,
wanted
bro.
to
You
slow
yell
down
"Oh
the
my
game
god"
of Halo,
once,
it
and the
can
ref
work
come over
in
and be like, "Yo,
certain
yo, yo,
scenarios, but
chill out,
there
bro."
are maps that don't allow you to do so, and Solitude may not be that map if you are behind. If you're ahead, you can slow it down. You can play in a way
Nah,
to
they're
really
not saying
frustrate the
racist
opposition,
shit, are
but
they?
It's whether they actually
Who's
get the
saying
opportunity to
racist
do
stuff,
so here.
bruh?
Dan's had his prediction. He thinks it's going
No
the way of
shot,
Quadrant.
bro.
Sentinels would love nothing more.
No
than
way
to
we're
prove
being
him
this
wrong.
weird in
And
2024,
prove the crowd
right?
wrong as well. Only time will tell. Enough yapping from us, and what way it's going to go, we're about to find out.
Wow, early picks from both sides. Very quickly, hands on the shock rifle for Glory. We saw what he was able to do with the sniper rifle previously, and it does seem like Glory
Damn.
is the guy that goes for the power-ups. He is very much on top of it, listening to Kronos, their coach.
Yeah, I will say I
sure
didn't
he is
respond to
grabbing
the
it
other
when
thing
it's
you said
available.
about Neptune
Yeah,
being
it
at your
definitely
table
seems
as
like
well, but
a deliberate play. The
uh,
team are trying to get Glory hands-on with the sniper rifle, with the camouflage, and really
like
capitalize on the damage he's
esports
When
is
you
just
wanna
a
give the
small
power-ups
world,
to your
just kind of in
playmaker,
general,
Glory
bro.
has been the playmaker for Quadrant.
Kinda
One of the
cool.
reasons why they picked up Glory, why he was an addition to this team. He knows how fast to play the game, and he is someone who can have those pop-off moments. So it makes sense, but 7-2 in favor of Sentinels. Make it 9-2 now, where we talked about the team of Sentinels and what they're good at. They are very good at playing structured play when they have a lead. They now have
Yeah,
that,
I mean,
but they
if
can
you're
really
anybody
frustrate
of note
Sentinels then
in the
look to
scene,
build around this lead. Lethal goes down, Precision drops. Jiggle peeks to the pillar.
like you
Seeker will join him in that fight.
motherfuckers will
win it
not let
this
you
time.
get away with
2 dead.
some crazy shit.
12-6 the score now. Shock rifle in the hands of the Frenchman. As he heads towards Lube, up towards light rifle now. Seems to be caught between two minds of where to go. Perhaps waiting for information from his team of where the team's going to spawn. S1 is the call. Precision almost loses his face, but spares his blushes for now. All of Sentinels appear to be trapped now on the low side, and this is the time for Quadrant to come and collapse.
2 shots that I've seen
Ah.
Seeker hit time and time again.
Hey,
but
to be fair,
maybe
bro,
just a little bit
not
cold
getting
coming
double
into the
first rounded,
series.
you know how good of a feeling
But
that
they
is?
are getting back into the game. Only a 3-kill difference, make it 4.
Especially, bro, if you
Starts to
you
get a little
lose
bit
in
frisky.
winners round 1.
Only
First
5
of all,
seconds till the
losing
next
in winners
camo,
round
so
1
I
is
think
like
if you are
the
Sentinels,
worst
you start to
fucking
become
feeling
aware
ever.
that Glory has tended to be
So
the
you're like,
player
oh,
who has done
shit.
it on that camouflage, on those power-ups.
But
You start to look towards maybe sending someone who can challenge him, not allow him to do this, because Glory is a player who can really threaten.
is it better than takedown? Actually, what would you prefer? That's actually a good question.
I'll leave that there.
But I will say, like,
4
yeah,
kills the difference then.
especially, dude,
Falcated,
you in losers
low
round
fall.
1,
Glory
you go to
has
like
got
that
the
game
camouflage.
5.
Snipe drones pushing forward.
That
Here's a
shit's
blue
so
room, a little
nerve-wracking,
thrust.
bro.
Not going to be enough to evade the attentions for Boo Boo.
I might celebrate like I won champs, bro.
Just starting to grow in confidence now, our Quadrant. Spoke about Sentinels trying to slow it down. They haven't been successful so far, but
Damn,
big
it
double
fell
kill
right
for
into the
Lethal.
trap.
And that will stop the push, and that will relieve some of the pressure.
I have been double
maintain
first
a
rounded.
5-kill
I have definitely.
lead here. It just
Unfortunately, I cannot say
forces
I've never been
Quadrant to
double
do
first
something a
rounded.
little bit different and to
I've never
up
been
the
double
ante
first
ever so
rounded
slightly.
at a tournament that I was
Quadrant are
like
doing well to not allow
actually
Sentinels to kind of
trying
run away with it. I
for,
think
like
at
that I actually
2,
practiced
I was
for.
concerned that it could have been one of those
But
games.
I got double first rounded
Still
at
could
the
be.
Halo 3
All it
event.
takes is another swing, and this looks like it
And
could be a big swing. It's Glory again to just try and do something, but it's just wasting ammo at this point, knowing that he's about to be pushed. Does come out with some something, though.
I definitely got double first round at another time. I straight up cannot think about it.
A little bit of magic. Will that drive the team forward?
I've definitely been double first rounded before though, multiple times.
Staggered spawn, and they can can collapse here.
Oh dear.
Glory's dived in a little bit too soon though. It's going to be a trade. They have to immediately turn now, pivot, and look for the other two spawners and continue to do this time after time. But just as I say that, Boo Boo gets the pick. Seeker's going to be forced to back down straight to the crosshairs.
In 4s? Yeah, no, I've never been DFR'd in 2s. I have been double first rounded in 4v4s.
Are doing very well at answering when
I think
have that burst of
at least twice. At least twice. It's not a good feeling.
Someone on the Sentinels roster to be waiting, and finally we see a camouflage now available for Falcated. We spoke about Glory. How
Thankfully, I think both times like I said, I think both times I've been double first rounded have been when I was playing just with the bros or with pickup teams.
Falcated was still in the top 5 for his KD. Now that you can read into that multiple ways, but one thing it will definitely state.
Been DFR'd both times I went to LAN, at least in Infinite. Hey, it happens, bro. Like I said, nobody's immune to it. I mean, some people are immune to it.
No shields. Snipe Drone will get the trade. Will re-peek onto Precision and somehow, some way, Snipe Drone managed to get another. Oslays favoring Quadrant just a touch, but still a 6-kill difference as we head towards the end game.
Hey, shout out that motherfucker Zach, by the way. That's my dog. I hope he's doing well, man.
Finish up kills. He's very aware of the callouts that his teammates are giving him. Now, though, needs to be provided.
That guy is the motherfucking homie.
He goes down, but Snipe Drone quickly and swiftly.
Yeah, I'm talking about Drek.
Finishes his kills off as well. Both teams at the moment actually finishing off damage very successfully, and the communication is so on point.
Because he ran our
statistically speaking,
he ran our streamer booth at one of the events last year. I think it was Orlando last year. Because we did a different charity for each event last year. Or oh fuck, was this 20? This might have been 2 years ago. This might have been 2022.
Now that sitting at the top of driveway.
Yeah, because Orlando was Gamers Outreach, and that's why we were hanging out with them. But yeah, ever since then I've been. Ever since then, love that guy. It was definitely 22.
I
was gonna say I said last year, but that was 2 years ago, wasn't it?
For a second. Sadly, they weren't able to get the camouflage though, and Lethal, if he can clean up this kill, it puts them just 5 away from taking the second map.
No, he really is the GOAT, bro.
Well to just be an awkward kill though. Again,
bro,
not allowing the
not only did he like.
Eventually the grenade
One, he's just a cool guy and he's a fucking homie, but like,
just to surround the Quadrant roster,
not only that,
the extra player, they got that initial pick.
But
the delay of the kill actually may have helped Sentinels.
Like, he was keeping people off my back all weekend and helping me out and making sure I had whatever I needed and shit. But also, my parents came to that event, and they were like, because they obviously know I go to Halo events, but they never really like come see me like at the events. And Orlando was the first time my parents had really sort of seen me in my element, and he was like talking to them and like sort of talking me up and also talking up like all the shit, and I don't know, he was really cool.
And it is Lethal locks it in. 1-1.
He got engaged, so that's awesome.
That's massive for Sentinels as well. I was worried it could have been one of those games that just starts to go heavily in the favor
Congrats
of
to that,
Sentinels,
brother.
but Quadrant, they were clawing back over and over, but Sentinels consistently shut them down. They had an answer for every question that was posed by the Quadrant roster. Now they find themselves all tied up in the series.
Bro, actually imagine talking to women.
Getting a victory on the board in your first series, or your first game of the day on the main stage is always important for both sides. Now it's all even Stevens.
I think it's important you know.
I believe this is main stage, no Addis.
Every time Quadrant seem to climb back into it,
I believe this is it.
To put a little arm out and keep them out of reach and out of touch and distance, and every single time Quadrant appeared to be getting back into it, a camouflage would go the way of Sentinels, and they'd start to build on things once more. Very well played from the boys in red.
Yeah, they just kept them at arm's length, didn't they, really? And had they not, then it would have been a scenario where they could have been 2-0 down against the home favorites. Crowd gets loud, crowd gets rowdy, and they start to worry. But now they can refocus. They can start to actually think about where they go from here. And Precision was the man who was the man with a plan.
Just a man.
He was
just a man.
Just merely a man, but
just an ordinary man.
Sometimes looked like more, like a god with what he was able to do. I think Sentinels, that's what they required. When they really lacked something in the previous event, we were asking, well, what is it? Why are they performing like this? And I think having someone who has that X factor, who can put up stats like that, is very, very important and could be the difference maker for not just this series, but Sentinels tournament as a whole.
There were big shoes to fill when Spartan fell. Precision slotted right back in and fit like a glove almost, it has to be said. He has got superstar potential, and he's going to be needed in these big series. 1-1 the score. King of the Hill recharge, Dan. I know you've got something.
I mean, again, I still think this one favors Quadrant. I think this is a very good series layout for Quadrant in the first 3, but then it starts to trend towards Sentinels as we get to 4 and 5. So that game 2 is bigger than you think. And we always mention how Slayers are going to be massive in which way it swings when we look at a series layout. But Quadrant could have been going into King of the Hill recharge thinking, all right, well, this could be the series. Instead, now they're saying, well, even if we win this, we still have to go up against the Sentinels roster on maps that they are very strong at.
And it's something that we can talk about. You know, strongholds, once you have them in your control, it's very much about slaying and keeping on the move, keeping the game very fast-paced. A little bit of chaos in there as well, but with King of the Hill, you have got to be more structured. And will that lean into Sentinel's strengths?
I think it should, especially with what we've just seen in that Solitude game as well, as we look at a couple of the players to watch. I mean, 2 of the players we were mentioning as well, both were grabbing camouflages, both were looking to be those players that make a difference, Glory and Falcated. And I think that both of them are going to be key factors here in match number 3 as well, because if either of them have a flat game, then it suddenly leaves the rest of the team saying, okay, well, how do we pick up that slack? Who's going to suddenly add some of that slaying power to the roster? And even though we have seen Snipe Drone do it, we've seen SLG do it, of course, we were just talking about Precision doing it as well. I think it's the consistency in which both of these players perform every single game at putting up an average amount of kills that makes them such an integral part of their rosters.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you never really get a 4 out of 10 performance from these 2 players. You know what you're going to get. You're going to get that 6, 7, 8 out of 10 every single time. And you know that if you're going to lose a game or lose a series, it wasn't really anything to do with them. They done the job they needed to do.
Well, we're on Coach Watch here at Twickenham.
Coach Watch.
Kronos, of course, has been alongside some of these Quadrant players for quite some time now. And there's always the extra responsibility. I said earlier the crowd can be, you know, the 5th player of this team, but technically the 6th player, because the coaches have a very important role here.
Just at the moment, there's been a little
that's so fucked.
In the crowd. So some murmurs. They haven't been as loud as maybe some might have expected.
That's actually so fucked.
What Sentinels have been doing.
Probably because Snipe Drone went to the toilet, so everyone's just like, all right, well, the game's not going to start just yet. Let's go, let's get our refreshments, and then we're back in, locked in, hand warmers within the hands of said Snipe Drone. It looks like match 3 is about to get going. Now, Quadrant, if they do find themselves 2-1 behind here, that's when
that's absolutely insane.
Gets a little bit antsy and starts to think, well,
and I think I'm going to throw up.
Go our way. If you can get the belief back into them, you can start to hear that noise again. You can build from that momentum.
A player I want to highlight is actually going to be Sika on this squad. A player that, you know, we speak about Glory and Snipe Drone and what they bring to the team, and SLG, the years of experience that he has, but Sika has been almost criminally underrated for too long, and when they got that 3rd place finish, I really feel like he came into his own, and finally everybody else started to recognize what a talented player this guy is. And now we can see how big he can be for the team. When you need a job done, no matter what it is, he can be the man for you.
Well, fist bumps all around means game is about to be underway, and I agree. I think that one of the beautiful things about Sika is he's very reserved when he's in the game, but as soon as he gets that victory, he just erupts, and you get to see the celebration from him, and he is a key factor for this Quadrant team.
Let's go!
But now they need to answer back because they've allowed Sentinels back into this series. They've given Sentinels that belief that this pool could be entirely theirs, or at least top 2 could be theirs. You need to shut them down.
This series could have huge implications on what way the pool is going to go. They've got some big sharks in here. No fish is safe. On board with Glory, camouflage already ripe for the picking. Booba Doobu continues to jiggle peek on the glass, take damage. Sika goes for the camouflage, gets cut down. Glory gets close, put down some damage onto Precision, pop the camouflage.
Woo!
So he at least has the opportunity of a burn, which he will use.
Yo, no ladder with the 16 months.
Yeah, as you
rhyming
said,
it up 16 months. Well, welcome back. Much right now.
Gaming, of course, waiting in this pool
welcome back, my slime. Thank you very much for the resub.
Hoping that they can take down one of these teams, or take down the Quadrant roster that they would face afterwards.
Appreciate the love, brother.
We were lucky enough to already see Optic versus Sentinels early on today. But now with Sentinels getting that early
let's
start,
lock in a little bit.
That camouflage here for Quadrant just means they're the chance to set up a little bit around this first hill.
I'd appreciate if we don't make too many Phantom Menace Well, I'm just going to keep going. Annie.
Yeah, you can't make too many.
You can't do too many. But that's my one for now. But if you go again, I get to.
Are they doing fucking Watto, bro?
It's not going to stop. There's Boo Boo with the shock rifle. In the hill, feet planted. Goes looking for glory.
I like the Phantom Menace references,
Hits
for
his
one.
shields. Wasn't quite able to adjust the head.
Were they doing fucking Watto, bro?
These two continue to dance now on top elevator. Falcon
Yeah, it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad.
John would love to have that fight back.
And that's 1-0 locked in for Sentinels. Just after that initial break, they were able to get the structure that they desired, the structure that we expect from a team with this much history and some players that have been around the merry-go-round, it might be said. As for Quadrant, they now need an answer back in this game particularly. Now this hill is one of the more difficult ones.
Yo, Watto would be a sick tag.
And with camouflage coming up, you need to be making sure someone's at least aware of it or going for it.
Hey, there you go, Dying Prodigy.
Somehow, Seeker gets pushed from behind, but I think that was because of the opening frags from the likes of Boo Boo Doo.
Bro, did anybody else go see Phantom Menace when it was back in theaters a few weeks ago?
Boo Boo Doo has that camouflage.
I guess it would have been about 3 weeks ago at this point. Almost a month.
What
doesn't he have?
The whole world appears to
It
be
wasn't in Canada? Dude, that's tragic.
And recharge his playground.
Bro, me and my dad and my brother went and saw it, and it was so much fun.
Boo Boo's gone hunting. Boo Boo's found one.
That movie is so gas, I don't fucking care.
Looking to grapple it. It is up now.
Uh,
He's going to tip over and scoop it up. Grappling now over towards
I love that movie.
One. Can he lock in the second one? The answer is no. But will
Oh, good live. What the fuck?
Just about survives, and all the meanwhile was enough.
He's Spider-Man.
Distraction to allow
Yeah,
Sentinels.
Sentinels. Bro, after that map 1, Sentinels just started pissing on them, bro.
Even though they had the hill first, it was just those opening kills that
Quadrant gotta
really didn't allow
stop
them
this
to
shit.
set up properly, and then the camouflage, of course, they
Oh, the
were
pod
aware
race
of.
went so hard in the
Perhaps
theater.
just were a little bit too eager to get into that hill initially. And at the moment, Sentinels
Bro,
just
and
have
yeah,
been
seeing
far
that
more
moment
patient
in the
when it comes to
theater,
some of
like
their
with
pushes
that,
and some of their setups, and they've been
with
rewarded
that
for
like good ass audio, especially like that moment in the pod race where the Bulba's coming like right up behind him,
Look at the lineup a second. Precision's
and
there.
you're hearing his fucking engines, the fucking. Dun, 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 dun.
Precision's there to get a double kill.
I just made a shit noise because I lost my voice, but you guys get the point.
On the ground of that shock rifle. Boo Boo Doo Boo is in hill, and Quadrant are really struggling in this game number 3.
Yeah, Quadrant are missing something at the moment, and I think it's just there's a difference in pace between a couple of the players. Someone's there just a second before the other, and then the trade doesn't happen, or they don't get the kill that they thought they were going to achieve.
My throat is actually fucked.
Sentinels are lapping
Pause.
that up. They're almost expecting the push to happen, and there, another one right in front of your very eyes. Glory just getting caught out, trying to make a little bit of a play, but was alone. It's almost like Sentinels are just setting traps around the map, waiting for a Quadrant member to fall right into it.
It was Sentinels who traveled a different continent, but it's Quadrant.
Otto's are slavers, the Bulbas are racist.
And it's been enough, it's been significant. They've been so disjointed in this game. Still time to bring it back.
Would rather be a racist than a slaver. I mean, like,
is down. Those precision
I mean, I
there.
guess,
Of course he does. That
I
information
guess
was
being a
passed over.
slaver
He's
is
tapped into his
worse.
chest, and he will stay
However,
still for just a moment before dipping away in
that's
the
still a
fights.
crazy fucking sentence.
They can start to run the clock down now. They can make Quadrant desperate.
Yeah, this shit turned left quick, bro.
But they haven't found the camouflage player, and that's going to be so frustrating for them.
Yeah, chat, I don't know how much I talked about it, but the Gunna concert the other night was fucking lit, dude.
Was able to just catch that camouflage player off guard, and that is
It was
massive.
fire.
That could be a turn in the tide for them. They needed something just like that to really put themselves back into the question of this game.
Lethal receives 3 shots.
I gotta show some videos from it, bro, if I can figure out how to do it.
Boo Boo Doo Boo also down on double stacks, and he clambers up towards Needles. Has he been spotted?
Yeah, somebody screenshot this chat, bro, and we can use it to blackmail. We can use it to blackmail everybody later.
Quadrant have the numbers advantage now. Snipe Drone's going to step in. 1v1 against Precision. 3 shots.
You never
in.
listened to Gunna? Gunna got some bangers,
Teammate
bro.
on hand.
Gunna got some
SLG will
hits.
secure the hill. Precision will get the kill. This next one's going to be huge.
The crowd
fuck with
enjoying
Gunna.
that one, but I think Quadrant enjoying it too, because boy did they need it, and it was just
Yeah,
4
chat, peep
dead. There
this.
was 3 dead and 1
So,
later for Quadrant.
Before a couple months ago, I had not been to a concert in like
when he's at his very best.
3 years.
He knows
Something
when
like
to
that.
peek. He knows which
Maybe
angles
even
to take,
longer.
and now he has the shock rifle.
But in the past few months,
Sentinels
I went
again find themselves
to
3 dead,
I
so
went
this
to
could be
like
a
a
good
Christmas
chunk of time,
concert
but
in
that
downtown
camouflage is
Nashville.
spawning. Quadrant have not done well
Over
at
the
getting
holidays,
camo. It's been
which
all
was
about
like a bunch of
Sentinels
different country
utilising
artists.
the grapple to get hold of themselves.
But since the start of this year, I have seen Drake and J. Cole in Nashville. I saw Gunna the other night. Me and my brother are going to see Ken Carson in Boston in August. I believe we have Suicide Boys in Nashville in August as well. And then I think in July, I know it's out of order, but I think in July we have Kid Leroy show in Nashville, and also we have Metro Boomin in Future. I have like, me and my brother are going to like hella concerts this year.
Have a shroud in your back pocket just to save you in scenarios like that too.
Boo with shock.
Yeah, it's gonna be dope as fuck.
Way this hill's going to be heading. Seeker's down, as is SLG. Glory could be about to join him if he's not too careful. Snipe Jones heading towards bottom middle. Last man standing now. Snipe Jones, huge damage, but has got to back away and needs to live, and he won't do so. That's going to be more staggered spawns. This is huge now for Sentinels. One more hole should be good enough.
Yeah, I think Glory thought he was going to be able to push out, be aggressive, and be unspotted.
Bro, concerts are fucking fire.
As soon as he was seen, it just allowed them to play those grenades onto double stack. Precision gets yet another. He will take this fight all day, but SLG holds strong. Needed to as well. They needed a kill like that to be able to break this setup. But still, Sentinels somehow, some way,
Concerts are just vibey,
a
bro.
lot of presence around this hill.
I mean, not vibey in that, not vibey in like the chill way, but
Bibu
like.
had initial damage and capitalizes on it too. Very little time now required for
I mean, it's definitely like it's a lot of people. It's loud as fuck.
Three dead. 3 men from
Depending on like where you sit, it could be kind of crazy. Sometimes it could be kind of chill, and you know, you just vibing. But like most of the time, especially like most of the shows that I just named, like a lot of them are like.
Camouflage is there,
a lot of those are pretty lit.
We've seen a lot of glory on that camouflage, but it's not going to be happening here on recharge. 3 do go down for Sentinels though, so this is a chance.
No, actually, Dying Prodigy. So before this year, I had been to like a few concerts, but like not that many. I'm doing a ton of concerts this year. I've like never been to any sort of festival or like I've never been to like anything like that. I've only been to like single shows and shit.
We speak about the slaying power on the side of Sentinels. Look at the game.
I did go to South by Southwest a couple years ago, but only because there was a Halo event there.
Yeah, we spoke about
and so like even then we were like just chilling inside watching the Halo event most of the time.
Massive games that can change things for their side. Lethal's having one of them here today.
No, I definitely, it's definitely something that I want to do, especially now that like,
still very winnable, still
we've been going to like a bunch of concerts, because like that wasn't something that I did before, not because like I didn't want to or anything, but just because like it wasn't really on my radar or something that I would, like thought I would enjoy. So yeah, like I definitely gotta hit a music festival at some point. A lot of things like that I want to do.
2 dead for Quadrant though. Snipe Drone did see a shock rifle there, opted not to pick it up this time though. Continues to fire over towards Booba Doobu, but he got a player position behind them. That's perfect from Sentinels.
Never went to events in general. Are you just like not a big event guy? No,
a lot of 1v1s that we've seen Quadrant just coming out on top of. Had they not, then this game would have already been done, but they're just keeping themselves alive, just doing enough.
20 seconds on the game clock.
Oh! That's what they need. They need to be stepping up. They need to be winning these fights, as they will lock in a second.
Only 20 seconds on the game clock, though.
21 seconds left to try and get in any sort of position to start scoring. But Precision and Falcated, they're already over there. 2 kills go in favor of Sen. 14 seconds left. Quadrant with one last push here.
Crowd chanting as Quadrant is losing the game, unfortunately.
Running out of time now. Precision standing guard. Glory slides forward.
Oh my god! Oh my god! You got in! You got in! You got in!
Seeker's in the hill. Can Sentinels clear it out? Camouflage for Lethal. Soaring forward. Eviction orders in hand. Seeker's taken care of. Lethal steps out, but Quadrant's still in the hill. Quadrant's still holding, but that's all they have time for. 4 dead. Sentinels win.
And Sentinels take the lead in this series. And even though there was those few moments from Quadrant where they just kept themselves close enough and kept themselves within that grasping chance, sadly, we're not able to get there. A lot of desperate attempts in those final moments, all bundling their way into.
Only had my first flight a year ago. Oh, so you just,
The clock was not on their side, but
you
that
just
was
in
quite
general,
a
you just
sign
never really
from
traveled
Central
much.
Of course, ever since they went 3-1 up, they were more than happy to put themselves in that scenario. It's always that worrying situation where you're like, is there a chance they're going to be able to do this one? But, you know, the camouflage was going to be the key factor there.
For Quadrant, it must be said, they really lost that in the first couple of hills. The way they played, so disjointed, not their usual selves, it would seem, and they were like putty into the hands of these Sentinels boys. The difficult thing, Dan, as we look towards the next game in the series.
Went to Ozfest a couple times when I was young. Had to beg my mom.
From here on out,
Yeah, what is Ozfest? Is that like metal?
That's the only trouble for us, isn't it, really?
I mean, it certainly trends toward the old style of Sentinels, Spartan with the sniper rifle on Argyle CTF, but you give it to precision, you give it
sounds
to
awesome.
Valkyrie, they can also do damage. I think it's going to come down to who's hitting their shots a little bit better, because there's fantastic snipers on both sides of these teams. But the momentum now shifts towards Sentinels, and this was what I was maybe a little bit concerned about, because as soon as you get into
Waiting for
these
HCS Syracuse.
heavily focused sniper maps, if you're a team like Sentinels who's playing,
So honestly, like I would love a tournament in New
manner,
York.
they should be able to take a game like
Just
this.
in general.
Whereas Quadrant, they did look a little bit.
I can't remember the last
disjointed
time we had
at
an event in
times.
New
It was
York.
a surprise in the early stages. They can't afford to go one down here in Argyle, right? It was all right. They were able to just.
Oh, word
pull their way
Versetti.
back in
But
to
yeah, it was probably
recharge.
just like, it was
They were
probably
able
like
to
metal
crawl
and
their way
like
back
hard
in at
rock and
times
shit like
on Slayer
that.
Solitude. You can't really crawl your way back in on CTF.
Or was it like
Argyle.
all
You
kinds
go
of
one
stuff?
down to a team who knows how to play it, you are going to have a bad day.
It'll be a long night. You're down by 1 on CTF Argyle. You can watch that time dwindle away and just really never get close to capturing a flag. And looking at the CTF defensive woes, Dan, average caps for Quadrant. This, of course, against European opposition. It looks good for Quadrant, but it must be said, Sentinels playing against higher tier players, so their stats are not going to look as juicy.
Yeah, when you look at Quadrant stats, I mean, we know what they can do and the damage that they do it in Europe as well, but you look at when they face North American teams who can rival them in the way that they snipe and the way that they move, that's when we've seen Quadrant struggle typically in the past. So we just need to see Quadrant get a lead here, and then it'll be a very different game for them. But I'm just concerned that Sentinels, with how they've been playing, the momentum they have on their side now, if
Was
they were
all
to
in the
get
same
that first
night,
flag,
or
might be
it was different
all she
years.
wrote.
I can't
The
remember.
first flag going to be so crucial here on
But hey,
Argyle.
that sounds about right, Versetti.
If seeds are going to dictate things,
He was
with the way
probably
the
on
pool is
cloud
set up,
9,
Dan,
bro.
we call this from the pool of death. Optic in there, who you would expect and everyone would
Can't
expect to be top of
remember
the pool.
shit.
This one was really for second and third. If the way they're going to go the way they are, Sentinels. India
Yeah, that's
Sentinels
a killer lineup right
one
there,
away.
bro.
And Quadrant have got to win this one here to keep their hopes alive of taking down the series.
Although, that being said, we have seen Quadrant beat Optic before, of course, very famously.
I was Slipknot when I was
Optic's home
13 or
turf on
14
their
and had to
home
get out of the
ground.
pit.
And we'll have to see
Yeah,
whether
bro.
however
Bro,
that
honestly,
goes
bro,
down
being
later
that
on. That will
young
also
and in
feature
the
on
middle of the
main
shit
stage.
is
Quadrant versus
typical in the
Optic
first
will be coming
place.
up after this series. And at the moment, it's Sentinels who have the lead, and it's the sniper rifle battle I was talking about. Precision has that responsibility on his shoulders, and boy, is he a joy to watch, and has been phenomenal so far this series.
Takes the sniper rifle out of the back pocket, swinging a miss on 1. Nothing connects to the first 3. I think Dan might have cursed them. Or perhaps he can spare his flushes here. Body shot connects.
Ooh.
Falcated on hand to provide the
Good
assist.
live.
Almost
Wow.
with fadeaway, no
Bro,
scope
that
as
would have been
well.
so gross.
Snipe drone gets a trade, a big trade with the way that flag was positioned.
Yeah, Falcade knew he had to get aggressive, he had to push that kill initially. If he had just kept running, he would have gone down anyway. But Quadrant do send that flag home. One thing you might have noticed from those stats is the success rate that Quadrant have at returning flags. They're pretty good off spawn and knowing which angles to be taking and where to be planting those grenades to deny any sort of flag run. So for all I say that the first flag is going to be very important, I can promise you Quadrant are going to make it difficult for Sentinels to get that flag to their own base. Which you'd hope anyway, it's the aim of the game. But SLG has a sniper rifle. Sorry, Glory has the sniper rifle. Glory's found 3 kills elsewhere. It's all 4 dead.
Yeah,
The
it's always
flag is
weird when the
moving.
colors get flipped like
It's all
that.
looking good for the green team.
Yeah, I was about to ask Noladis. I was just reading that in chat. I was gonna say, did you do something like? Did you get hurt or something?
You've heard of Swiss Army knives. This one's Irish.
Yeah, you got a concussion or something?
And boy, did they need that. Not just to breathe life back into the room, but also for their chances in this game. To deny Sentinels to have that lead, to be able to play with structure. Now,
a little too aggro, brother.
they force Sentinels to just up the ante, to play a little bit faster. And that's typically when Sentinels would struggle, where Quadrant can take advantage of just taking a pure Slayer fight against them.
Nice.
But it was that sniper rifle of Glory that really did make the difference. We saw Precision earlier, miss a couple of shots, but then...
Yeah, is everything... I mean, is everything cool now?
Triple kill for all we know.
I mean, obviously, like, not...
But as you mentioned,
I know you just say you were still, like, having some issues from it, but...
He got it again.
I mean, like...
The wig wobbler. He heads up towards mid-map now. Waiting for his latest victim. Gets one. Falcated in the grave.
There's a specialist about it now that deals with NHL players. I mean, that's good.
Kill, and that could just hurt the progress of this one. Heading towards screens. Almost lines of
yeah, I hope
well.
I hope everything's cool. Like, I hope you're all good and all that.
Now towards home base.
I know we're sitting here making jokes and fucking with each other, but... Oh, he shouldn't have QT'd. He could have traded. Yeah, I know we're sitting here talking shit and making jokes and whatever else, but yeah, no, in all seriousness, I hope you're all good.
So important that Quadrant went for that second flag as well. They recognized they were in the ascendancy. They had the kills going in their favor. They were out slaying Sentinels in that moment.
Oh, I see no
They took advantage of the momentum. They didn't just sit back. They didn't
well, I'm
just
glad
take
to hear about the
1-0
headaches.
lead, which we have seen teams win on our goal.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, Ease.
I know if Sentinels were going to have to up the pace previously, now
Bunch of
more so.
fucking hockey players.
Still 8 minutes remaining. That's one of the upsides for Sentinels here, is there's plenty of time. But it has been the sniper rifle that's made the difference for Quadrant.
Bunch of fucking hockey players up there in Canada.
With 30 kills, Sentinels with 21, separated by 9. 2 caps difference though, and that's the score that really matters here. 2 to the good.
Quadrant trying to send it 5 right here.
In the grave. Precision trying to put a stop to
they
this
spawn
one,
close
and
on him.
gets a double kill and a big one at that.
Yeah, if anyone's going to step up now, it has to be a player like Precision. Seeing what Glory was doing in the kill feed, he has to replicate that some way, but doesn't have a sniper rifle to do so. So instead, you need to be working together, pushing together to overwhelm the Quadrant roster. But
oh my God!
Seeker stands strong.
He was wobbling.
Lethal does clean it up, but it looks like Quadrant. There's always that extra player for Quadrant at the moment.
Arsene just asked at CTF?
In
Perhaps.
some of the earlier games, that extra player had already fallen in the previous
Perhaps.
maps. But now they're being a nuisance.
shots.
They're like cockroaches just surviving
Looks
around
good,
every
Squirtle.
corner, and Sentinels can't
How's it going,
quite
brother?
burn them down.
Ooh, welcome to the party.
Seeking out, exploring his options. Falcated down to no shields, using the grapple to get away. He will live for now. Lethal lands a lovely body shot. Seeking force.
Yeah, that is fucking crazy, Noatus.
Glory lands a body shot on the Boo Boo.
Yeah, I'm sorry you got to. I'm sorry you got to deal with all that,
They
bro.
have numbers advantage. 3 dead for a moment for Sentinels. Precision just about avoids that headshot. But Glory's just in the pocket with the sniper rifle.
I hope that shit gets better and you get that shit figured out. You know what I'm saying?
Wow, he started off patient there, but he recognized and
Much love,
listened.
brother.
Heard that they started to retreat. If you turn your back to Glory, you know full well he's going to jump down with a sniper rifle, take advantage. Now Snipe Drone again, moving that flag. 3
Yeah,
dead
and
for Sentinels
I'm
temporarily.
glad to hear that, bro.
Third flag's on the go here.
Oh my
And it's
God.
Glory again, at the helm, saying, look, you run it, I'll get the kills.
Oh no, he's out of ammo.
Clinical so far. And I'll tell you something, if Quadrant are going to win this, it's off the back of what he's been doing. Snipe Drone driving this one home. 2 in the grave for Sentinels.
Oh!
Gets shut down. Is there anybody else on hand to slide in and punch this one home?
Glory's there, Seeker's just below, they need to work together. Boo Boo's going to have one last ditch attempt, but he goes down. Here comes the slide.
Oh my God. Did he get stuck? No, he just fumbled.
Quadrant will not fall.
Game 5.
Quadrant stand tall. Of course, this series is going to deliver a Game 5.
And the band in house starting to make some noise with the rest of the crowd as they want to have a party. They want to have a celebration party.
Just want to say 180 on the top of my lungs.
Yo, Sen is so checked right now.
That was not close. That was definitive.
That was why Glory was added to the team.
Sen is so checked after that,
A
dude.
game like that where we can truly say that
If I lose game 4 and it's going game 5,
the right weapons, the right tools, the right positions, but
and I hear the trumpet, bro,
he was always in there.
I'm actually
grabbing
losing
the flag.
composure.
I know Glory had that potential triple, and then he got the flagpole, but Snipe Drone was constantly in the face
yeah,
of Sentinels, not allowing them
I don't
to
fuck with
push out of
Argyle.
spawn, always taking those 1v1s and then
shit.
running the flag afterwards.
Yeah, I
Sniper
mean,
plays this anchor role, often plays the sniper role.
unfortunately, I think they're gonna lose this game 5.
Well, 3 players, 4 players.
I mean, we'll see.
To play that role.
You never know.
If you have a sniper in that position, you
It's
know
not like they're
well
completely
what
incapable of winning
certain
this.
angles,
I just,
you are going to be able to safely push into
I
certain
did predict
areas.
Sentinels was gonna
That's the key
win.
word, right? Safety. You know, when Glory
However,
is
if they
behind you, you've got
win,
the scope out. You know you can push certain angles because
the roof might
even
blow
if you
off
do
of this
start to
place,
get
bro.
shot, he will land the body shot to help you out in that fight. And Snipe Drone, more like Flag Drone, driving that one home for his team. And we're going to a game 5. I know you're going to tell me this one favors, but the form goes out the window.
I mean, the form's been out the window.
It's a shootout.
Apart from Stronghold's life that went the way of Quadrant, it's been the other way for both teams.
And
with
dude,
form, with
Argyle is
consistency,
just
with what we've seen
so...
before, but this happens a lot, right?
It's just one of those maps, bro. It's like Fathom from Halo 5. It's one of those. It's like, it's just the super long.
When it comes to game 5s, you would
one team wins 1-0. Every single game goes to time.
In the moment, but again, momentum always will
Standoffs and fucking having to slay a million
We know
times.
as teams, they have some bad game types. They go back
Just one of those
and
flag
they get
maps.
stronger on those game types. But they seem to then
Fathom I think was fun
rest
because
on their
Halo
laurels
5
with
was
some of the
fun.
ones that they
I
were
just mean
stronger
it
at,
plays
they lose
similarly
around them, and
with
they
like
find
the
themselves,
flag
"Oh, we think this
standoffs
one's in
and
the
having to
bag,"
slay a
but
million times.
Actually, it's not.
Well, Snipe Drone, the leading player with the highest KD at the moment on Quadrant. It's Precision, who's been doing the most damage on the flip side, and 2 players who play very different roles, but also can be the star players at the right time. And
40 and
you know
Slayer
what, we can
for a
look at
loss
stats,
is
look at
insane.
KD, but let's look at what happened in the previous game, right? Glory gets a sniper rifle. Had he not had that big moment when he got the triple, or what was close to a triple, could have been Sentinels starting to build momentum. They could have got structure on the map.
That
They
shit
could
is
have been
fucking
the
insane.
team.
Okay,
It was
I'm
just
gonna run to the
before
bathroom
that
real quick.
happened, Precision
Give me
had
just a
that
second,
sniper
gang.
rifle, missed a couple of shots, wasn't
We'll
able
be
to
back
get
for this
that
game
pop-up
5.
moment, and those are the minor differences that can really change a game.
And even for just your confidence alone, if you hit them shots, you silence the crowd, or you hear a pop in the crowd, all of a sudden you start to line up a few more shots. And that's exactly what Glory did. He started to hit a couple of shots, people started to get a bit loud, and he started to feel himself. Confidence can be such a huge issue and such a huge factor in Halo. But we're underway in our game 5. Slayer, we're rocking and rolling, folks.
Well, can Quadrant give the reason to the band to play once more and get the crowd on their feet? Or are we going to see Sentinels just quieten everyone down? Well, at the moment, it's Glory carrying that momentum from game 4 right into game 5 with the Bulldog. It's a 3-kill lead. Camo's about to spawn. And the Shroud used effectively to ensure that Quadrant can get this. So not only do they have the early lead, but now they've got the power up too.
So you're going to be hoping the boys can tune the band and they can land the sweet chin music. They've got 2 in the grave for now. They've answered back though. Seeker desperately trying to live, but being hassled, being harried. Precision is there. Double kill locked in. We're all square. Excuse me, 8-6. My eyes aren't where they used to be. With 2 kills in the difference and remains that for now. Snipe Drone slides out on no shields. It was ill-advised. Straight into the welcoming arms of Lethal's Bandit Rifle. Double kill for him and he rolls away.
Yeah, good response here from Sentinels, even though the camouflage didn't go their way. Now it is all tied up. Don't worry about your eyes. It's maybe just foresight at this point. Suddenly, Sentinels take the lead. And this could end up being a very nervy game of Street Slayer as well, if it's back and forth. But all 4 dead on the side of Sentinels. Hands back favor to Quadrant once more, and they know where they're spawning. And typically, Snipe Drone, the one who would anchor, get damage from a distance, and then he sends the rest of the boys in to do the damage. But they're waiting. They're not sure where Sentinel's going to come from. So they say, look, you come to us and we'll take the fight. But Precision from distance. Lethal was just bait there.
Perhaps they'd love to have that one back. Just handing the initiative over to Sentinels. And they'll capitalize on that all day long. You have to be the one to make the decisions. Be the aggressor. Push the envelope. And they allow Sentinels to come out on every different route. And they lose the fights. And now Sentinels in control of the map. Sentinels have the Bulldog.
It reminds me a little bit of when Snipe Drone used to be on the Ascend roster. This game type in particular, where they had the lead right towards the end of the game against Native, and then just those few kills didn't go their way because they gave them the initiative, because they held off and they forced them to do something. Sometimes the best form of defense is offense, and maybe that'll be a lesson learned for Quadrant just in that moment. But 18 all. Glory has plenty of opportunity to move around the map in which way he wants here, but he's very aware of the spawns, probably being communicated by the rest of the team. He's got it again. This is a dangerous loadout.
And again, he's been entrusted with the weapons to carve a hole in the Sentinel's defense, to drive his team forward. He gets cut down without having too much of an influence with the weapons. Falcate gets 2, and a big 2. SLG back tower. Both teams continue to jiggle peek, continue to do damage, poke and prod, try and find some weaknesses. And a full rotation from Sentinels now as they abandon the arcade side and move over towards Tram and L.
Sentinels are moving as a unit far better than Quadrant.
Oh.
Almost a triple for Falcated as well there. As SLG just scarpers away. But Quadrant, they're a bit sporadic at times. Glory playing extremely fast, and it has worked out when he's had that Bulldog in his hand, so there's not any real complaints with a tight game like this. They just need to be careful they don't get caught off too often. As for Sentinels, they have that small lead now they can work with. And you can almost feel it. The Sentinels, they want to slow this game down. They want to gain the lead and say to Quadrant, right, what have you got to...
All right, I'm back. What did I miss? Oh, we got a tie game.
Spawn, they are always holding forward. They are always pressing. They're always taking the fights. But at the moment, Falcated with a killing spree, he's been able to shut them down one by one.
Breathing forward, but too often putting themselves in peril. 3 kills now. Make it 4. SLG top tower down a couple of shots now. Lethal gets snipe drone, and the collapse is coming. Imagine these two players have not got long for this world. Glory, a big trade would be huge here. Cannot secure it for his team. Lethal gets the kill, and they'll continue to roll forward, and you cannot see them stand still. They are going to drive forward, and this is what Quadrant should have done.
A few desperate cries from the crowd as well as...
And just like that,
starting to raise
sends
now.
up by
You can
8.
feel the shift in the room as it's an 8-kill lead for Sentinels. We've been in a lot of...
Lick's still about to tweet, "Where's my trumpet?" or some stupid shit like that.
And now for Quadrant here, what have they got left? 7 kills behind. Only 14 needed for Sentinels now. It's still within touching distance. But there is an element of control now for this Sentinel squad who are really setting the pace of this game, denying the speed that Quadrant want to play.
Just taking this thing out of the game. Forcing Quadrant to think about the decisions a little bit more. More risk, less reward. Down by 9 now. Boo Boo pushes forward. Looking for a bait and switch. Snipe drone gets 1. Falcate answers back with a double kill. Precision's there as well. 7 required. And Quadrant just have not got going in this game 5.
What a turnaround this has been from Sentinels in this game. As soon as they were given that little bit of wiggle room to take control, boy, have they seized it. And what an important game it could be when we look at how Sentinels, how far they can go in this tournament, whether they can reach that top 4 placement again that we would expect from a team like this. To be able to push themselves into the top 2 of this pool would be massive for their chances. And at the moment, it's trending that way, but there's still a small amount of hope for Quadrant here. Just need to deny some of these kills, but Lethal happy to take the fights. And that double kill might be the first nail in the coffin here for Quadrant.
When Lethal's hitting shots like that, Quadrant and everybody else better be put on notice. 4 required now. It's a long road back.
Oh, hang on though.
The crowd start to get louder.
Don't throw
Maybe
this.
They believe. But
Hang on, don't throw this.
More in their favor. It's a 4-kill game now.
This is a split spawn in the moment for Sentinels. They are under pressure. Quadrant have to take advantage of it. Start to pinch, start to prod, start to put as much damage in with precision. Dancing around, but it is now a 3-kill game. Camouflage in the hand. It's a 2-kill game. And all of a sudden, is it falling apart for Sentinels here as Quadrant begin to believe?
Hold the phone. Maybe there's a chance. Lethal falls. 1 kill required. 3. Precision locks it in. Game 5 victory for Sentinels.
That's one of the most animated reactions.
Yeah, that's the most emotion I've ever seen from Lixtel, bro. What the fuck?
To silence the home team, a huge win for Sentinels and their chances of moving forward in this competition in an advantageous seed. For Sentinels, it is, of course, about getting that victory and how good it's going to feel, but for Quadrant, they now have to go into the series against Optic Gaming knowing that they were only a few kills away from taking down Sentinels.
And how often do we hear that about a lower seeded team or even just a European team that they were so close, and they'll go back to the hotel later on, they'll analyze the footage and they'll say, if this had just gone our way, if I had turned left instead of right, maybe the whole complexion of this series is different. And I want to speak about Sentinels.
Cameraman said, oh shit.
You go down 3-0 in that Argyle, which typically is a very good game type for them. And they bounce back in the Slayer. And they look dominant at times, up until that little nervy finish, but it's always seemed to be in the bag.
Even though it was a nervy finish, you could see that the callouts were very much communicated effectively by Sentinels. Just that damage that was done with beatdowns and the one-shots that were available. Precision in particular, putting himself in harm's way to ensure that he did clean up what was available and to finish that game.
Did he really?
50-47 looks very close, and it was.
What a series.
When Quadrant look back, it's going to be that King of the Hill recharge.
What a series, man.
The initial 2 hills where they were a little bit flat off the back of that Slayer, and again, that could be pressure. It could be one of those moments where they were so high off the first victory, they get shut down immediately in map number 2 on the Slayer, and then they start to think, okay, maybe we're not going to be able to do this for the fans here. Very impressed with the response from Sentinels, but we have to look at the positives for Quadrant as well. It's not like this is going to be the end of their tournament, right? It's still just pool play for them. The downside is now they have to go into the Optic series with a win. They need a win to give themselves that chance of getting into the winner's bracket rather than playing through elimination.
And that is, you spoke about the response that they can have in maybe at the end of that series and in that series in general, but you speak about it on the horizon for them now. Up next, Optic Gaming. They don't even have to leave the main stage. They can leave all their stuff there, get comfortable. But now they're playing against one of the heavyweights, one of the big boys, and Optic Gaming, they're going to be coming to play.
Does help though for Quadrant. They are warmed up, they are on the stage, but of course you're going to have the
Hey, what's up, Evocatus?
The overwhelming
Long time no
feelings of
see,
what's
man.
just happened in that
Hope you've
previous
been well.
game. We start to ask the questions to your teammates. Why did we lose that one? What went wrong? And you need to have that conversation because it's an important conversation to have, but then move on very quickly to start to look at the next series layout. What do we need to do different to be able to beat Optic? The good thing for Quadrant and for you Quadrant fans is they've done it before, and Optic will know full well that Quadrant will come to play here in this final series of the day.
Well, one man that did come to play is Boo Boo Doo Boo. Blaze has got an interview. Take it away, fella.
Thank you so much, Shurs. London, show some love to Sentinels as they come out on top and they continue throughout the tournament. I got Boo Boo Doo Boo with me on the main stage.
I'm doing great, Evocatus. I appreciate you asking, man.
Especially with a metabolic age of 12, you're going to be in your prime for a very long time.
I did see the Lixtal clap. I was just saying, bro, that's like the most animated I've ever seen him before, bro.
That was our first win in like 4 series, so got that out of the way. And I love playing in front of that crowd. That crowd is super energetic, and we just feed off of it. Honestly, playing in like the main stage is just so intimate right now. Like I can just feel the energy anytime. It's like drums beating and stuff like that. It's super sick.
Definitely is, okay? And, you know, let's talk a little bit about gameplay. You know, you saw the map series. You saw you was going against Quadrant at home. What was the game plan to take them
with
down?
the stash and the mullet, bro.
Series.
Yeah, I mean, we don't get to practice them at all since they're in Europe, you know, so kind of like a wild card, like knowing how they play, kind of got to adjust like mid-series. But, I mean, it felt pretty comfortable. That Argyle, we kind of trolled it, like just getting 3-0'd, slammed, so we definitely got to look back at that and like try to fix our mistakes going forward. But the rest of the series we played pretty good. I think we won both the Slayers, right? So that's good. Slayers win tournaments. So
Slayers win tournaments. And then lastly, right here, how does it feel to be at full force with this squad? Last event didn't come out the way you want, but how does it feel to have the squad firing off on full cylinders?
I mean, it's vibey, bro. It's vibey. I mean, I love Ethan. I love TJ. I love Mike. I love Kyle. It's a really good squad to be a part of, so I'm really excited to just continue this run.
All right, best of luck to you, Boo. And that's going to do it for us here on the interview. Lottie, let's break all of this down.
Thank you so much, Blaze. It's all love on Sentinels, and they're going to love the result at the end of that series. It was close. It was a nail-biter. There was so much fight in both of our teams, but Sentinels, they get it done, and they're very happy with that result. You know, you can see it on Boo Boo's face. He's like, oh, thank God for that. That's over, because playing in front of the home crowd is no joke. It's difficult. Although he's feeding off of it, he knows he was up there as the villains, obviously, with the hometown crowd. And I've got to say, Sentinels, they were lights out, but so were Quadrant.
For that little small door jump in game 1 was actually so gross.
I want to talk about some of the outliers.
It was so simple, but it was actually so clean.
Especially in the strongholds, such good objective work, and the Slays as well, they were very even.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing the highlights.
Brother Glory is gross.
Live fire. There was actually even as far as slays. They both had 66 kills, which is crazy to think about because Quadrant had 100 more points, or close to, I'm sorry, 94 more points. Close to 100 more points than the opposition. That just tells me the objective efficiency is there, and we called them the best stronghold team in the world. They might still be in that conversation.
Yo, Reckless, thank you for the follow, bro.
I say, from strongholds to King of the Hill here, it got very close at the end. I remember saying, "Nice try, boys." That, unfortunate, couldn't quite get that last second in this hill here at B, and it was really, really difficult for them. But things changed. The tides were totally different in this Argyle game, and how wrong we got it. I mean, you couldn't predict it if you tried, Harry, to be perfectly honest. But that Argyle CTF game was so clean.
Honestly, what were we talking about? Like, we were totally wrong. Like, compared to what we expected with the CTF track record, going to a game and map in particular where you have to be so structured and coordinated, they did it perfectly. And one of the reasons why was due to the fact that every single time they pushed in or getting quite close onto their flag, Sentinels was not trading any kills. And because they weren't traded, there's always going to be 4 members of Quadrant alive every single time they go for those flag caps. But they pinned them down.
Look at this fucking guy, bro.
Pressure and suffocated them perfectly on start side every single time with all 3 flag caps. And what makes it even better is that they didn't overcommit to the objective a lot of the time.
Just
they
clapping.
made sure just to play it safe, reslay again, just keep a track record and eyes on exactly where they're lurking, what they're going to be. And what adds to that is how they adapted. They knew the routes which Sentinels were taking. They knew exactly the counter-attack they're going to provide in order to try and get it back. And every single time, Vader's got shut down. Glory went off the snipe a number of occasions and just did what he does best.
It's funny you actually mentioned that because one of my notes is Glory's looking ever so comfortable up there, especially with the sniper in his hand. But you can just see the kind of the elevation of his gameplay across this title has been so nice. And obviously, Quadrant saw something in him to pick him up, to kind of put him in that mix and that roster. He's looking really good up there. So I'm excited to see the rest of the growth of this Quadrant roster. I don't think that this kind of situation here with Sentinels and not winning that final game 5 is going to be the end of it for them. This is the beginning, the heat up of Quadrant. I'm excited to see what they do with the rest of the weekend. Of course, that did end 3-2, and here are the stats across the board here. Tony, picking up on anything that you want to talk about here? Is there anything that's really standing out to you?
Yeah, I have 3 shout-outs.
Go on, shout them out.
1, Precision, you were absolutely incredible, and you were incredible all series long. What you did in game number 2 was absolutely amazing. 17 kills, matching Snipe Drone on the other side of things. Going into that game 5, a big reversal to give you guys momentum, and then you're the one who got the final kill. Quadrant were clawing the way back into it before that little jiggle peak reversal in Arcade. So definitely want to give a shout out to Precision. Also want to give a shout out to Lethal as well. And the stats show it. KD wise, he has really stepped it up. And you see a 1.27 KD. And my last shout out is going to be to the crowd. This home crowd was on fire for Quadrant. And I promise you, it helps more than you think. I would imagine. Was there a marching band in here? It was absolutely crazy in here. So I'll say my shout out to Precision, Lethal, and this home crowd because they were incredible.
Yeah, they certainly were. Yes, we had a trumpet and drums. It was getting electric in here. So
we had the full orchestra, pretty much.
We had pretty much everything. And of course, you can't forget the crowds who are joining in and getting really involved there with the chants and everything, which we love to see. But you're so right there, I think, in terms of the Sentinel side of things. 2 incredible players who have not only just stepped up in this series, but have been doing it from the series we'd seen previously too. I mean, Lethal at one point, he was dropping, he was in the 30s, high 30s, way before everyone else in the lobby. This guy's also on fire, which is just amazing.
Yeah, what the fuck was his name, Evocatus?
Even on Sentinels, normally you see the falcated or the precision with the in the
yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Lethal just coming out strong, 1.27, not something you normally see every day. Going from track record in scrims is not somebody who's been accustomed by. He's been extremely good at support, extremely good in getting that damage dealt. But the fact that he's slaying on top of that is just ludicrous in itself. And even Snipe Drone as well. You're looking at the glories, or like in terms of like bringing that slaying power up a little bit more. It was Snipe Drone the entire time.
Indeed, it was. I love to see people feeling super comfortable up there on the main stage. Here's pool play for you guys. And things aren't actually super comfortable for a couple of our teams. Now we've got some scores happening on the board here. And as you can see, we have pool B filling in very nicely, which is where we were just at, folks. Sentinels, they will take that one over Quadrant, leaving Quadrant 0 for 1. I don't want to say 0. 0 is not a great way of saying 0. I don't know if I'm American or British. I don't know where I am, to be perfectly honest. Optic Gaming, though, sitting quite pretty on the top of Pool B, and Sentinels, they're 1 for 1 right now, looking to take that second spot, secure themselves against the open bracket team. But Quadrant, you know, they're going to give it a good go as well. This is for them to have that bounce back and hopefully go into the championship bracket without a hitch as well. I'm looking at a couple of other scores. Oh yeah, Shopify Rebellion 2-0, looking pretty nice in Pool D as well. Currently heading that one very strong. Open bracket team, what can you do? What have you got? The upsets are going to get harder and harder for our open bracket teams as we're kind of seeing things fill in here. Have got any open bracket teams you got your eye on? I know it's Europe. I know we had Native Gaming. They bumped up, you know, now to pool play. But are you hoping for a potential upset in some of our pools, Tony?
I mean, I really am. I got my eyes on a bunch of teams. There was actually one squad that was supposed to be in pool play. You know, you got Monster in the group.
Yes.
I believe, I want to say Shock is filling in as their sub, as opposed to King Dick, who couldn't make it. That's still a very, very good squad. So watch out for Rami, watch out for Manny, watch out for Monster, and of course you got you also have Shock coming in as that sub. They really still can make it out of pool, out of open and into pools.
They certainly can indeed. Well, folks, we're going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we have Quadrant once again on the main stage. They aren't going anywhere. Their seats are warm and they're ready.
They're playing again.
Dub, but it's going to be against Optic Gaming.
Against Optic.
This is a rivalry, folks. We'll see you right after this.
The HCS London Major is presented by AMD and by Streamlabs.
Party's over.
Oh yeah, is anybody playing on the Bravo stream right now?
You belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery.
Okay, I'm sorry, what the fuck is this troll ass trailer? Oh no, it's phase C9 and they're in between maps. Okay, never mind. This is the trailer that leaked early, right? A couple weeks ago.
Combat evolved.
Bro, I've been seeing this commercial, this specific commercial, for years now. How long have we been watching this commercial? Probably since Raleigh. Crazy fucking remix, by the way.
Others want to break out. Some of us come to hang out. We may be here for different reasons, but what we all have in common is the need to share. Streamlabs. Unleash your live.
Infinite got a lot of trailers, bro. Hey, Varkas with the gifted sub. Hey, thank you very much, brother. I appreciate the love, man. Much respect, as always. Thank you very much for the gifted sub, brother. Keeping the lights on over here. Keeping the motherfucking lights on. Ooh, boy.
Good evening, Halo fans, and welcome back to the HCS London Major. It is so good having you join us in London, the UK. It is nighttime. The sun has set.
Starting work on Monday after months. Gotta celebrate. Hey, hell yeah.
In our almost WrestleMania-esque main stage area.
Well, congrats, brother.
On the desk, I have Wes Price, and I also have Richie.
And I appreciate the love, and I appreciate you sharing the love.
Competition coordinator. Richie, so good of you to have, come up here and share some exciting potential things with us.
Much love, brother.
Today? Welcome to London.
Yeah, I'm feeling great. It's been a
Look at Richie Hines.
Some really epic matches so far, so I'm excited to get this final one between Optic and Connor going, but first we got to talk
That's
about
the final game of the day.
We do indeed. Okay, so
I mean, shit, it's late there, right?
When you come up on the desk, we usually
it's probably, what, like
have
7, 8
people,
p.m. there?
And you mentioned some maps here. So what have you got in store for us today?
Yeah, so soon, coming into summer, we have 2 new ranked maps. First one's called Origin.
Ooh.
It's a remake of Coliseum in Halo.
Hey!
And the other one is Fortress. It's a completely new design, and I'm really excited to show you.
So a new map and Coliseum.
That's one thing, Richie, and I know you're excited, but my question
Let's
is,
go.
big man here.
I was not
Outside
expecting an
Chicago
announcement
West
just
about this
right
I'm
here on
very
fucking
excited.
Friday.
You know me, I like snipes on maps, and both of these feature the 7. I think Coliseum, one of my favorite personal map from Halo 5, the remake in Origin, is going to be exciting to watch. Players will have an idea of how it plays in the geography around it, but I'm super excited for Fortress most of all because it is a new map and has 2 S7s.
I mean, that is a W announcement.
A lot of opportunity for
that is a W announcement.
You can put
but yeah,
these
it
in the
is.
trap. I
It's
think it
weird
plays
that
in
it
the
came on a
traditional
Friday.
Halo map as well. But as we take a look at the overlook on Origin, let's jump into this Forerunner map and talk.
Yeah,
so this
I've
map
run around
was
this
designed
map
by
a few
High and
times.
Light, Carmaplex and Dark Maiming. They did an amazing job with not only the art, but the design from a competitive perspective. And I know, Wes, I've seen you playing this so much. Just talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, it plays so similar to Halo
I don't know
5.
if I've checked this out on stream before, but I have run around on this before.
Subsetting it across the map over here, but it does traditionally play so similar to what we know the great Halo 5 map of Coliseum. CTF,
yeah, it's the usual
predominant game
suspects.
type on it, but also Slayer is going to be featured on it as well.
The usual goats.
And all these different pieces feel like they fit so well with Infinite. The big thing for
I remember, bro. I remember from playing on this, the lighting was pretty harsh. Because it's got like a sort of golden hour like sunset lighting thing to it.
This as well, because there's so many Halo 5 memories just rushing through my brain.
But I mean, like, it looks good.
Saying just tearing people apart back then on Halo 5. I mean, the phase.
Hopefully it plays
were
good.
Previously talks. I mean, there's so many memories. But Richie, you know, how excited are you to see that now being played in Halo Infinite and creating new memories with a new meta?
Yeah, we have new players that are going to make amazing plays on an old map, and it's going to be so much fun to watch.
Does it have
Obviously,
pyramid?
the
I'm
map
sure it
looks
does.
great.
Yes.
There's still some
Even
work
if
to be
it's
done.
like
They
a
are work in
different
progress, but,
thing, I'm
these
sure
players are gonna put the
functionally
final
like
touches
that
on it.
jump
They're
is
gonna
still
look
there in some way.
amazing. I'm really excited for you guys to see the design of Fortress.
Okay, well, speaking of, let's take a look at it. So, Fortress, talk to me about how
This is
one
the
will
new
work,
map.
'cause I
This
know
is a
you're
completely
excited.
new
You've been
original
non-stop talking
map,
about this in
right?
Green Room. Richie, what can we expect with this brand new medieval looking?
Yeah, as you
Oh.
can see, it's a really cool art designed by Mick
Wait.
Phipps and Ethan Hibbs. Shout out to
I've
them.
seen
They've
this.
done an amazing job. And from a competitive perspective, the influence was from a little bit of Sanctuary and a little bit of Onslaught. So you got the fast pace of Onslaught, and then you have the dual.
It does
side
kind of
of
look like Sank,
Sanctuary.
but it's
Yeah, I'm
smaller.
stoked to get a
See,
map
it's
that's
kind of
not
just a
remake
square.
back into the ranked top
It's almost
version.
like a
Hopefully
it's almost
HCS
like a
main stage, and I think that this
war
is by far
bigger
my favorite
warlock.
map mode combination in CTF to play in-house, as I'll say, when we're running.
Yeah, they
games
said it
with
was
other
kind of like an
basically.
onslaught.
I have so much fun every time this loads
It's
up.
great.
It plays such like
Actually,
a
it's kind of big.
traditional Halo map where you have to control specific areas.
Looking
you
at it
force
now,
spawns in certain areas,
looking
you
at
have
it
to
now,
really
it's kind of
pop off
big.
and feel like you're in control.
I don't know if it's Sank big, but
the S7s create highlight reels. The overshield bottom middle creates a lot of opportunity every single
Hey,
time.
I'm
it
just saying
comes
what
up
he
to
said.
Create a good push with your team.
That's what
And
Richie
there's
Hines
so many
said.
different dynamic places to try and hold down. In
But
order
yeah,
to,
it's like
have
it
success
does
with
just
the
look like a
objective
perfect
efficiency.
mixture
You can run the
of
flag in several
warlock
different ways
and
effectively, as long as you're maintaining those positions
Sank.
of power and controlling where the enemy team's going to
I do
spawn.
fuck with the
I think
medieval
this is gonna
aesthetic.
be a massive hit for all of our
Like you
fans
see the
out there
village
for
in the
HCS,
background.
and I can't wait to see
Like bro,
some of
they
the big
probably
dogs
like they had to
like
build
FaZe
all that,
and
and like
SSG
that's all that
Optic
shit back
to
there.
get
That's not
their
even part of the
hands
map.
on this map and see
This is
how
fire,
far they
dude.
can push the meta.
I'm excited because to me that just
This
sounds
is fire.
like so many different strategies that are going to come out of the woodworks. I think they're going to work this in so many different ways and angles, which is very exciting because we'll also see how the counter opportunities come in.
They
as
might
well.
make you play bomb.
Absolutely gorgeous.
They might.
I've just got to say this is stunning. Something that we have not got in Halo Infinite currently. So love how different this looks, but also really excited
Yeah,
to
this
see
is really
Origin
cool.
as well. You know, Coliseum has a big place in my heart. So really excited to see both of these new maps in rotation. I hope you folks in this
Yeah,
very
definitely
building are
Evocatus.
excited too, because here's news to you. You can play it right now. That is right. You can go and get your hands on both these brand new maps. Really excited to see what you guys think. If you
They're
are
in the
here
game
on
now.
site, make sure you go try those out, test those out.
Oh, no,
Tweet
they're
us,
on site.
See what you like about
Okay.
them. Tell us how amazing they are. We want to know your feedback. So you guys get your hands on those today, which is amazing. Now, Richie, before you leave, I've got to ask, have you got any final thing that you could maybe tell us? Any little, little bit of information that we can walk away with?
Yeah, so one more thing. Starting next week,
Respectfully,
we'll
of
be
course.
2 new permanent
Righties.
ranked playlists to Halo Infinite. We will have Ranked Slayer and Ranked Doubles
Oh.
becoming permanent playlists.
Permanent.
Next week, and we did not forget about rotationals. Ranked Tactical will be coming in as a rotational next week alongside those. So when you sign on to Halo Infinite next week, you will have not 1, not 2, not 3, 4 ranked playlists to play.
That's absolutely incredible. I could hear some whoops in the background, by the way, so I know there are some happy players in this building as well.
Yeah, one more thing. Just want to give a
cool.
big shout out to the forgers that we've been working with for months. It's a tough process, but they've been super respectful, very responsive to feedback. Just want to give a shout out to Mick Rips, Ethan Hibbs, High on Mike, Karmaplex, Dark Maiming. They've done a fantastic job.
A beautiful job, and cannot wait to see that happening in the HCS competitively this year as well. Richie, thank you so much for coming on and sharing all of that amazing info with us, and hope you guys, these ranked players, are very happy too with some permanent additions to your playlist too. Richie, I'm going to let you go. That's it. That's going to do it for us. We're going to head into pool play right now and see some of the updates coming on the board. And as you are probably well aware, we're heading back into a Quadrant and Optic Gaming matchup. Now, Wes, I didn't get to talk to you about this. I had Tony here and Lethal. That's okay. That's all right. Don't worry about it. But I was so impressed with what we saw. We talked about how Pool B was going to be so difficult, so dangerous. It was going to be one of the more difficult kind of situations for every single team in here. And Sentinels and Quadrant did not disappoint. It was a grueling battle. You could see both of them were really in it to win it. And Quadrant, they did not let their foot off the gas. I think going all the way to that Game 5, the way that they were able to kind of turn the tables on Argyle CTF against Sentinels had me shook. That has told me so much about this roster heading into the rest of the weekend. How impressed were you?
Very impressed, especially on that Argyle CTF. I think that was the most dominant Argyle CTF we have seen across Halo Infinite and in tournament play. Very rarely does that go to caps. Very rarely does it not go into an overtime when it's tied like 1-1 or even 0-0. So for Quadrant to have that much success shows you that their CTF game type is on point. Those Slayers were kind of the game modes that bit them the most throughout that series. Though you can't afford to lose both Slayers in a series because you will always lose a series if you lose both. The math there is Game 5's always Slayer, so you're losing the best of 5 every time, Tony. I saw the equations running through your head like Rain Man, so I had to help you out there. But that series and Sentinels versus Optic both went to Game 5, so both series so far throughout this pool of death have pushed both these teams to the limits. Let's see if Optic and Quadrant can also entertain the crowd.
The pool of death.
With another Game 5. That would be something special.
That would be something special. That would honestly, I think, be one of our more competitive first days that we've had. I know we've had quite a competitive year too. I know last year was nuts, and Friday was always a bit crazy. I think I was like a broken record at certain points, saying like, "This is the craziest day we've had in pool play."
But it was.
But honestly, I feel like almost every single Friday of every single tournament we go to tops it.
I mean, we've had at least 4 Game 5s. ITB going to Game 5 with Native. ITB went to Game 5 earlier as well with Shopify.
Hey, what's up, Captain Lockdown?
Optic and Sentinels go to Game 5. We've seen Quadrant and
Damn, look at those Optic
Sentinels
jerseys.
go to Game 5. I mean,
How we feel
if
about
this
those
series
Optic
goes to Game
jerseys?
5, this is actually the highest competitive Friday.
What's good, Captain Lockdown? How you doing, brother?
For pool play, something I'm usually not a big fan of.
What do I feel about the Sen roster? I like it.
Higher seeds playing lower
I like it.
seeds.
It's a little bit
Some of the
weird,
matches
obviously.
typically aren't, competitive. It is such a
With the
pleasure
change.
to see all of these series, all of the packs,
But,
we talk about the different tiers. We can start erasing some of that conversation if these series continue to go the distances as they have today.
Indeed.
Yeah,
We're
I like
talking
that team a
about
lot.
This current matchup that we're seeing right now, which is going to be Optic versus Quadrant. And while I've got you, Clutch, I'm curious.
I'll be here.
You know, 2 different lineups, but a historic.
Hey, I'm glad to hear it,
rivalry
Captain
that we've
Lockdown.
actually started to have.
Is your work
in
season
Halo
coming up?
between Optic
Hey,
and
well, I hope
Quadrant.
I hope it goes
Different
well,
lineups,
brother.
We see a different outcome this time around because often it spelled a bit of misery for Optic. So, do you see that actually being different?
Those jerseys are interesting, bro.
But Quadrant played so well against Sentinels that maybe there's a chance it continues to be that rivalry. But the loss of Legend, obviously still something Quadrant are going to have to get over. And they still are yet to create that big upset yet. So they haven't proven that they can push it the entire distance to create an upset of this magnitude as they have in the past with the likes of Legend. But they've showed very promising results, especially that Sentinel series, that gives fans and the viewers some hope that there is an opportunity for an upset. On the other side, though, this Optic roster also.
Yeah, I'm doing all right, Cap Knockdown.
The
Appreciate you asking.
Zone, I think is massive for Optic.
Just
and what
vibing,
they're
enjoying
trying to
some Halo
accomplish this
today.
year. I think that they have looked nothing but amazing since the pickup of Dead Zone. I think that series
I don't know,
earlier
you
with
should ask 'em.
Sentinels may have been a little rough start to their tournament. They still came out with a win. Sentinels is still a great squad, but I expect to see even better Optic as this tournament goes on.
Now, Tony, we discussed Optic a
Bro,
few times while we were
I'm pretty
talking
sure
about
this is the last
and
match.
the expectations that are on
I don't know
that
if it's the
shoulder,
last match of
especially
today or the
probably a
last
little
match of
bit
pool
a rough
play.
ride in that month previous.
But
you
dude,
know,
after
between Arlington
stream,
and
I'm
now.
gonna get
You know,
the
some of
most
qualifiers
killer
didn't go
nap.
their way. They weren't even on the board for some of them, but it happens, right? It's online and things happen. They work
It's gonna be
through
so
them.
fire.
But Optic right now, what are your expectations about them coming into this series? As I finish my sentence, we're now red zoning once again. We
I
got
done
some
been
more
up since
game
early
review
today.
screens that are happening in the room next to us.
Last game of the day, yeah, that's what I thought.
Enjoy.
A little bit of Space Station gaming, a little bit of Proton gaming. I promise you, I'm not mad at this, and it's a close one already. 88 to 84. Space Station Gaming had the
Oh, SSG
opportunity
trying to close out right here.
Right here, right now, and with that squad wipe, we tuned in at the
MW19 campaign
right
later.
time. It's SSG with the win.
Yeah, we get the results of this series
Low key?
on the fly. Space Station will win this series.
Wait, that's the one we have
3-1.
next, right?
Proton trying to get that
Is it?
game forward to a round 3, but couldn't get the job done there at the very end. And now we're focusing our eyes over towards the FaZe Cloud9
FaZe
series,
C9.
where Cloud9 actually took game 1, and it took Royal 2, dropping 21 plus kills in game 2 for FaZe to tie this one up.
Yeah, we heard the people at home. They don't
Yeah,
want
because
to
we
see
have.
they want action on top of action
Yeah,
on
Black
top
Ops
of
4 there was no
action.
campaign.
Gonna
We have
give
MW
you
2019.
one apiece right now in this series. FaZe up 1-0
Cold War.
as far as rounds, and Cloud9 with the play ball.
Vanguard.
Snakebite with the kill.
And
Which
traditionally,
did
if I was
Vanguard have a
looking at
good
the series
campaign?
from
Should we skip
afar,
that one?
You know FaZe and the slack
And
that
then-
we give them for their oddball performances. And
I mean, shit, bro. Honestly, like, I don't give a fuck about really many of the new ones. We might just play MW 2019 and Cold War and then call it done.
Going to game 5 earlier today. Right now, FaZe trying to figure out a way to gain control of this series as well. It looks like they were able to win round 1. They've got the lead here in round 2. Let's see how much better their oddball performances can be now that they've had some time to focus on it since Arlington.
FaZe may have
Yeah.
Cloud9 have just taken it.
Probably skip Vanguard, but then also like we played MW2 when that shit came out, and like I did not like that game, dude.
There it is.
33-31, Cloud9 have a momentary lead right now in round 2. Wouldn't this be something special for them to take another lead, another game from FaZe, a team that we have not talked much about, but there's a lot of talent on
Yeah,
this
that
Cloud9.
Avakis, I think that's probably the biggest criticism of the teams in the Big Three, is that I think all 3 of them are probably liable to come out really slow on a Friday and just randomly fucking lose to a pool play team. I think all 3 of them have history of doing that.
They're going to try and rotate this to Elevator if Royal 2 can give them some help.
Yeah, the moments of Spectre and Sad came over from that old Proton game.
Yeah, I agree.
Cloud9 even upset Optic in one of the
Then I heard MW3 was like dog piss.
And there's no wonder why they were able to tie up the series.
Based off, okay, so I haven't seen anything from the new COD yet, but like, it's a Treyarch game, and they're starting to do that thing where they get me excited. And thankfully, because it's on Game Pass, this year I won't have to spend any money on COD. I won't have to spend the $70. Like, it's a Treyarch game. They're doing all the pre-order bonuses that have leaked are all like zombies things and like old, like classic guns.
Frosty able to recapture control of the pipes area with that shock rifle, puts it to use onto Tusk, and right now Renegade feels the pressure.
Yeah, in that same vein, now that we're talking about campaigns, hopefully Black Ops 6 has a good campaign.
From Cloud9, the setup is now broken.
As Cloud9 have the numbers, all they got to do is hold off FaZe. We're going to come in quick. It's sad, but that's the responsibility of holding down the A side. I do see 2 players.
Did you play the MW3 campaign?
They better watch out, and Frosty's already found the headshot with the shock, making it 2 so far, and Renegade makes it 3 down, and that's a full wipe. FaZe right back, putting points on the board.
Frosty was the only player alive from FaZe after that initial.
I think I just ran through it on easy for like the achievements.
FaZe immediately break what
I literally don't remember anything from it.
Setup, and now FaZe look like they're in control once again. Snakebite camo in hand. You know, he's making a decision here whether he wants the ball. I like the idea of him throwing it towards his teammate.
I was probably hitting the Pine Park and watching a movie, paying no attention.
Snakebite already deals with Septify. Don't tell me he gets 2. He does. Trades out his life in order to do so. But
yeah, but the Treyarch games are pretty consistent with their campaigns. Except for Black Ops 3, we don't talk about that game. And also Black Ops 4 didn't have a campaign, so actually, let me take that back, maybe not. But I will say, World at War, Black Ops 1, Black Ops 2, and Cold War, good campaigns.
To a full setup of the elevator right now.
In the case of World at War and Black Ops 1, I would say fantastic campaigns.
Now, but too many members of Cloud9 are able to focus on the Renegade, and that's going to stagger FaZe's opportunity for a push here now that Renegade gets taken down so late.
It was a super confident push coming out of Renegade's a push by himself there, and it might have paid off, but the moment Cloud9 saw it, they really focused, fired him, and dealt with them so quickly. Now Cloud9 have a clean setup, and we could see yet another lead change here, maybe for the final time, as we see Renegade pushing over toward that top 8 catwalk once again. This time he won't play his life, but this time Cloud9 still have the ball.
Cloud9 have the ball, and they have a man advantage momentarily. Tusk going to drop that ball, understanding that FaZe have got to be somewhere around him. Unfortunately, FaZe actually not able to push through the turbine right there. They were forced it back into white, and right now Frosty gets the first pick over towards the batteries, and that's going to open
we deadass where
the
he's
entire FaZe roster for the map.
Deadass where, man.
Roster. Let's see if this push is successful. It's all 4 down. And FaZe are able to pick up that ball instantly. Sab coming off respawn, able to make this setup a little bit weaker.
No, yeah, I think my favorite Call of Duty campaign of all time is the original MW2. But like, if you're asking me like what the best Call of Duty campaigns ever are, I'm gonna say like top 3 in like any order are like MW2, Black Ops 1, and like COD 4 or like Black Ops 2 or something.
91 to 80.
MW3 is also
9
fantastic.
It looks
Like the original
Dave's gonna
MW3.
have an opportunity at a setup, but I believe
Severely underrated campaign. It's a little over the top, but
we like to just keep things on a
it-
cliffhanger. You know
it's
what
fire
I'm saying
nonetheless.
here. Keep your tabs open. Yeah, exactly. That's
But I
what
will
the
say
tabs
Black
are
Ops
for,
1
which
and
drops
Modern
obviously
Warfare
available
2
so make
are
sure
like
you're
the
tuning
gold
in.
standard.
We do have our main stage action ready to go. Really excited about
Like
this.
some COD campaigns are completely worthless and shit. Some COD campaigns are just kind of like holding your hands, narrative, goofy, just kind of for fun. And some of them are really good, like deadass actually good. What the fuck? This is fire.
Welcome back.
Calling him
London.
Chainless Zane
Welcome
is
back,
insane,
Twitch,
bro.
and I know you've had enough of me, but can I interest you in a little Dave Walsh for this Optic Quadrant series?
Let's
here
go.
on the main stage. Dave, you're a legend. Your name rings bells around these parts out here.
We got a Walsh clutch cast?
Opportunity to cast a series with you, and what a
We
banger
do.
we have. Optic versus Quadrant, a tale as old as time as far as Halo Infinite's concerned. But this time around, we have a bit of a twist, a couple team changes since the last time these two teams matched up. As we load into game one, Dave, what are your feelings going into this after just watching the Quadrant Sentinel series?
I mean, after watching Quadrant Sentinels and watching Optic versus Sentinels, I feel like we have a series on our hands. However, if you asked me going into this event how the series would go, Optic were looking so strong at Arlington. They only lost 8 maps the entire tournament, and 7 of those 8 maps were against Space Station.
We always find ourselves asking questions like, was it Optic playing bad or was Sentinels rising to the occasion? Well, everybody seems to be playing around the same level so far here today. Can Optic pick up their game, or is Quadrant going to meet the level that Optic's playing at? Right now, it's a one-on-one on the map, and that's a good start to showcase how far this series can go if we're even trading at the opening break. Lucid, bottom middle, still continuing to play his life, trying to pick up some early hill time, but it is Quadrant that's in the hill momentarily.
Yeah, when you're seeing everyone drop like that, you just know call-outs are going through the comms on each side. Everyone's aware of where they have backup across the map, and so damage isn't taken for free. It is punished by these top squads.
Absolutely. It looks like Quadrant are going to be there rewarded with the early hill time. I believe it was them that also
All right,
were
let's lock
rewarded
in,
with
brothers.
that first camouflage on the hands of SLG. However, kills continuing to be traded, just about
Whoa.
a third of the bar in Quadrant's favor. It's still anybody's hill here for Hill 1.
Yeah, right now they're just kind of posturing for position, just seeing how much damage they can get across the map, see if they can get some slays out. They aren't going to overcommit to the hill right away, not until they at least have a couple members down. And now you might see Optic step their toes in a little bit. Now that they have 3 down and Snipe Drone, there's the only one left.
So far,
I mean,
such a fast
you definitely can get paid,
Dave.
Dave.
You have to think that eventually
Gotta be
one
skillful.
of these teams is going to get control. How long can they hold that setup? Optic with about half the hill already completed now that they have.
I'm
the
not
slays
skilled
in their
enough of
favor. Dave,
of
what are you seeing here?
a hater.
What I saw right there, though, from
Get paid
Lucid
for
was
it.
overall
I haven't
a
cracked
great
that
play.
code.
He went over towards Glass, checked towards Driveway.
I'd be hating for
but
free.
Once he realized he didn't see anybody, he instantly sprinted towards Yard, towards Gold Ledge to see if
Me
he could
hating
back
is a
him that
passion.
fight. But ultimately, it was just too little too late. It felt like Lucid left his teammates
Welcome back,
out,
Nolanus.
not to dry, but almost a little too late on the flank, and that's the difficult part about being in a position like that.
Almost like he guessed wrong as far as where Quadrant were going to be.
Yes.
Because he guessed wrong, it's been given an opportunity to Quadrant now. They're over halfway. This hill, if it is any indication of how far this series is going to go, how competitive this series is going to go. We're in store for an absolute banger. Optic back in the hill, back with kills in their favor. Trippy trying to play his life bottom U-turn. Spots SLG. SLG guesses wrong, and you guess wrong against Trippy. You get taken down. He's able to get the first, but it's Quadrant that find the next 2 kills in the kill feed, and they are back in the hill as well.
Yeah, Quadrant not giving up just yet on this. Glory going to try basically the same flank last time.
Some jersey designs.
Did not find anyone in yard right away. Let's see how Glory plays it. Plays it
You're
the
the gas
same
bin
way
dead.
that Lucid does.
Yeah, you be designing jerseys,
Pushes
guys?
towards yard and pushes towards gold. No, make that goes towards driveway. Jumps in the fight right away, but look at that damage coming out on both sides.
Bro, can I commission the CX jersey of culture to be designed?
Hill, but Optic get the advantage in the slays. Optic get feet in the hill, but here comes Quadrant.
Oh shit!
SLG
Oh!
gets in the hill as well.
Oh, but they got it.
Trippy trades at the kill from
Oh, is it
Dead
time
Zone's
ease?
death, and because
Good
of
comms,
it,
good comms.
Optic narrowly score the first point.
First one on the board, but a minute 40 off the time. That is going to be huge, as this game likely isn't going to go to 4 captures, especially when you're seeing it go that far on the very first hill.
Yeah, when we were watching ITV earlier today, we saw that first hill get taken almost in perfect fashion, and there was 4 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock when it went to hill 2.
Enos Parker, stay undefeated.
Situation now that 3 minutes are on the clock.
Indubitably.
This hill, if Optic are able to achieve it, time may start to become a win condition in their favor as well.
Yeah, just watch the
Win condition, he said the thing, perfect timing, we're already taking the hit.
last hill. Took about a minute and 40
I'm also going to put
off
this
the
shit
game
right
clock.
here.
This one, only 14 seconds have gone by, and Optic have it about halfway.
Bang.
Either way, as soon as one of these teams or players gets these kills, they're going to jump in the hill right away. Look at that from Quadrant. Still, no time ticking down.
Still a massive chunk for hill number 2 on the side of Optic Gaming. A great job by Trippy to stay alive with this thrust. A useful tool for a retake situation when given the opportunity. Trippy does get the first kill, unable to get the second onto SLG. He gets SLG to no
Yeah,
shield,
no lettuce.
no
Do you
one on Optic
do you
in a
take like
position to trade
commissions
that damage
for
out. And now all of a
designs
sudden,
and stuff?
Quadrant have tied the progression of this hill number 2 up.
Yeah, Formal gonna try
What all do you do?
progression there for the camo. Let's see what he can do with this. 2 of his teammates down, gets the equalizing kill right there. That's such a huge opening. What more can he push for here? Notices a player going into yard. Can he get the flank? But no, gets spotted out, hits by the nade.
Not a lot of time. Formal's got to make a play with this camo if they want to deny this game from being all tied up. Here comes Optic once again. Dead Zone, Formal, both find kills. It's a 3-on-2, and Optic have taken over yard and will take control of this game here with a second point if Quadrant aren't able to get back into yard. Trippy finds a double, and that guarantees the point for Optic.
And they aren't even afraid just to double up inside the hill there. Optic, like you said, taking that second point. But as it was getting down to the
Optic
wire,
already putting
they
the pressure
felt
on.
that anyone that could see someone in the hill, they could just turn and double team. Don't need to push somebody over towards Flowers or push someone over towards Gold Ledge. Just turn and fight anyone who desperates towards the hill.
A great patient play from Optic rewards him with the second hill. That camo from Formal, he took his time, he got his kills, he made sure that he was there on time as well. So Formal playing absolutely flawless, doing Formal things now, continuing to stay alive as the rotation towards the third point. Optic are able to kick open the door from a Quadrant setup once again. They take 2 down, and Formal and the boys are in hill number 3 as well.
Yeah, just doing everything right here, trying to lay down these shots over towards gold. But now meeting resistance from every direction. Great thrust by Formal, gets through, but meets a second player over at blue and market.
So a phenomenal retake coming right off respawn from Quadrant. They're going to be able to jump right back into that hill. 2 minutes and 26 seconds on the clock, and I love the advancement.
I love that play by SLG. Not letting a single person get even in towards yard, so they don't have to worry about that gold angle. He's cleaning up shots from players who are weak at driveway and
Oh, hell yeah,
over at
no,
the loop. The only
that's super
downside of
cool.
this is where are the spawns going to happen for those players on Optic?
Yeah, it looks like Lucid was able to get camo.
Yo,
while
you're gonna
all
have
of this
to
was happening, but they are spawning so
you're gonna have to
far
share
away
with the
from
class,
hill
bro.
that the
You're gonna have to show us
point
what you
is
come up with.
perfectly captured by Quadrant after the retake. That is the win that you get from creating so much space when applying that pressure and denying yard position.
Yeah, after that bottom mill hill, this game has picked up in pace, Wes. You've noticed that 2 other hills have been captured, 1 apiece for Optic and Quadrant within 1 minute compared to the minute and 40 it took for the very first hill.
When Optic played FaZe last tournament on Solitude King, the game ended at 2-1 because of time. A much different situation here between Quadrant and Optic, neck and neck still. Optic were favorable to get the first opportunity at a setup on this 4th point. They've gotten about a third of the way done. Can they get the kills that can continue some of this progression? 3 go down for Quadrant, and they will once again have to come off respawn and try and break the setup, or they will go down 2 points once again.
My boy Tej with the prime 51 motherfucking months.
Now realizes
Welcome
that they've
back.
spotted Glory
Much
out
back.
over towards the
And
site side, so he is not worried. But now,
yeah, how you been, brother?
Going out a little bit further, they've maybe pushed out near posters. He's gonna be worried about both sides.
Quadrant are gonna give up this point.
Yeah, hey, it definitely has been a while, bro. I hope all has been well.
And with that, Optic will
Everything's been going well for y'all.
2 points with the hill moving towards Snipe. It is a must-win hill for Quadrant.
Yeah. Also, I gotta show y'all the posters. That I showed the brothers that were in here earlier. But it's been a couple hours, so and we got a couple more people in here, so
Because with Quadrant giving up that hill,
I gotta show y'all.
there's no need to speed up and finish that one up.
I got some dope ass shit in the mail today,
How
y'all.
much control do they have across the map, and do they want to give up the first quarter or half of the hill to Quadrant?
Yeah, that's like a game of chess. Can you make the clock even further in your advantage? Because right now, Dave, look, since the hill has moved,
Hey, I'm glad to hear it,
Tej.
Tej.
Perfect setup.
I'm playing that X-Defiant. Hey, me too, bro. I haven't necessarily been grinding, but I've been playing a little bit, bro, and it's that game is the shit. I made a couple videos on it too.
Do we grab this hill? And lots
But I've been doing great, brother. I appreciate you asking.
If you're not certain. However, there is that risk.
Just vibing, doing the thing. Same shit, different day.
You can sometimes wait that out. But
Working
now
on
we're seeing this
content.
2-3 game, and Clutch, last time this took 1:40. Are we going to see it take this long?
Yeah, I did
time
just
for
see
the
that
final hill?
on
It looks
Twitter.
like Cyclone is
He's
in a perfect position to answer with a no to a double kill with
understandable.
perfect shots and
Them
perfect
brothers are
use of
nasty.
camo. The transition from the 5th point to the 6th point of this match has been flawless for Quadrant. Already gaining some progression there.
Oh, but that's a
Time
big
not
kill.
necessarily a factor. Shouldn't become a factor.
Oh, but those are
as
big
I
kills
say
from
that,
Optic.
A couple of members from Quadrant drop, and with that, Optic gain a little bit of map control, and
I got he's right on him.
Formal can be a dangerous thing to see, but Quadrant remove it immediately.
And also not just map control. You see Optic there not committing.
Yeah,
to
100%,
lane.
Tej.
You saw
Yeah, no, we
Death
should
Zone first 10
especially
minutes of
if
Optic, but not looking good
if
when
y'all on
kills
X
are going
Defiant,
that
we should
quick for
definitely we should get some
Still
games
down
in.
for Optic, however. Quadrant still have numbers. Make it 3 down. They are back in the hill as well. They can tie this game up still. Time not going to be a factor here in game 1 of the series. A double for Quadrant once again will allow them more progression. Can they finalize this last moments in this hill to tie this up as it
Oh
will
my
move
God.
for the 7th and final point?
Oh my gosh. Quadrant had the momentum without a doubt going to this final hill.
Yeah, that brother tapping is insane,
Can
dude.
they get the kills needed to get this yard hill?
Optic once
But Optic has early rotation. They have initial. Quadrant might be fucked here, dude. This yard hill is unbreakable.
Have done so much to come back from down 2 points, but they need to find a way to break this setup.
It's going to be tough, especially this first half going towards Optic. Lucid not taking any chances, takes it in his own hands, gets a perfect right there.
Oh yeah, I saw that
Control
ease.
of the yard. Pressure on Snipe Drone. He's in
Yeah, sounds good,
1v2.
Tej.
He's gonna try to charge the fight.
Absolutely, bro. Yo, and also,
And that's a problem because
I uploaded. This is kind of funny, Tej, but I uploaded I made like a career Call of Duty highlights video. Also, yeah, there goes Optic winning the map. That yard hill is fucking unbreakable. Yeah, Tej, I made like a career Call of Duty highlights video that had a ton of throwback clips from like AW and Black Ops 3, because it was like all my highlights from like 2014 to like now.
Quadrant had the setup on the hill, and they were on the short snipe. They took that near.
But there's a couple throwback clips in there with the bros from back in the day.
For as scrappy as that first hill was, for both teams to find their footing and hold perfect hills across the way, Dave.
But I've been thinking about the bros and
maybe early series jitters, and then each team
our old COD squad recently.
dominated that section or that hill.
So we might have to get the homies back together and play a little X Defiant for sure.
Series jitters. The other part that would really be a main factor in that.
He going crazy on the trumpet in that
Map
bitch.
like Solitude, once you get numbers, it's easy to snowball those numbers, especially in the center of the map.
We need an ACR turret in our squad? Shit, bro. We definitely got a bunch of ACR turrets, but I could always do with some more.
You saw a lot of these times players were basically forced to challenge.
I'm like the one brother. No, I'm like the one brother that uses a sub out of all my homies.
points out to me was when we watched.
But to be honest, I like having all the different ACR turrets, bro. Because then I can just fucking run at them while everybody else shoots.
Kid, it's not about space. It's about
It is honest work.
keeping it
It
at a
absolutely
4-on-3 or a 3-on-2. Numbers advantage at all times. And when you have numbers advantage, especially on Solitude, it is so.
I need everybody else L triggering so I can run at them with my fucking MP7 and my P90.
Like you're talking about, they're pushing out, and either they catch somebody off guard, they just the first shot or two.
It catch me off guard. I'm like, what is this guy doing in yard? The hill's over there.
And then also, if they don't clear that area out in the beginning.
Yeah, 100% cap knockdown. It's always the play to play for that yard hill. Like I said, I mean, it's just so hard to break, bro. It just comes down to, like, you either have to come from, like, driveway or, like, have, like, a really coordinated, like, nice break. Or, like, usually it ends up, like, the team is running out of time, and, like, it ends up that brothers are just, like, body stacking blue and flowers, and, like, it just turns into a nade fest, and you're just fucked.
Maybe a short sample size, but if you're Quadrant, Dave, coming on the back of a Game 5
We'll talk and play with Tam pretty often. That's dope, Teach. That's dope, bro.
In
Yeah, I still talk with Ron as well. Not super regularly, but I talk to him every couple months.
How strong Optic is in these
We
Slayers.
text back and forth.
What do Quadrant need to do in order to improve their Slayers? And they have to do it quick, Dave, so let's hear it.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how they
I actually, it's funny.
Talk about
I have also, I've seen each of y'all, y'all some real ones too, because I've seen each of y'all in Twitch chat, like separately. You come in here every now and then. I see Jay come in here every now and then.
One exact area that we need to
Tanner stopped by a couple times, and Ron stops by every now and then as well.
Really lose out on the objectives because
It's been a few months since I've talked to any of the brothers, I think, but
they're letting the other team get that first hill and then get the kills to lead into the second hill. But I didn't see any of that really from Quadrant from last game. I didn't feel like they had the objective pressure really working that hard.
The old COD homies are some real ones, bro.
Couldn't agree more. And right now,
Don't get it fucked up.
Game 2 is underway, 5-5. So no differential really made here. Trippy does have the shock rifle in hand, and you know what damage he can do.
I know you wouldn't ease. I know you wouldn't. Justin wouldn't either.
Right in front of him, snipe drone. Able
To
to
his
remove
credit.
That shock rifle. Formal goes down as well. Quadrant with a very successful push into blue will gain map control and tie this game up 8-8.
And looking at the Killjoy medal I just saw from Lucid there, SLG, you're going to need to slow him down if you want to make sure you're going up 2-0 here from the Optic side. Just absolutely on fire.
Yep, cap knockdown, and usually the team with the preparation.
I also saw another similar.
God. But the prepared team is going to come out on top, bro.
Kills that you had no business getting. Somehow SLG, no shield, no problem. His aggression.
And Optic, instead of choosing to desperate and panic and try to keep contesting for that bottom middle hill, they're just like, fuck it, we're going to give it up.
You don't want to find yourself in one-on-ones with
Going to play for the next one.
Formal wins that one. And because he wins that one, he's able to transition on to a kill on
And as a nature of having that early lead, and Quadrant having to fight from the back foot, Quadrant just kind of naturally has to fight from that desperate position. And Optic has a lot of really easy fights to win.
Are you getting some extra shots after? Are you getting a melee in? And
that's the advantage they're afforded from getting out to the early lead.
Control, right? You got map control. What did that transition to? Camo. Now the snowball continuing to go down the hill. What can Trippy give us with this camo?
I feel like he's gonna get active.
Hey, well, I appreciate that, Teach. If you're gonna get your dose of Halo from anywhere, I'm glad you get it here. You know what I'm saying?
More focus on Trippy means less focus on other members of Optic. Are they pushing across the map and getting more ground? Looks like the camo's out, so not as much as you'd like to see from that camo. In fact, Optic
yeah, there's usually not a lot going on with Halo, but the majors are always worth checking out. Usually worth keeping the tournaments.
Pressure because Quadrant a little bit slower.
Halo tournaments are sick.
More reluctant, I should say.
You can say whatever you want about the game and about the rest of the shit, but the tournaments are fucking sick, bro.
It's 20-19.
Halo events are fire.
This game slows down into a snail's pace, and information is the name of the game here.
Also, look at my goat, bro. H4F.
Players are at. If they see a mismatch at some spot on the map, they're just gonna press that. Looks like the spot is C flat. First pick by Formal. Do they continue to push over towards Hydro? They know at least one more member's over there.
A bit of an overextension from Glory is going to open up blue for the likes of Optic Gaming. Looking to push now into white, starting to rotate together. Look how in sync Optic appear to be right now.
Yeah, Optic all on the same page, pushing towards C and Hydro, but there are the reinforcements. Snipe Drone takes out Lucid, takes out Formal.
Big quick flank.
And we still got a 1-kill lead here for Quadrant.
Yeah, I agree, Teach. I don't do a great job of like I don't watch everything.
In the meantime, though,
But like I am down to watch anything.
For this game to be in Optic's favor with those stats, have to worry you as a Quadrant fan.
Yes, Val, Smash,
3 and 4 now.
COD,
If SLG slows down at all, you have to think
X
Optic are gonna
Defiant.
continue to build what is now a 3-kill lead.
Yeah,
I'll watch some League. I ain't gonna know what's going on, but I'll watch some
In a
League.
moment like that is because you can't expect someone like SLG or any of these superstars to have those sprees consistently. And so when you get those sprees,
Not at this current moment,
rather than staying
but I'm sure
behind
Dallas
or
is.
behind
They'll let
against
us.
your opposing.
Yeah, are they making an actual difference?
So I'm sure if
like
if the bros end up hopping in the Discord at any point this weekend, I'm sure Dallas is gonna have that shit on. Dallas of CX, not Dallas of the state. I realize that's confusing because we're also talking about IEM Dallas.
Pressure, it's going to stop the push, but those plasma nades can be oh so tricky and formal. I feel your pain there.
Yeah, I realized what you were referring to, and I realized I also referenced Dallas, the person, while talking. I realize that's probably confusing.
Now in their favor, 33 to 30.
Also, just one step ahead there.
Ooh.
Saw Formal was actually trying to
SLG is
slide
pivoting.
into those plasmas just to scoop those up before going over towards Mangler Pit.
As this game continues to go on, SLG continuing to keep up the pace though. 13, 4, and 5, and he is chowing anything and everything. When you're on fire in a match like this, Dave, and your stats are 13, 4, and 5, Dave, I know you've been there a ton. Are you trying to just get into any combat loop because you feel like you're in a flow state right now? And
You just got to be
SLG
active.
is?
Yes, 100%. You're not trying to be the person that's sitting back. You're saying, get me into any fight.
This is my
Put me
game.
in, coach.
Yeah, it's
Let me,
my-
you know, I will go win that 1v1, and now I'll get
Yeah, I
a shot.
get sucked into things really easily, Teach.
I think Demon D used to
Just
It
let me
it
fight.
doesn't take
Just let
much,
me
bro.
fight. And you know, some people are like, it's not a marathon, it's a sprint. Or you know, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. Either way
It doesn't
goes,
take much to get me
those
interested.
extra runners are better than you. Those marathon runners can run faster than they can the whole time. So what are we talking about here?
Absolutely. The chaos ensuing over towards Elevators going to give Quadrant now a 2-kill lead. We're crossing the 40-kill mark. This is where things get interesting, especially when their two are separated by just 2 kills. The push out of pipes is the bravest thing I've seen today. Dead Zone opens the door for some space for Optic Gaming. Lucid gets a double himself. All 4 down for Quadrant. And Optic
That's a
take
huge
1-kill
4 dead.
lead.
And do they have them all trapped in one spot? No. Somebody over at Pipes, SLG at Pipes, split spawns over at Elevator, and that is huge for Quadrant because they got all stuck in one
but
location.
that sequence is also
That can
big.
spell bad news about SLG, the hero of this game thus far.
Now these brothers are gonna get collapsed on.
Goes against
Now these brothers are gonna get collapsed on.
22 MVP Lucid and does some damage that can't be returned.
And Lucid 16, 5, and 11 himself. So
Hang
he's
on a
trying to
second.
keep up
Quadrant
with
by
SLG,
3.
but doing that right now seems like an impossible task. A 3-kill lead, 46 to 43 for Quadrant.
Just do not go away from this POV because you know this player wants the game in their hands, trying to find where anyone is at. Like we said, when you're in these stalemates, it's where the mismatch is at. What information are you gathering? Sometimes even no information is good information. Saying, we don't see somebody over at, you know, Needler or Pipes or wherever. But right now, both teams just trying to peek out, get a little bit, and then they're going to commit as soon as they feel they have a number advantage or a damage advantage.
Optic
And
are
they took advantage of it
traditionally
so hard,
good
Kevin
in these
Lockdown.
moments when the game slows down and they get the information, they traditionally make the right play every single time, it seems. What are Quadrant thinking? Do you try to force a play with this 3-kill lead and just trade it out towards the 50 mark? Or are you going to make a mistake that you regret for the rest of your tournament?
Well, I think you have to assess, are you winning in this trading of time? Is your team going to have the advantage again, the camo or the power-up? And Lucid knows where 2 people are at long haul, says, challenge me, bro. I will go for this trade right
Yep,
here.
and that's what
You've come up with both
separates
that.
that's what
Lucid
separates good
so
teams from great
confident in this
teams.
position. Doesn't hit the plastic pistol shot. Gets knocked down to no shield. Pays for it with his life.
Oh my God,
A kill
that's
is
huge.
traded out, but camo now
That zone's
in the
gonna
hands of
die.
Quadrant, as you're seeing that player jump up Turbine. It does get
Wait, Optic
traded
does
out.
get 2
Optic
though.
Formal rips the camo player's head off
Oh no.
with shock. This
Oh!
is and SLG gets
Oh,
the
but he
big
gets
one that
traded.
Quadrant need to to make it 49-47.
49-47.
47.
All of Quadrant is pipes.
Rifle, but they are scared of trading out anything. As soon as one person is too close from Optic, expect the charge to happen.
Oh my God.
Trying to get any sort of pick. Needs to make them fully punished before they make any charge across the map.
Quadrant are not in a position they want to be in right now.
Oh.
Stuck in pipes and Formal. Changing
All right,
positions with
Optic
the
setting up the
rifle.
collapse.
Going to catch someone off guard. Snipe Drone doesn't take the first.
Formal gets one. 48-49. 49-49. And SLG gets it. Oh my God.
SLG gets the 50th kill.
Holy shit.
Quadrant's favor, tying the series up 1-1.
Thank you, SLG, for that
Holy
game.
shit.
Obviously, it's a team effort, but from what I saw from SLG, he was doing some individual work right there.
The fact that he's the man to end the game as well is massive for this team.
Yo, my esport got to be the most unserious.
You lost the Sentinels. You're trying to gain some momentum and a must-win series if you want to go into the winner's bracket. Optic Gaming takes game one in a very lengthy King of the Hill. You're thinking Quadrant, are they going to run out of gas? Is all the momentum that they tried to muster up during the break just all for naught? But what a response out of this team to tie this series up going into game 3, and what a response.
I'm telling you, bro,
from SLG.
if I lose a game and the trumpet starts playing and they start beating the drum, I'm so checked. I'm so checked.
The entire game, kept that KD up the
Oh my
entire game.
God. And now, because it's not a 3-0,
This series, Optic is
we
a
have to watch an
squad
oddball.
that you don't want to go down 0-2 against.
It's all good.
As we shift our
At
focus
least it's
to
a live
game 3,
fire.
Empyrean CTF is going to be the name of the game here. Taking a look at the highlights from game 2, but Empyrean CTF, traditionally such a strong game type for the likes of Lucid, Formal, and Optic Gaming. But how dominant of an Argyle CTF we saw Quadrant play against Sentinels has got to give you a little bit of hope for the Quadrant fans out there, for the hometown team, that their CTF game has looked very strong, at least the little we've seen so far here today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Argyle, like you said, it's not the exact same as Empyrean. Both these teams were looking pretty good at this when you look at their past stats from Arlington. It was Quadrant being 1-0 on CTF Empyrean, and Optic.
What you doing at the bottom of the leaderboard, Teach?
From last
Not my fault, bro.
You know Optic's
I only put in the bangers, you know what I'm saying?
that those guys have in their careers. Trippy, Dead Zone,
I only put in the
Formal,
bangers.
how many hours of Halo 3 they played, and Luce is good at everything he does. I mean, he's a basic male model up there, dominating the competition, an MVP, a world champion.
Called him a male model, that's crazy.
I could go on, though. But you know, if you're Quadrant, and what you saw from Argyle, I think
That's insane, bro. I don't do it on purpose, bro. Can my friends stop getting shit on? It's not my fault.
Yeah, what it takes to get a flag on the move and how to properly deny.
I'm getting clips, bro. Lock in.
Stop
Stop dying.
If Glory can do what he was able to do on Argyle with the snipe here on Empyrean, Optic might have a headache after this one.
Don't know what else to tell you.
Quadrant
We did do great dirty that time, though. You're not lying.
Series, something I didn't know we'd be trying to say here. As this one's kicked off, the series all tied up, and Optic Gaming looking for a response after a game 2 loss.
Oh my gosh, does not get the back smack.
It's a good job to force the trade.
And gets the trade out in the end,
it's a good job to force the trade.
Such a roller coaster of events. You expect to get a kill on the Rockets and have a Rocket player, but that flag is already moving? Are you kidding me?
Flag is on the move, but that repulse pushes the flag so far back right there. It's going to make it more difficult for Optic to get a touch and keep it contested. Right now, Snipe Drone coming off respawn, able to hop on that return. It was Snipe Drone that repulsed
Did
the
he just
flag
call him
carrier
Snipe
back
down?
towards his side of the map, because if that doesn't happen and the flag's under bridge,
Or
it's
did
a
he
lot
say the
easier
snipe
for
was
Optic to
down?
try and get a touch and compete for, as opposed to the street right in front of the enemy snipe.
Much easier to guard, like you said, and yes, that is uncommon. I can't recall the last time we really seen flag carrier get repulsed to a
Snipe Drone.
more disadvantageous position.
Heads up play by Snipe Drone to keep this game all tied up at 0-0. It was an early attempt at a flag run, failed by Optic Gaming, shut down, I should say, by Quadrant. The battle for map control is the name of the game here, and SLG with snipe in hand. Let's see what he can give us as he gets his shield back on mid-bridge.
All right, SLG, 5 bullets. How many kills are going to see out of you? Pressure coming over from top turret, coming over from sword. He knows Trippy's going to challenge that.
Oh, yeah.
And he accepts
Oh, yeah.
gladly. 1-0 in favor of SLG right there between that little rivalry.
SLG looking for one, spawning towards the courtyard. Does take a couple bullets of damage. Wants to get his shield back. His teammates pulling the flag. SLG finds a pick.
Ooh.
SLG finds a body shot. SLG gets a nade on the Formal as well. A lot of damage that may be able to get capitalized on from the rest of Quadrant, but where are they? Seeker's coming through green. 2 players in the training. Seeker finds them both, but that flag carrier did get shut down by Optic. Nobody on Quadrant in a position to run that flag, it appears, and it will be a battle for map control that we're seeing instead of a potential flag run from Quadrant.
Yeah, I mean those kills were answered quite quickly by Dead Zone in that last exchange. Is all that damage was done by SLG.
Yeah, I know, Tej. I do a little like voiceover recap thing at the end. You should check out. But I think I say at the end there. But I'm pretty sure I go from the age of 14 to the age of 24 in that video.
Will be coming up here momentarily. Overshield is up. Seeker's on top of it. Trippy late to the party. Can't find
it's all my clips over literally 10 years.
Lucid's found the Rockets.
Yeah, and I think those choices, I think Rockets, if you get them back safely, is the better one to have. But then again, it's tough to get those into an effective position. Sometimes just being stuck over at green doesn't do much if you're just going to get shot over from snipe or sword side.
Yeah, the big power curve swings from those power weapons, both negated. Very well done by both teams to deny any real success. Right now, though, it looks like the flag is being pulled by Optic Gaming. Formal has found himself a snipe, and with the flag on the move into the courtyard, both
you do show up at the Indies.
Let's see if they can hit a couple shots and continue this flag run.
Also, second time we're seeing Optic.
Because there's a CCS clip or two towards the end.
Historically, we've generally seen it going through hallway.
Something more recent, I would say, we are starting to see teams adapt towards this push. And why? We'll have to ask one of the pros later.
Somebody's got to soak, bro. It's damn sure not going to be me, bro.
But we did see ITV have so much
I am killhorning with the sub.
With the camo and green flag runs as opposed to the snipe flag runs. Is that going to be something Optic regret?
I'll be in garage.
They're not able to have success here.
Oh my God.
Once again, a European team in Quadrant having success shutting down these courtyard flag runs so far.
You know what? I like to see the evolution of how these teams are playing the maps and what differences in situations that they see, because my guess is it's just going to be all based on positioning. If Optic happen to have someone over towards top turret or bridge with snipe, they're like, you know what, it's fine, just run through cuts. You just have that one moment of vulnerability going through to bottom bridge or towards runway, compared to the moment of vulnerability as you're running it from Needler pit over to Needler, over towards long haul.
It's also different with stylistics as far as like how the Europeans are playing Imperial CTF to how the Americans are. So maybe what Optic does works.
Oh no, see, I'll calm it, but I'm still gonna fuck it up. I'm fucking up the spawns. I'm running around just fucking up the spawns, but the entire time I'm just yelling, I'm fucking up spawns, I'm fucking up spawns.
Significant opportunities, I would say, either, but here comes Optic Gaming.
Oh no, I'll let you know.
First kill in green. Dedson's gonna also find a second kill.
I will say it's radio silence when some people flip.
This could be bad news bears for Quadrant. A beautiful trade to take down Dead Zone, but the rest of Optic Gaming are surely short behind.
Dead Zone creating so much space. That's the thing you're not seeing on the stat screen. Yes, Dead Zone has the most kills
that was the thing, Tej. When one of us had an off map, the other one would pick him up.
A free grab for Formal compared to all.
We were nice like that, bro.
Yeah, if you're Dead Zone, you did your job in that situation. Formal needs to pick up a couple of kills to open the door for Optic to get some map control here. Glory's spotted out in the courtyard. Formal still with one rocket in his back pocket. Nobody from Quadrant looking to be on Formal side of the map, knowing that he still has this rocket. Snipe drone is going to be camo side of the map, and Formal does choose to push to green. The last rocket going to be shot on the
bro, how fun were the jetpack games, bro?
Glory so far. It actually is Trippy flying through green that does finish the kill eventually. Both flags are being pulled right now. Both teams coming off respawn, and this is a very interesting decision for Trippy to try and see what he can do. A beautiful.
What a time to be alive, honestly.
Open this opportunity up for Quadrant to get a flag pull. Multiple members of Optic are going to be here to try and hop this return, and let's see if Seeker can get the kill about a potential touch. The answer is no on the touch. It's going to be a reset, but Snipe Drone will be in Optic's.
Bro, AW and Black Ops 3 were godlike.
Line's going to get this next pull, and how fast does he take it? decides to run over towards Needle Pick, gets on in towards Needle, and this one's going through
Just
long hole.
godlike.
Optic could be able to stop this. I don't know what control they have over on Bridge and Training.
Oh, oh, he's gonna die.
Optic Gaming across the bridge. It appears they have a snipe as well.
All right, I'm just gonna stop this.
Oh!
That was a huge shot. Oh my God.
Just yet.
Oh my!
Sit down. Nobody on Quadrant spawning near that flag. The return comes through.
Jesus.
And it's the Trippy Lucid duo that shut it down themselves.
And what
Ain't no way.
was about to be a cap there for Quadrant.
That shit crazy,
is now
Slime.
turning quickly into a counter cap. Dead zone, moving that across
Yeah, I
the
agree,
map.
Tej.
Glory, the last one alive, is gonna.
Yo,
have to
Tej, you were a big sniper in Search, right?
It's a counter cap for Optic, and it's through the.
I was gonna say I don't think like Ron, I don't think Ron or Tanner really sniped much, but I remember you used to snipe a lot.
Off the back of a beautiful play by Trippy and Lucid.
There's a ton of sniper clips in this video.
Trade that kill out, so you get the snipe out of Lucid's hands, but at what cost? A 1-0 lead with less than 5 minutes on the clock for Optic Gaming.
And here comes the grab. Do they know snipers and sword? They do. Takes a route
Yeah,
all
same,
the way through
same
Needler,
Tej.
but decides to back down. Now Trippy wisely focuses elsewhere across the map. When you have those power weapons, you're gonna be the #1 subject and target across the map. So you want
Like, bro, especially in Black Ops 3, dude, like sniping was so sick
What
in
a
that
heads up
game.
play by Trippy to drop under bridge, finish that player that was no shield, trying to activate that overshield. The overshield gets thrown off the map. In the meantime, Dead Zone was able to get the rocket, so the entire power curve going towards Optic Gaming now. Trippy still with snipe in hand.
Really, no matter what game it is, I just fuck. I really fuck with sniping. I like sniping no matter what the game is really.
These players are hitting.
I've been playing CS recently.
Out of scope and not
I've been playing CS recently, and
nothing flashy done by Trippy, but the
I've just been fucking
he
hopping.
gets finally taken down as the snipe ammo gets wasted. Dead Zone
The whole
and
time.
Formal will still be here to control the optics training side of the map. SLG trying to push through.
That's that shit I like to see,
Tej.
Tej.
Try and buy time for his team, but there will be no help from his team. They get taken down, and Optic continued to push through green and camo this time around.
Hey, thank you,
To
Ease.
find
Yo,
success. 3 go down, 6
cause
is the
like
last
literally,
player alive, all 4
like no
down.
bullshit.
Now here come
Hand to
Optic
God,
Gaming.
it's like the first time I've ever played CS. First time I've ever played anything on mouse and keyboard. I cannot, for the life of me, I cannot shoot straight with anything.
Oh,
what the fuck?
takes down Glory, starting to run the flag.
The op is
Surely Optic Gaming,
the op is
rest
dead
of
ass
them
the only
can
thing
anchor
that I
the
feel like I
setup
can shoot
here
straight
for
with.
Trippy to get this flag all the way through camo to take a 2-0 lead here with just 3 minutes left.
Just moving
I am
too quick
complete
across.
shit
They're also gonna come
at
back
everything
with a
else.
Sniper that's just spawning, and they can take this as fast or as slow as they would like.
Trippy, 26-5 and 14.
Thank
the
you, I appreciate it.
difference maker here in game 3. The lifeline for Optic when they need him to make
I was
a
pretty
play.
pleased with that
Trippy
video.
has made a play in this game 3, and because of it, they have
Or
a very
as bad
comfortable lead
as
here in
I
time,
felt like
all
I
of a sudden
was,
becoming a
and
major factor
how little
in
time we
Quadrant's
played,
opportunity
because
to
like
get this
we
series
really
done.
only that's only from like
We've
4 or
had
5 days
Dead
of playing.
Zone with the sniper here back to the base.
I'm really pleased with like the amount of clips that we got.
Effective with there in that situation. But I want to see who else from Optic is stepping up to create that extra space. We saw Trippy being super aggressive, going for lots of grabs, pushing out really quick, but also had Dead Zone leading a lot of those charges.
Yeah, it's the aggression duo of Trippy and Dead
Did you,
Zone so
did you
far
watch
that
it,
have
Kenny?
created those opportunities.
Did you fuck with it, bro?
And Lucid sitting back towards the training and sword side of majority of this map. But Optic Gaming's control of the power weapons have been
Thank you,
real
Ease. Yeah, I
story to
think
tell. As I say that, we're
I
on
think
board
really
with Trippy.
that
He's finding
probably
something
just comes
He's
from
looking to
Halo.
push that 27 kills towards 30.
Because like also,
The best defense is
because like also in tac
offense,
shooters,
take a little
headshots
more
are
space,
like
then you can go back and
massively
clear out your base if
important,
needed.
and like that's like a
One thing we've
that's
seen from less experienced teams is sometimes
like
they'll turn well
a
once
thing
they
that
get
I
the
know
lead.
uniquely
You
from
start to
Halo.
see that their game plan falls apart as they don't have that aggressiveness, as they don't have that option in their playbook.
You don't think you'll see that out of Optic Gaming here today? The veterans themselves, the world champions themselves,
Ooh.
Trippy continuing to bulldoze his way wherever he pleases right now. 3 down for Quadrant, another flag being pulled, and Optic are trying to end this.
Oh, he threw it into the
Cats
wall.
about time.
And look at that same duo once again, Dead Zone and Trippy all the way.
Yeah,
over
I
that quadrant
appreciate
base,
y'all,
which
man.
they
I'm
were not
glad y'all
expecting.
fucked with it.
They were expecting
I really
they
enjoyed
could push through on bridge,
I really enjoyed
push
making
through
that
a little
video.
bit. They weren't expecting another flag grab at this point. They were going for a long flank through runway.
If the situation was different, Trippy might have felt more of a need to desperate for that flag.
My homies definitely helped me a lot.
Let that flag get returned, they reset, they make sure that they don't go 2-3 down in a situation that could get Quadrant any sort of life. And with that veteran play,
Yeah, except for the part where I went for the jump shot, right?
Look to close this one out with 40 seconds remaining. Quadrant have got to get a pull now.
Yeah, that's such a good highlight there, Wes. Knowing when to give up a cap and just go for slays.
30 seconds game clock. You gotta think this shit's over. And Optic is gonna go up 2-1 here in our best of 5 series.
To have their miraculous run.
Conversation versus risk versus reward, right? And what the state of the game is, what you need right now. If you need a cap, it's a little bit different of a situation, but you don't need a cap.
Yeah, that's also more just like flow state overheat bullshit.
All they need
like
to do is stand still at this point, because there's no way Quadrant are going to be able to take game 3.
That's also just like COD Halo rechal instincts.
It was a battle, but game 3 will go in their favor.
You're feeling it, you're feeling it.
They now take the series lead once again.
And you know what?
Slugfest there between
if by some miracle that it hit, I would have been a legend.
Kills going in favor of Optic, 90 kills to 60.
They would have told stories of that day.
So just
yep.
outpacing, and also
live and die by the chow. Exactly, Teach. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. We were talking about that shit earlier.
Early on in this game 3, as we're taking a look at the highlights, Quadrant felt like they were going.
I am always going for the sick clip, the sick moment, dude. Let me at him.
There was just lapses and moments throughout this game as it transpired.
But now we go to a live fire ball with Optic up 2-1. That was such a sick sequence by Tommy Lucid right there.
Have got to be hilarious, but I mean, the rocket control and the overshields, as soon as
but that is exactly it, bro. Live and die by the chow.
Quadrant not able to really set up for those power-ups.
We should make that into like a command or something.
And when you give a
no
player
bullshit.
like Trippy rockets and overshield to play with, he's gonna have a big stat game, and Trippy does what he does, a big stat game with those power weapons.
Yeah, just going absolutely off with those weapons. And also, like you said, anytime they
Teach, did you see the my World War II ace, the Gibraltar ace?
Transition their focus from the overshield and bridge side towards the green and camo side. They started to have so much.
If not, bro, I might have to show you that clip.
Like Quadrant didn't have an answer for the amount of pressure that
that clip is
Trippy
gas.
and were both putting into their Neeler, into their Mauler, and the havoc that they were creating. It really was that spark of a counter cap, where you thought Quadrant were going to take the lead, where that game completely shifted in momentum. However, the snipes from Lucid, the one kill onto the flag carrier from Trippy, and then the double from Lucid was the spark that ignited the flame that became gaming in the second half of that game.
You really in that bitch.
Yeah. They just absolutely took control, like you said. All those counter cap opportunities, they took advantage when they had that window open. But now we're looking into game 4 here. Live fire, oddball. Looking at both their HCS Arlington stats. Both of them 1-0 in this game mode at last.
Undefeated.
Undefeated.
Bro, it's funny. MW2, for how much I didn't dislike that game, but I also did not like it.
Find out with these two 1-0 teams.
For how mid that game was,
I
kind of played it a lot.
As that game 3
I like a lot of
to go
clips on it.
Optic started to really feel like they had no chance of losing it. The control was always in their favor, even at times where they lose a guy, or they may have one guy overextend and he's the first one to go down. Optic were still
yeah, I mean, it was pretty shit. It was pretty shit, bro.
Control of the map and not
yeah,
give up too
that being
much.
said,
On a game type like
I kind of played that game a lot.
I feel like that is such an important quality to have. Let's see if Optic can continue that, or can Quadrant find an answer or replicate that same level as the battle comes underway. SLG is going to open it up with the first pick, and that's a good start for Quadrant fans here. Camo's coming up momentarily, so these kills and the control of the early oddball time is usually a strong indicative of what's going to happen here early in this game 4.
Yeah, Lucid trying to hit those shots onto.
There's a couple dope MW3 clips in there as well.
So trading out a little damage there, but this ball is not in a safe spot. These teams are just going to be vying for garage control. You see them instantly going over towards the garage window because they realize they control that. They control the garage.
It's Jordan and Justin's fault.
Able to get that ball into a real secure position, and as they go all 4 down, that camo pops up. The ball is going to be picked up by Quadrant, and with Snipe Drone and Camo in hand, the ball setup is going to be a
It's kind of
perfect
equally
house
Jordan
setup
and
for the
Justin's
side of
fault, but
Quadrant.
yes, you're
How
correct.
I don't know how Snipe Drone's getting shot right now, but somebody has some eagle eyes over on Optic.
Hey, hell yeah,
They're able
Teach.
to knock him down to
You
no
fuck with
shield,
it?
Trade the Camo player out, and that is a massive kill on the side of Optic Gaming.
I would say massive kill for Optic Gaming, but
I
also
wouldn't
just
say
a bit
I'm
of a
nice
miss
at
from Quadrant.
MW3,
You have
but
all 4 down. If there's one person
I'm not bad.
shooting
I'm
a Camo
serviceable.
player, you should be able to be in a little bit better of a spot to punish that, or at least cut off somebody from just charging right into Garage.
Yeah, Optic's so quick to break what was a very strong setup for Quadrant. That could be a big problem as this game 4 transpires right now. 27 to 10.
Whoa!
Taking the lead, and Lucid doing things that should not be done.
Oh.
The double kill as he repulses top mid was awesome.
That would have been sick for
the ball gets
the triple.
rotated towards green as well, so Optic not only going to gain a significant lead here, but should be in a good position to play once their setup is finally broken.
Look at this. Trippy just buying some time there, trying to halt these members from top center so that they know Nest is clear, but it's been broken. Here
Tommy
comes the charge.
motherfucking Lucid,
You know they're
man.
from Garage, you know they're coming from Nest.
But
Guy is
Desmond's gonna be
different.
able to drop that ball. He's going to be able to play that ball. It's perfect shots from Sika that will force the play ball. Formo's still going to be over here.
Jesus.
Narrowly takes down Sika. It is a double kill for Sika, but look, the ball already gets reset, and Trippy already has it in his hands, and he's taking it away.
One thing about Optic, at least in past seasons, I always felt that they were the best ball rotation team in the league. I'm not sure if that's still true here
No, I think
in
it is.
2024.
I think it is. Rewatching Arlington, that was something that I thought was unbelievable that they were able to do so consistently. Their reads of where to take the ball and when to grab it and put it in a position where respawners can compete for it, you're already seeing that pay dividends here once again in London.
Yeah, that last one was wild because we saw 3 dead. Trippy the last one alive, and he runs over towards spawning teammates, and all of a sudden, Optic are contesting this ball in a situation where they were 3 down.
Right. What you thought was going to be a window for Quadrant to maybe try and get the ball in their hands, get it to a place where they're set up. Optic denied that because the last player alive is making such an impactful play.
Damn.
It's 57-10 now. Quadrant find
No, Tej, I'm on console.
Snipe in the hands of SLG could change everything.
I have
However, it's a
the
double for
new,
SLG. The
or
ball
not the
gets
new, but the
neutralized for
newest
a moment. This
Xbox.
should be the first real
The
Quadrant
nice
setup
one.
we've seen since that camo play.
Yeah, first Quadrant setup, you have SLG with
I'm starting to play
Snipe,
more
who's
stuff on
not
PC
missing.
though.
One thing you also brought up, Wes, was you said, all right, when you're on fire, what are you doing with your team? What do you have different? When it comes to OBJ, you need to have your teammtes just
Yeah,
go
for
at
COD
it.
definitely.
It doesn't matter if you have Snipe or not. You
I
say,
mainly just
"Take
play
this
on it
ball,
like
I'm
because
destroying
I
right
mean
now, let me
for
go do some work."
for
There's
Halo.
something about having a teammate that is so objective.
But it is actually
that
nice
is
for like a lot
always
of other
near
things.
the ball, no matter what the play is. Trippy
But
seems
I've been
to be that
playing
player here
a
for
lot more
Optic
stuff on my
Gaming. It's
PC
Dead Zone
recently.
As well, a duo continuing to impact these objectives. Dead Zone with 53 seconds. Trippy with the other 4. You got Lucid with 1, but a 58-24.
Plus, it's nice. It's nice with a game like Infinite that's like kind of finicky with your PC. Like I don't have to like play and stream on the same PC. I can just like play on my console, and I can just use my PC like only to stream. I don't have to worry about like how many frames I'm getting or like
And then that's
you know any other shit like that.
frustration seeps in. You start to charge across the map.
It's just kinda
you're
easier.
not taking the exact route you should take. You get punished for that, and you're back in respawn.
Yeah, you feel like you're almost getting robbed of the good plays that you feel like you're making. Unfortunately, the best plays to have the op ball in hand.
Even if
right now,
even if
Quadrant
console
need to
might
find a
not be
way
the
to do
best,
so.
like I might get
69
more
to 24
frames or
Dead Zone
like better
ball in hand.
performance or
There is
better
a
this
player
or better
towards
that.
Camo in Sequel,
Like
but he's gotta wait for his teammates
console
to
works
respawn
just
if
fine
he
for
has
me.
any chance to try and
For
break
now anyway.
Another Optic Gaming setup.
Let's see what Dead Zone decides to do with this ball.
With that being said, I have been playing CS recently. I have been playing Val recently.
Looks like the fight for Camo is the play. Actually scrapping up the last couple seconds. Eventually gets taken out by Glory. Now ball in the hands of Quadrant. Do they decide to keep it Garage or do they decide to rotate it over towards Green?
They're going to be
Keep in mind.
They're going to be forced to try and compete for this camo right now, and that's going to make this situation so difficult for Quadrant. It's actually Formal that sneaks away with that camo. He says you can have the ball for just a moment. This camouflage seems to be the more important factor for Optic Gaming, and now somehow the setup gets broken. Formal finds himself with camo ball. He's going to throw that to a teammate, and this round is starting to get ugly on the side of Quadrant.
Yeah, prior to that ball getting thrown out, it was Optic getting the kills, Optic getting the camo, Optic getting the ball, but Snipe Drone at least equalized those numbers out.
Lucid, the last player alive for
Yeah,
Optic Gaming
the
there.
fact there's no
He's going
optical
to
port on
SLG.
this shit
That's
is
gonna
like the
ruin
most
any
faded,
chance
bro.
of a setup the Quadrant has. They try to rotate the ball towards cuts, but the rest of Optic Gaming are going to be here
Yeah,
so
Tej,
quickly
and honestly, like
that
once
ball
I
gets shut down.
do, I fully expect to make the full switch
Lucid in a
at some point.
one-on-one is able to trade, keep that ball.
Like eventually I'll
neutralized,
play
and
everything on
neutralization of the
PC,
ball right now is good things
and
for Optic.
I probably will never go back.
Zika and Quadrant do here to get the kills they need and get a setup.
The way I have my
that
setup
works
for me right now.
You don't need just
Yeah, they
15
still
points
don't.
at this
I'm
time.
pretty sure at
You need
least.
to get a setup that you can hold for 30, 50, 70 points.
Yeah, super dumb decision. I agree.
That they could do it, at least against the likes of Optic. Such a strong off-ball team, such a difficult team to try and find any efficiency or hold a setup against. And Optic are showing you why. They are so quick. If one player is alive, they can ruin everything as they continuously do it. The ball waits so long in that cuts area that it gets reset right now, and all of a sudden 38 seconds on the clock. Time starting to become a factor as well for a win condition for Optic here in round 1.
Yeah, it's looking like Optic are just going to try to run this clock out. As I say that, dead zone grabs the ball, rotates it on over, and looks like he faked towards pillars, then ran back towards Kedor. I can't tell. But there's also some power in the route you take with that ball.
He's just reading the situation.
Adjust instantly, saying, all right, they're going to come out this way. I'm ready for it. Yep, they commit to a route. They double back. Just like that, dead zone scooping up the last 3, 2, 1 points there, and that's round number 1 going for Optic Gaming.
A dominant round 1 here in game 4 for Optic Gaming, and Quadrant have got to figure out a way to hold
Hey,
it
sounds good, Tej.
stronger than what they did in round
Yeah,
1.
I mean, my main thing right now is just like I've had my current PC for 3-4 years, so like it's starting to slow down a little bit, and I do so much video editing and streaming and making thumbnails in Photoshop and like. And I'm doing all this like stressful shit on my PC, so I don't want to have to worry about gaming on it, especially now that it's already like starting to slow down and shit. Like my main thing is I probably just need like a new PC.
Spread out on the map, and that can be really difficult to try and deal with dead zone on this camo push. They do get a couple of kills towards that camo, and that's forced dead zone back here, but he still has his eyes on competing for this camo.
Yeah, what PC specs? Are you asking what I want or what I have currently?
Grabs that camo, gets the damage, and now looking for the spawners.
Because I am actually not sure what I have currently.
The next one? They know it's dummy.
But I bought this PC for like this was like an $1,800 build like 4 years ago. That's also when shit was expensive. So main drawbacks of my current build are only 16 gigs of RAM.
Optic setup is broken, but they have a 15-point lead to play around once again.
And probably need like more storage.
Too many players over there towards C plat. Even when they get that kill.
Why not just upgrade a part? Because one, this whole shit is old, and two, if I get a whole other PC, I would then have 2 PCs, and one could function as a PC that I game on, and one could be a streaming PC.
He's playing mind games with them, and in the meantime, the ball still in the hands of Optic, continuing to be a nuisance. Every single player.
Yeah, that's the main thing I have to deal with.
Differences between these teams has not been seen to this level until this map mode combination because of how dominant a team like Optic Gaming can feel like it is to play against. And Quadrant do have a couple of kills in their favor. The ball is in house. If they're able to take down Formal, this is the moment we've been waiting for. Quadrant.
Nah, I just try to do like,
full house setup. Can you
I don't know.
find where
I just try to do like one thing at a time.
And I like this too. They're also getting the
So
ball.
my PC doesn't fucking hate me. I haven't overstressed it yet.
Window or something like that, but Optic are actually able to grab that ball instantly after they get the slays.
This is the first round of slays we've seen Quadrant have with ball in hand. They should be able to make this round very close. Camo is the focus for Optic as Trippy gets taken down. Luce is going to be able to take down Sika, and I believe Camo got burned. That's why SLG is going to leave this area alone. Ball is still in-house, and SLG's in no man's land as the rest of Optic have been able to take that ball and rip it away from the likes of Quadrant, bring it back to green, and get in a position to play it if SLG can make enough damage.
And you got to wonder, were Quadrant supposed to play that? Or were they too confident they were going to get those kills? You could see the confusion there.
After Effects and Cinema 4D at the same time.
Toss that ball off, thinking that they were going to get their numbers advantage, and because of
hang on, I'm getting a phone call. Y'all give me a sec.
Ball in the hands of Trippy. He's going to rotate this over towards Garage. Realizes it's clear, but somehow Sniper from SLG, was it? Or no, it's Glory.
Oh, wow, a double that he should have got. Would have been nice. Didn't get, though, and now Formal might make you pay. He is taken down, but the setup for Quadrant that would have been If Glory was able to find that kill on the Formal, would have been so strong at this point. The ball still in their hands, however. Just not even a 15-point game at this point. Quadrant starting to get some slays with these setups, are looking much different here in round 2. Can they keep this up?
I mean, they got the points on the board. We haven't seen them get one of those setups where they get the extended point, period of time from the first round. We've now seen that. We've now seen them scrap back 10 points here and there. They've started to figure out a little bit, but is it too little, too late? Optic are so close from closing out this round 2. They still have the ball over in Garage. Can they get the slays?
So much damage from Trippy. He's able to not only take 2 players down and no shield, he even finds a kill as well. So 3 members being taken down by the likes of Trippy and the rest of Optic Gaming with a little bit of help. 63-47. Somehow Quadrant have come off respawn and gotten the damage advantage, the numbers advantage, and back to a setup in the back of house. Quadrant have struggled from this position before, but they find the first kill. That's a big one right now. Dead Zone spotted out as well. Narrowly gets taken down by SLG, but a ton of damage from SLG could give them the advantage they need. Formal is the last player alive, forced to Quantum back. He's eventually taken down, and look at that. Quadrant will take the lead here in round 2.
Ain't no way, bro.
The kills, they get the time. Now I would
They're
love
really
to see
finna
them
send this shit to
rotate
round
ball
3.
over towards green. Yes, that's easy for us to say as we see where the spawns are at, but forced Optic to divide and conquer. Force them to have to decide between camo and stopping the ball. Glory, run over towards Rat Tunnel. Gets the one-on-one against Dead Zone as he was getting shot in the back, and ball just gets technically played. I guess if you throw it back to the spawn point, you can call it play ball.
But Quadrant had the numbers. 3 were down for Optic momentarily. The ball back in the hands of Quadrant. Make it all 4 down for Optic Gaming. Spawning over towards green is not where you want to see Optic spawning if you're an Optic fan.
Vodbo.
And
You ain't lying.
81 points and counting for Quadrant as they bring the ball out towards the key door here. Still, Optic members from Respawners are here to shut this down, but a 20-point lead is the biggest lead we've seen from Quadrant since game 2.
And it's just chaos at the end here. Quadrant just trying to scoop up whatever kills they can. They find Lucid at the big door, not able to get the finish there. Lucid taken out too quick, and that's 3 down. What can Dead Zone do?
Dead Zone spawning over at green. He's in no position. They need to get this ball in hand and force Optic's hand. 83 points. You can get this narrowly to close to 100, if not 95, and force the hand of Optic to push in places they'd have no business pushing. A couple of kills go in their favor. The ball, I believe, is neutralized here. As Glory going to make his way towards it. He knows Optic Gaming
Push them in places they'd have no
There's 2
business
members
pushing.
in that key door on both sides. Glory's going to have to play this one slow and hit a shot.
Glory gets the opening right there, gets that kill,
Oh.
and does not get that follow-up damage onto Dead Zone, but damage has been done, and time's been bought. Optic Gaming are totally fine and comfortable right here. They're not too worried with the clock having a minute 15 left on it. They are happy to slow this down, slay out, and then rotate ball.
It felt like Quadrant had numbers advantage so many different times throughout that process, but no time was awarded towards them. 86 is where they have stalled out, and Optic are bringing this ball to tower. Dead Zone in a position where he can play this ball if too much pressure comes his way, but he is going to try and get this game as close to tied up as he can. He's taken down very quickly. A great kill from Quadrant will reset this ball. Glory with snipe in hand. If he hits a shot, they can take this to a round 3.
And SLG putting the pressure on right away with this ball reset. I like this play from Quadrant.
Oh, shit, dude.
Do not let Optic get comfortable. Don't let them spawn to full force and push back. Glory
And there it is.
last 2 points there, and that's going to be a tie game.
And there it is, bro.
Let's go, Quadrant. We get a round 3 here in game 4, and what a different story that round 2 was from round 1. Quadrant started to figure out how to hold a setup.
Not even just figure out how to hold a setup. Outslayed Optic by 16 kills in that last round 2.
Damn.
I mean, when you have the other team half dead,
Yeah, they're slaying
entire
something
game,
crazy
you can do
right
whatever you
now.
want. If you don't want to pick up the ball right away, I guess it still just works out.
It was a one-on-one between SLG and Formal to kick this round off. Formal 5s, SLG picks up the snipe, the ball. He says, take the ball, I've got to pop off. Jumps up top tower with snipe now in hands. Can he find the first?
Ooh.
It's an easy shot onto SLG. Formal in a position to get his team a significant lead here in round 3.
And instantly play balls it, decides to keep this top control. I like this bait. Don't need to overcommit in direction. But it's just the curse of competitive gaming timing. You look away, that's when they're going to pop out. And Glory, what can he do with this camo? He sees the threat. Does the threat
And that
see
was
him?
Glory
unfortunate.
needs to kill Formal here. The sniper is the bigger threat. Trippy not the bigger threat.
I don't
here,
know
but
about
Formal doesn't
this.
Spot him even though he shoots. But Formal hits the
I don't know about any of that.
You gotta regret that decision. And Glory with the
That
camo
was tough.
fails to make the play to remove Snipe from the hands of Formal, and
Ugh.
Formal will make Quadrant pay.
Getting that killing spree, keeping this tower control. You just saw, like you said, that hesitancy
Ew.
from Glory. Not sure if to commit towards the sniper, get the finish towards cut. Great positioning from the players from Optic, but like you said, just panic. You know somebody in Quadrant side was panic calling out Trippy, and he was like, I gotta help that. It sounds like there's direness in this person's voice.
I think I just saw an overkill in the kill feed. I can't quite tell with the camera.
Yeah, who was
of the
that?
Player, but immediately Quadrant come off respawn, break the setup of
Was that a
Optic, and
Quadrant
Formal
overkill?
hit some great shots, especially taking down the camo player. The game nearly still all tied up, and Quadrant rotating this ball to green should be able to get a play ball situation.
Chad, who
if
just
they
got an
see
overkill?
Too much pressure. However, that ball carrier was by himself at green. Nobody back green to play this ball. SLG trying to get his way back there, finds a kill, hits a G slide, finds the ball. and
Everybody
they don't
missed
need
it,
to
I
play the
think.
ball, Dave.
Crowd didn't
All
yell or
worked out
anything.
For Optic, Quadrant had the slays to pair with it, and they will take the lead here in game 4.
Quadrant playing so much better here as the rounds go on. They are committing to grabbing that ball faster. They're rotating. They're dictating where the ball goes.
Another round of slays in Quadrant's favor. Now starting to gain a significant lead.
Oh,
Camo
shit,
coming
Slime.
up, and it's in the hands of Snipe Drone. He doesn't choose to activate it right away. Instead, he deals damage to Trippy, wisely backs down, gets it into a secure location before activating it. And now Quadrant with the house set up, camo in hands of Snipe Drone, have an opportunity to blow this round 3 wide open.
Barely
Oh,
misses
no.
that third shot before the melee, but that player gets finished off at bags. Lucid, the last one alive, but does not see the rotation opportunity. Yes, he does. Somehow gets the ball all the way towards dummy door and going to try to buy some desperate time here for the Optic members to spawn. SLG and Quadrant opt to just go for the slays. So that play was effective there from Lucid. What should have been more time for Quadrant is now a dead ball.
Another individual play of rotation of the op ball made by Optic Gaming to make this more frustrating for Quadrant to deal with. They are in the lead, however, up 24 at this point. Glory going to repulse top tower with Snipe. A lot of Optic members have their focus on him, but
Whoa,
nobody's
what the fuck?
facing him at the moment. He's able to take down Lucid. He's traded out eventually. The ball gets neutralized back to bottom middle, and it's this time around, it's Sika that's going to be the annoying oddball player as he grabs it immediately, and Trippy now trying to play catch-up to try and deny a setup for Quadrant.
Yeah, Trippy wants to be active in the fight, but doesn't want to commit too fast and get caught out in no man's land, just like that with the sniper. So Sniper in the hands of Snipe Drone. No damage with that bullet, but kills just being traded back and forth. Can Formal and crew stay alive here? Sika, the only one alive. Looks like we're going to see an Optic Gaming setup over in the garage.
Optic have a full setup, trying to get this game back to a tied situation. 46 kills for Snipe Drone, leading the lobby right now. I don't know when that happened, but Snipe Drone is popping off right now. Snipe Drone's taking the no shield. Formal going to shut him down before he makes it a 47th kill under his name, and Formal extends the setup for Optic Gaming.
Formal still trying to stay alive over in house. 2 members down for Optic now. Make that 3. Lucid, you're the last one alive. Can you make a play here on the ball? You're spotted out and likely to be finished
Snipe
up.
down.
Lucid and Trippy both down for a moment in time. And when you have the ball, in many cases, you're okay to trade slays like that. If you're trading slays and rotating the ball in the correct direction, you will win that trade in theory.
Look at how annoying Quadrant are being with this op ball. Optic are getting kills, but every single time this ball is getting picked up by no shield players and moved just a little bit further. Finally, Quadrant go all 4 down for the side of Optic Gaming. They're able to stop that ball from rotating across the map. They're able
Optic
to
need to
a
get
setup
some
of
time
their own.
here.
And Lucid has picked up the fresh camo, has chosen not to activate it yet.
Ooh, I
Being a
like
little bit
this.
greedy. Now that he's
No,
popped
no.
it late,
I like that. I
camo
like
will
that.
live longer, but no,
Ooh.
it's a beautiful
That's a tough
grenade
death.
one shot on the top tower that reveals him and takes him
That
down.
is a tough death.
And all of a sudden, what was once a very powerful situation from Optic is now immediately erased by one grenade.
Yeah, 1v1 for a short bit in time, but Quadrant
I do like the
have
play
a
to hang
good
on to
on
the camo there.
information, knowing that
Unfortunately,
the
he
red
gets
zone
hit
was
by a
over
god
tower,
nade top
and
tower,
the
but
players were spawning over near nest or green.
I do still like that play. Nice fucking shots. Wow, and that's 3 dead fast.
Dead zone was something to watch. 56 and starting to climb. This game will be all tied up momentarily. These
Oh my god!
shots are even more insane. Dead zone with the second back-to-back 5 will push the series or the lead
Dude.
forward for Optic Gaming here in round 3.
Yeah, we highlighted in round number 1.
This brother's not
Optic were going
missing.
Even in slays, they were dominating the objective. However, as soon as Quadrant were able to heavily outslay Optic, they what do you do when Optic are outslaying like Dead Zone right now?
Dead Zone
Brother is not missing.
right now. The difference here in round 3 that have given Optic the opportunity to gain this lead. It's just 17 points as Dead Zone so does Trippy. The duo's down.
And that's such good time for Optic there.
Was momentarily
Although Quadrant breaks and Quadrant's getting time here. All rotates to green.
Position to be played if Optic apply enough pressure back green. Seek is going to be back here.
It's a play ball though. 75 to 80. Snipetron has 49.
Tie game, essentially. What a melee. I like that route from Dead
That's a
Zone.
huge melee, bro.
Gonna be able to pressure that ball right away.
Trippy's weak as well, bro. This is going to be time for Quadrant. Oh my god, Trippy dies. Optic is going to be staggered off of the spawn. Tommy Lucid dies as well. Optic will be staggered. Optic has realistically one shot to break this.
Formal does not want that to go, but knows that it's a trap. He realized someone was not watching immediately from Plat, and it's too good to be true.
Ball is played. That's actually huge.
Tingle, and you're like, this can't be right. Where's this person at?
He says it's quiet. Too quiet.
And Quadrant goes 3 dead at the worst time. That's game.
Ball gets played. Formal goes back to bottom middle, picks up that out ball. 10 points is all Optic need. Where is Quadrant across the map? No one near Formal, and Formal with full shield and 97 points looks to put this ball in an unwinnable situation for Quadrant and Optic.
At the worst time, bro.
Series out before it goes to a game 5, and that, although wasn't a game 5 for us, that was one of the closest series we've seen between these two. And if there were questions of will this be a rivalry,
Definitely a little bit of a breakdown. Great performance by Optic, though.
The answer will be yes.
Yes, I mean, Quadrant are looking scary good. I mean, just such a difficult pool, though, as you look into the players that have played so far. Sentinels, terrifying. Optic, top 2 team in the world.
It's just so tough when you find yourself in the pool of death, especially with a top 12 seeded Sentinels, where you know that they belong somewhere inside the top 6, probably top 4. The fact that Quadrant had the deck stacked against them coming into this Friday, nothing to hang their hats on, but it doesn't remove the fact that they will start tomorrow in the elimination bracket, most likely, and what that means for the rest of their tournament as far as needing to play flawless from here on out if they want to show the home crowd what they're capable of here this weekend.
Yeah, you're right, because you can't sleep on anyone coming out of that open bracket regardless. If they come in flat on that one series, their tournament run is over.
Yeah, I don't see them losing.
I don't foresee that happening.
An open bracket team. The big question is what does that early elimination bracket run look like? How does that bracket play out? Because those winners bracket round 1 teams will go to the elimination bracket, and some of those teams are going to be very strong. You could see another Sentinels. You could see one of our a complexity or something, and those are no pushovers. Quadrant show you that they are competing against
I think it's that time, Cal Knockdown.
5 teams, I would say, and pushing them.
I think it is that time, because I believe that does it for the schedule today.
So far, but still, that's not going to.
Solid first day of Halo, man. Solid first day of Halo. But all right, gang. I am gonna go ahead. And bounce. I'm gonna go ahead and hop off for a little bit. I will probably be back on a little bit later. But yeah. Yeah. Hang on a second, y'all. Let me see who we got, bro. Yo, Vetoed is live. I'm gonna throw the raid to Vetoed again. I think we raided him the other day, but I think he's still alive. Bro, I was watching him actually. I was watching him earlier. This brother's been streaming like all fucking day. But yeah. Much love. I appreciate y'all chilling. It was a dope first day of the event. We're gonna be back tomorrow for some more vibes, similar stuff. And we might be back a little bit later tonight, like I was saying, to get some gaming in. But yeah, I'm gonna throw the raid to Vito to go hang out with him, show some love, and yeah, appreciate y'all. Gang gang. Peace out, everybody. Yeah.